are pulling together $1,500, one of the biggest prize pools we've had probably since the beginning, if I remember correctly. This is going to be really fun. Really interesting too, because we just had a patch, so we're about to see a whole lot of stuff we haven't seen before. I'm really excited to get into this. It seems like, from what I can remember, we'll just go over some of the patch changes real quick while we're figuring some stuff out.
This isn't in the game. Is the patch live?
Oh, is it not? I thought it was live.
No, the patch notes went out, but the patch never went live.
Oh, okay. Well, all my notes are pretty much worthless in that case. I guess we'll be seeing a lot of the same stuff then, which is unfortunate. I was excited. Goodness gracious. Okay, well, we'll probably be seeing a lot of we'll probably be seeing some Arcanite. We'll probably see some Earth to counter the Arcanite, and Mud Mystic, Berserker. Other than that, we'll probably see Tsunami's probably going to be looking pretty good still in that case as well. I've been seeing a lot of people are favoring like a huge combination of all these different comps, where they'll have like the 3 Bulwarks with 2 Grackos and a Cardillo, and then they'll late game switch into a Geyser with the 70 cost Water Ranger Gauntlet for like Tsunami and stuff. So a lot of interesting stuff there. I'm expecting to see a lot of decks like that. I think Viper has been playing a lot of that on stream. I think Web3 Gaming TV may have made a video about a team comp like that recently. I can't really remember, but regardless, we'll be seeing a lot of those team comps. And yeah, I'm really excited to get into it. Again, unfortunate. I don't know how I missed that. I thought the patch was live.
No, it's been a big talking point recently. I thought it was. I think it's absolutely weird to put out rewards without making the patch live, but that's just me.
Yeah, I don't know. That is interesting. I thought, because I knew it was delayed a little bit, but I thought it would have been out by now. I've been busy.
I think they thought it would be out by now as well. I think it was an unfortunate something's happened
I see.
to delay it. I don't think it's intentional, but it is the fact of the matter right now.
Well, yeah. Hopefully it's out for next week. That'll be interesting to see how the meta develops then. There are some interesting changes here with like dodge chance decreased to familiar from like 35 to 22, which is going to make it actually killable without the augment. I don't like the idea of being forced to use a certain augment just because something's good in the meta. That feels pretty bad, but regardless, I think we'll be seeing some interesting stuff here. I think most of the people are into their games, right?
Yeah, I'm trying to grab a stream, but I'm not having much luck. I've hit the 2 people that haven't started yet.
Oh, it's all good. I was just trying to take a look at here and see what we got going on. A lot of familiar faces. The way they have Start GG set up, I think it's because of the way I have it set up, but it looks weird on my screen. But regardless, some really good, interesting players here. We got Nefer has been looking really good recently. Lolkek, Zod, of course. I think he was like rank 2 earlier, or if I'm mistaken. Smartass. Unfortunately, no Viper, but maybe we'll get him sometime in the future. Man, my screen, my camera is really lagging. Give me 1 second.
It's probably fine on stream, but yeah, I don't know.
Oh, okay. Well, I'll go ahead and let that go then. You Avril Lavigne. I don't know what that means, but yeah, I love Avril as well. How's everybody in chat doing? Again, if you guys like this,
you don't know the singer Avril Lavigne?
Oh, I know, but like I don't know what he's talking about. Like what the reference is there.
Oh, it's because you can't hear the background music, but there's background music on the streams now.
Ah, I see.
And so it's generic. It's not like I'm playing Coldplay or something. But
so good. I was just wondering. I just lost my train of thought. I have no idea what I'm saying now. So there's that. Kieran on stream last night said deployment of the rewards was scheduled to be released this week, and they weren't moving the date to fit with the patch in case something caused a delay. Something did cause a delay, I guess. It do be like that. Man, I can't believe I could have swore that it was out by now.
Yeah, because they put out the patch notes, which I still maintain is super weird.
I thought they were going to release the patch notes with the patch going live.
You can't release patch notes before the patch going live.
Yeah, I don't know. That's a bit weird. I guess not. I mean, it's really not that big of a deal, but it's just weird. This will give people extra time to cook. That'll be interesting to see if someone's who's cooked too hard and ranked. That'll be fun. But again, if you guys enjoy what we do here with the Illuvium Inferno, be sure to like, make it push through the algorithm to more people out on YouTube so we can spread the word of Illuvium and Illuvium Inferno in general. I mean, I want some clout. Help me get clout, if anything. So make sure to press like and share on all social medias. Go ahead and share it on Twitter, Reddit, Discord. Send it to your mom, your dad, your uncle. And again, we very much appreciate you guys. Thank you guys for coming out. Again, we see Talus out here, Patat, Zalith, Smartass. Appreciate all of you guys. Thank you. And excited to get into the games here after a second, as soon as we get one pulled up. See what we got here. Last event was taken pretty handedly by Zadkiel. Zadkiel, I don't think he's playing in the Inferno today, is he? But Zadkiel, so. Incredible player. I think he's maybe rank 2 right now. But incredible player. Last week he played a tournament. I can't remember who it was before. I think it was the E-Lizards Export tournament. So I apologize if I'm wrong on that. But Zadkiel played in that. He placed first. Didn't lose a single game the entire tournament. Then right after the Inferno starts competing. Doesn't lose a single game in our tournament and gets first. So back-to-back first place finishes. That guy is absolutely on fire. Another really good player that we've been seeing a lot recently is Loelo, 2-0'd Smartass in the semifinals. Just really good Arcanite player, if I can remember correctly. I don't think he played it last tournament. I could be wrong on that one. But regardless, really fun player there as well. We'll be seeing some more of Zod. I think underperformed last tournament, lost to Lolkek in the quarters. But an incredible player, always high on the leaderboard, top 10 possibly right now. But yeah, we got a lot of really good players, and we're gonna see who can take home this a large portion of this $1,500 prize.
So you guys can see how I can disable the vision.
Ready for enchanter spam. It do be like that. All right, and we are into the first game. It'd be like that. What can you do?
I knew it would come on screen, but I thought that was fine.
Yeah, it's not a big deal. Our boot's playing the classic Tsunami build. It looks like Gui's era is playing that more that weird team comp with the 3 bulwarks and the Cardillo that I was talking about before the stream. Just I don't know why it works, because when that came into the meta, I haven't been able to play since that's gotten super popular, but I know Viper's been playing it a lot. I guess you just really want to get the ticks on the toxic off once you get your Riptress and or Rip Plants. Or I guess it's Rip Lance, right? If you're playing Rip Lance and Monkey Air. Zero goes ahead and puts Rip Lance and switches over to the staff on his Ranger, which is going to give him Aegis, which I mean really doesn't do anything for him. He really just wants to use that Omega. For some reason, aggroed onto the Flood first doesn't make a difference as far as like the outcome of the match goes, but interesting. Arby's just casually leaking DMs. It's all good though.
We tried to get him to share the window, but he was having some weird technical difficulties.
That is what it is.
Ready for Enchanter spam? Absolutely, Zayluth. I'm very excited for it. And yes, it would have been really nice to have that new patch up for this match, but here we are.
Yeah, what can you do, man? I mean, that would have been really fun to see some of the new comps people were coming out with. I think those are the best Infernos, is when it comes right after a patch, so you can see who's cooking, who's coming up with these random, really off-the-wall team comps, and some of them just fall flat on their face, and then some of them just dominate, so that's why I would prefer it, but hey, you know what? We'll go with some old school stuff, I guess. And Illuvium, it feels old school anyways. It's only been out for 2 months, but the meta changes so quickly. It feels like this meta is from last year.
So for anyone who's not aware, this tournament is going to be Swiss round. So what that means is it's essentially a round robin, and we will see the standings change as we go throughout the tournament. Now, what's extra interesting here is the way I've set up how the rules work. From memory, every single time they win a game in a series, they actually get 1 point, and they get 2 for winning the series overall. So in total, any player that wins, or it might be 1 for the series overall. We're going to find out soon. But anyways, the long story short is anyone who wins 2-0 is going to get 4 points, and their opponent is going to get 0. If they lose 2-1, they are going to take away 1 point with them. And so winning these games in the series is going to make a big difference when it comes to tiebreakers at the end to decide who goes through to top cut.
I'm surprised our boots didn't go for that Tsunami emblem. I think 4 Tsunami is just so crazy good. You're always using your Omega ability at that point. I guess, I think Guizera has a Geyser as well. I think late game he brings in Geyser, so it's not like that's a worthless emblem for him to pick up. I could be wrong, but I'm almost positive he has a Geyser that he switches into, and then he moves to the 70 cost gauntlet.
I definitely think it might make sense for us, because this is going to be a really weird, awkward for streaming, because the entire round has to finish before we can go into the next round. And so we might be better off just streaming Top Cut in the future and doing more Swiss tournaments, because they're a lot more fair than single elim. And so I think we can do that sort of thing. Will be better overall for everything. What do you think?
Yeah, I have no problem with Swiss at all. I mean, I enjoy it. It's fine with me.
Yeah, we could do a Swiss and then start it a lot earlier and then just stream Top Cut.
Yeah, that makes sense to me. You always have a match to view with that as well. Interesting placement. Arbus actually predicts the Augment placement on the Cardillo that would drain his energy. So he moves his Ranger over onto the other side and is still able to spam those Omegas, but not enough. He's just, this whole Tsunami build is a bit of a bit dead at this
The
point.
Ranger is not Tsunami.
Oh, his Ranger wasn't Tsunami.
It was Frost.
Well, that's an accident. There's no reason he would mean to do that on purpose.
Can you see it's Frost?
I could, but I guess I missed it.
No, I mean like right now in the replay. Yeah, you can see it. Crazy.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that was definitely a huge mistake. He didn't. There's no way he meant to do that. Maybe I'm wrong, but no, I'm not wrong. There's no reason that would ever make sense. That was definitely a mistake. Oof, that hurts too. That's probably why. That explains it though. That explains why he wasn't doing as much damage at all there. But yeah, we'll see. How does our boots respond now? I would assume that he's gonna bring a new comp in after this, but what does he bring in? I feel like this comp that Guizera is playing is just pretty much anything is what everybody is playing. From my perspective, again, I haven't played a ton, but it seems like this deck is super popular, and it just seems like at the moment it's the best. So we'll have to see how our boots replies to that. Guizera famously or previously getting second place in I believe it was Inferno 6, so not a bad player at all. So no disrespect being thrown towards Arbus. It's just that's how it is. When you play against some of these better players, you have to play perfectly, or you really can't play at all. These people, especially with how flowcharty the game is right now, flowcharty in quotations, with how flowcharty the game is at the moment, if you don't know exactly how to place this or that unit at the exact perfect time, you're pretty far behind. The way that you win against players who both know what they're doing is you got to play those mind games. So that's the issue I think I'm seeing right here. But we'll see. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe our boots can pull it back together and take the rest of the series.
I fixed the lag.
Very nice. W Scoriox in chat.
I'm pretty good at thinking on my feet. Just saying.
Hey. Okay. And did we lose our boots?
No, we're good. We're good.
Okay, just making sure. So we will get back into the game with our boots and Guizera shortly. For Guizera, I'd just say play the exact same thing you just had. I feel like it looks like he's pretty comfortable on that. So for me personally, if I were to play a series and I won that first game, I'm sticking with the same exact team. Unless I know who the other person's second team is, and I feel like they have to switch out, maybe I counter them. But generally, you sit comfy after a first win and then change it up on the third game if you have to, if you're put into that corner.
There we go. Let's do it.
Alrighty. And we are back into the game. It looks like, again, as I said, Guizera going to be playing the same exact thing. Doesn't have the Geyser, actually. Has a Dorius. Unless I missed it, but wasn't able to see what Arboots is playing. I'm assuming it'll be the same team, but we'll have to see. If it is the same team and he didn't get the Centennial Resonance Infusion, that would feel really bad. I guess it's okay. Jagged End, I don't see how it really helps his team. But our boots switching out of Tsunami and moving into the Invoker. You know, you got the 3 or I think it's a 5 bulwark, and you get the invokers on top of it with the Ophisto carry.
Okay, it's still laggy. It looked good for a bit. I don't know what happened. It's like full connection jittery. Not even like laggy. We'll definitely get a better game too, I'll tell you that much.
Our boots, you know, setting up his bulwarks the way we see a lot of people who play this comp, just in the back right corner, really squeezing in those invokers in the back line so rogues can't get to him as easily. Regardless, though, he will lose this round. That 3 bulwark with the Cardillo is just such a strong opening with the toxic and everything.
And well, it doesn't have
oh,
he does get toxic, yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, so you got the toxic, the thorns, and then into 3 water bulwark, which is real. It's not as common, but still very, very common in the meta. It'll get hyper pretty much instantly off of the nature dominant synergy or nature dominant affinity. There you go. Our boots puts in his Ophisto, slaps him in there so he's safe within the confines of those bulwarks.
See, it's not laggy now. So weird.
Yeah, it's very on and off.
I don't know. It'll be a Wi-Fi thing, surely. I have been excited to see more of the Invoker. I think it's going to pop up a little bit more as we head into the next patch. It's not live now, but I would like to see it more and more, and I'm going to be playing some more myself, I think. Invokers did get nerfed a bit, but in comparison to how much Bulwarks got nerfed and the reduction in effectiveness of Phosphorus and things like that, I think Invokers are gonna play a pivotal role in the upcoming.
Yeah, I agree. Actually, I think Invokers are going to look a lot stronger. Like you said, they got nerfed a bit, but everything got nerfed, so like that, I don't really think that's saying much.
I think there's certainly a lot to be said about as everything gets weakened, then the entire meta does become healthier in some sense, where there's a lot more room for error, meaning that there's more time and there's more ability for players to come back and switch up their strategy from round to round.
Yeah, I agree. More things being good is always obviously good for the health of the meta. Okay, Arbit's just barely winning with Ophisto living on like pretty much 1 health there. Decides to put in... Okay, takes the Sinalf out and is going to put in his Goliath. So favoring the 5 Bulwark over the 4 Invoker here. Okay, it doesn't look like he's going to be putting in 5 Bulwark. That's... Unless he's lagging. Because didn't he have like 60 or 70 gold left? Am I crazy?
I don't know.
I could have swore he had more.
Oh, but he just threw in Seaforest and Goliath. There's no way he has more than that. So
yeah, he has 75 gold at the bottom.
It must be bug.
Okay.
He threw in both granites. There's no way he has more mastery than that around 3.
Yeah, that's a good point. And Gooey Zero tears through that front line. All of his units are decently low, though, but yeah, not going to be enough. If he would have gotten off that C4S Omega, maybe he had a chance to take out a few more units, but not enough.
Oh, I love Vital Strike and Sharp Start in here. Both excellent. Sharp Start, definitely S tier. But Vital Strike, very good second ground. Visionary Vanguard, not nearly as good as either of them. A sharp start on Ophisto is basically a free win. Sharp start on Monkia is essentially the same thing. Vital Strike actually being quite powerful on both Monkia and our friend the Riplance there.
Yeah, I would agree. I think
he's going to take Sharp Start, and our Boots is going to throw the game. Maybe not. I mean, Ophisto's pretty good into this comp, but I definitely think it's ballsy giving up Sharp Start here.
I agree. I wonder what the thought process is behind that one. And then goes ahead and puts in the Stoic Water links for the 5 Bulwark. Gotta love it. So pretty much exactly how you normally play this Invoker comp for our Boots.
Yeah, I think Guizero really needs to get 5 Bulwark on the board to avoid the Invokers just melting him away.
I don't think he has 5 Bulwark. So now getting that beam onto the monkey air probably... no, it definitely didn't save him here. That Cardilla is just a beast. The thorns and survivability is just way too much.
These Swiss rounds will be 6 straight rounds, and then a top cut with 3 rounds single elimination. I'm looking forward to it. I think this is going to be a good tournament, show just how fair we can get it, and I'm really curious to see how the standing shake up since it's not single elim. Visionary Vanguard on the Ophisto is something. I don't think I've ever seen that, but I like it. Granting the team energy, this won't be as useful in the future. I believe they're going to change it up in the patch a little bit, but you won't be able to use all 3, and so granting energy to your entire team will be more difficult in the upcoming patch. It's going to change up the game a lot, I think. Jimbo, what do you think?
Yeah, I think when you're not able to add 3 different tiers of the same exact augment, you're forced to think a little bit more critically. It opens up deck space as well, because now you are just literally not able to use as many augments, so there's no reason to take as many into your team. So I think we'll be seeing a lot more teams with more ability to switch it up into different things depending on what the opponent's playing. We've already seen kind of that vibe in decks start to take over in the meta, but I think that's only just going to get more and more prevalent, especially with the changes to augments. I think it'll be fun.
With the resistance boosters, Riplance is becoming more and more difficult to defeat. That being said, it's also managing to avoid the shock damage at about halfway through the game, because its resistances are scaling up over time. That Augment is one that is seeing quite a little bit of a nerf in the upcoming patch, I believe.
Yeah, it's really, really good. There should always be a choice between, should I use Nano Sequencer or should I use the Siphon Matrix, Exalted Hyper Endurance Matrix? And it feels like almost always Nano Sequencer is better. Not always, but almost always. So I think adding more decision making between which one will actually be better is not a bad idea. Because I think Nano Sequencer scales past Hyper Endurance Matrix at only like 15 seconds, right? Like it doesn't take that long to get to that point, which doesn't seem very right to me.
For sure. So So do you think Arboots is going to be able to tie this one up 1-1, or what do we think is going to happen here?
I'm not sure. I'm really not sure yet. I think
The
addition
Adorius
of
is
the nerd-
huge.
Yeah. That's the thing I'm worried about. Gets it taken out, but everything's healed up now. If he can get through this bulwark fast enough here, then obviously he's gonna take it. Yeah. Ooh.
Ooh, that is going to eliminate the Mystic, reducing the impact of that
Ooh.
mud.
That Omega from C-Force was pretty big. I think he probably could have taken it there, but just not. He just can't get through the bulwarks fast enough.
I think that's the problem we're seeing with Invokers is your melee hyper carries just scale a little bit harder. Because with Invokers, really all you can do is you can give them energy boosts and things like that. You can give the Omega augments, but it's not particularly good on them. It's not that helpful. Whereas on the physical attackers, and the tanks, you can give them a lot of resistances, a lot of defense, and on the physical attackers, a lot of attack speed and other things. And they're just going to scale out a little bit faster. Even with Gorilla here, we can see the mud having a lot of impact. And it's also got the Siphon Matrix, which is, I'm not sure if it's reducing attack speed or energy here, but it's definitely going to be doing something.
I'm sure it's energy. It would make much more sense for it to reduce energy, and that is going to make a decent difference. I'm surprised we haven't seen more energy augments come out from Glazer yet. Looks like he started putting them on last round. I wouldn't be surprised to see it finish here. I also wouldn't be surprised to see a survival protocol thrown onto Doria so he can live two beams instead of just one.
Yeah, that would be a really big impact. That being said, he might actually have some of the lowest resistances on the team right now and might just die to shock. It's hard to say.
He puts Centennial Resonance on the Adorius, which isn't a bad idea.
What does it do again?
I don't think it gives you 35 Omega power when it gets to 75 HP and then 25 HP to the furthest unit, which right now is just Monkey Ear, so I guess it doesn't... Does he get anything from Omega power?
I don't believe he does, no.
Yeah, so that's kind of just a waste, but whatever.
Oh, the damage from that sharp start.
Yeah, the survival protocol.
Oh, and he's going to go down from that.
Yep. Closer game from Arbus. So incredible play there, but again, Guzira pulling it in at the end. Outplaying a bit with the survival protocol on Adorius. With the sharp start on Monkey Ear. Just really good plays altogether.
Yeah, that was a really good game, but eventually the Invoker does get a bit outscaled there and it just can't take it home. So we'll be waiting for round 2 now. I've got Soda lined up for that very eventuality. He did win his first game. And let's quickly take a look at the standings.
Yeah.
Why is this the wrong dimensions?
Not sure, but from first glance, nothing too out of the ordinary so far. I mean, Soda winning, Whitey winning, Loilo winning, Lolkek winning, Zod winning. All of these, no offense to any of their opponents, but all of these really good players. Just not very surprised to see them getting the 2-0 so far.
Yeah, we have quite a few 2-0s on this list, and a handful of 2-1s, and a lot of 1-1s currently being played out at the moment. So it's quite interesting. Never Lucky and Zajak are currently on 0-0, but I believe they are into their third game, from what I can see.
Okay. Smartass currently 1-1 in his series, which is interesting. Bit of an underperformer recently, no disrespect. I just think he's way better than he's been showing the past few tournaments, but
I really don't think he's loving this current meta, to be completely honest.
That's probably what it is.
We love to see it.
Yeah. Again, nothing too out of the ordinary so far during the tournament, but I'm sure we'll see someone fall to a random. Always a good time. respectfully. Wait, how many people did we have sign up for this?
80-ish. We got knocked down at 50, 55, something like that, or 50.
All good. Just making sure.
I believe there was some, including Zadkiel, who wrapped up the Ethlis's tournament right after check-in had ended, or soon after check-in had ended. And we tried trying to fix up some of the check-ins and stuff, but it was such a mess on the Swiss rounds. So we'll have to revisit that for the future.
Yeah, so, and apologies to anybody that was affected by that then, but that's just how it goes sometimes.
Yeah, we might have to extend the check-in times and stuff and just start this stream like 15 minutes later. Seems to be kind of how it's panning out in general.
Yeah, that's probably fine. I don't think there's anything wrong with that.
Again, if we only stream Top Cut, then it'll be easier again. So, I think that's where I'd like to see it head. Smartass is very upset with the game and hates everything about it.
Yeah, I saw that. I wasn't going to comment on it, but...
It's about as candid as it gets, if nothing else.
4th place in the export tourney today, though. Though of the top 6... Okay, top 6... So 4th out of 16. That's like a... Never mind, I'm just kidding, by the way. I was about to roast, but... I love Smartass. Even... He's a good competitor. Love Smartass. I'm trying so hard not to banter.
It looks like we're very close to round 2.
Yep, all good. I think next patch will be interesting, Pierre. Oh, you're talking to Smartass. But yeah, next patch will be really interesting. Very, very interesting. I mean, we have Vermilion dodge chance decrease, which is nice. That's a plus. Beetle line energy cost lowered on Omega, not nice, but stun duration decreased on stage 1 and 2, which is nice. Damage reduction added to the ultimate. So like if one of the beetles use their Omega and it hits someone, they have the units that it hits get damage reduction. For the stage 1 units 25, stage 2 35, and stage 3 is 45% for 2, 3, and 4 seconds respectively. That's an interesting way to play the game. So I like that added depth on top of it, which is interesting. Turtle line increased physical and energy resists, so they're just made tankier, which I think was kind of necessary. I don't think they need to be Titan or anything, but they definitely needed a bit of a buff on their tanky stats. Dodo line Kukaraf attack range decreased. Makes sense. Yeah, so like all of these changes in the upcoming patch look really, really nice. I'm afraid of how weak the Scorpion's gonna be. The Scorpion line looks like it could be a little weak after the changes, but we'll have to wait and see.
I actually spoke to Viper about the Scorpion line yesterday in voice call.
What did he say?
And he mentioned that the cast time for the Omega was actually one of the bigger disadvantages of the Scorpion line, where the Omega is not particularly good in general, and this means that it'll actually be able to ramp up a lot better from Berserker because it's not spending half of its time in this world flicking its stupid Scorpion tail around.
I was actually more worried about the max health, physical, and energy resist being decreased. That feels pretty bad for that specific unit.
It's a high cost unit. Changes.
Yeah, but still, like it's super weak. It's not super weak, but it's a lot less tanky than it is right now. And the flat damage also decreased a bit. Max health percent damage increased for all stages, though. I think that's on its Omega, which is obviously, in my opinion, is good because the idea of the Scorpion line is that they can be tank busters. I don't mind that. So yeah, I think a lot of these changes are probably fine, though. Not probably. I'm almost certain all of these are going to be fine. So game will be better after that patch, from my perspective. So I'm excited for it.
I definitely think with the bird getting, or Bloom more specifically, getting quite a nerf, I expect it to be more things available to play, let's say. And the bird, I don't think it's necessarily going to be terrible. it's just not going to be indestructible after a certain amount of time.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't hate it. I think I actually think the bird is fine at the moment, but with all of the nerfs, because again, as we said, there's so much nerfing, it's probably not going to be as bad as I'm thinking in my head. So many different changes though. Yeah, the water buffalo line getting hit pretty hard. Mega width. Yeah, it'll be interesting. We'll probably see a lot of good frost builds, probably some more wildfire. So, exciting times.
Oh, I think they just reported their game, and we're going into round 2.
Okay, cool. And forgive me, this is Soda and who?
Good question. Ayniat. I have no idea if we pronounced that right.
I have no idea who that is either, so it's all good.
Let's find a second backup game just in case. I'm sure it should be fine.
I don't even know how to read this, to be honest.
You don't know how to read this?
Yeah, I don't know how to. It says round 2, it says no sets available. I'm like, okay.
You're in the wrong spot then.
I know. Oh, I see. So how many rounds will we have with this then? I'm confused.
We are going to have 6.
6, so that's normal, right?
Normal
That's
for
pretty...
under 64, yep.
Okay. Cool. Because what I'm looking at right now says that there's like a round 1, then semifinal and final.
So that's the top cut.
Yeah.
We're not at top cut yet.
Okay. I'm so confused. I guess the winner, like those who have the best score at the end of Swiss, get into the top cut.
Yeah, pretty much top 8.
And then it's a single elim. Okay.
Yeah, it's 3 rounds of single elim.
Yeah, cool. Behemoth's reign will begin. Yeah, I agree. I think behemoths are gonna look good, especially with the buff to frost.
I think the problem is that Jotun's going to be good and Seer is going to be at best.
Well, they had an increase to their damage on Omega, right?
I think it was actually just changed in general. I think it was decreased. I think they changed the formula so the Omega power doesn't scale into the Omega as much as it did, because it worked the same as Riplance. And while we wait for Soda to kick it off, let's have a look at some games from the past. You see Zadkiel against Lowello here with the Caradulox and the Heavy Bulwark and Berserker Core. I'm going up against what looks like Phosphorus without the Phosphorus.
Yeah, this was a fun game. This was this is turn 3 where Lowello went into Furiox carry on round 2, so he wanted to wait to put his Phosphorus in. This was a fun series. Loilo versus Smartass here. Loilo positioned his Terror Bird so he can move it down the line, but unfortunately isn't able to get through that Stoic Earthlings fast enough to set that game plan up.
Looks like we're almost going into round 2.
Alrighty then. Alniat pulling out a bunch of bulwarks. So it looks like he's running some kind of classic tsunami with different options.
The problem with this tsunami core is your ranger is literally 99% of your damage dealing on the board. And if your opponent plays around the ranger at all, you will lose. It's just that simple. I mean, the ranger's quite strong in itself, and so it's hard to play around in some ways. But betting everything on one unit can be quite difficult. As you see with like a heavy fighter deck like Soda seems to be playing, it's a little bit different where if your opponent, you can always put your augments on different fighters and leverage different elements of DPS across your team. Alright, looks like we're going to have a much smoother game this time around, so thankfully for that.
Yeah. Soda starting out with Cardulo, Riptorus, Double Toxic, turn 1. Really strong turn 1. Not the strongest, but should be anything Alniat can play here. Unfortunate his Bulwarks aggroed onto the Riptorus instead of Cardulo, but it should... Are they in range? They're not. He only taunts the one unit, which... Cardulo will be tanky enough to finish him off, though. Unfortunate, though. Could have gotten a little bit more damage off if Riptorus wouldn't have gotten aggroed on that first little bit, but not a huge deal.
Ooh, very early Mystic in here. Yeah, I don't know. Mystic, that's the other thing. I think Mystic in next patch is going to be like, got S tier. Absolute S tier. It was already incredibly played, and while everything else got nerfed, Mystic actually didn't get changed pretty much at all. So I expect Mystic to really dominate in this upcoming patch.
I agree. I think Mystic will be pretty strong. Should be seeing a lot of people playing a Dorius and Apon. Right. Again, nothing too out of the ordinary for Alniat. Playing this Tsunami build pretty normally. Soda is able to get that Cuculus down, which is going to feel pretty good for him. Let's see if this Cardulo can hold on and kill that front line. Let's see.
We can see set up with a really classic setup for the Tsunami Ranger. And I hope we see Tsunami Ranger fail in general in this tournament to prove that it is beatable and it's not just an instant win button. I am loving seeing that everyone's ranks are like silver and below and stuff like that. It's really funny to see. These are all players that we have seen in the tournaments before, but with the soft reset that came, it's quite interesting, hey?
Yeah, I agree. Funny. Bunch of silver surfers. That couldn't be me.
Yeah. I haven't played yet. I'm waiting for patch. I have no interest in dealing with this.
Yeah, I agree, man. I'm not playing this until we get the patch. And Everybody's on the same foot. As I said, I haven't played in a week. I feel like if you don't play every single day, you get so far behind because the meta changes so rapidly.
But that's what you want. But I love that anyone can like go out and try and build like a wacky deck, and even though like 80% of them fail, every now and then you're going to stumble on something that works really, really well. And then you've got about a day to abuse it before everyone else copies and the meta shifts, which is also really fun. But that's one of my favorite things about these sorts of games, is if you're creative enough to come up with something that works, it can really benefit you on the ladder. See, Riplant's putting in work. If it wasn't casting as often, it would actually be chunking this thing way more. But yeah, the resistance is getting reduced is not fun. You also see the Ranger Gauntlet's not doing a whole lot of damage yet. That being said, Overload is going to take out Soda here. Simply, all the heals and everything, it was always going to be tricky.
Yeah, I'm surprised to see Soda playing both Scorpions here. Really wants the Fighter and Berserker bonus, I guess. Late game, possibly.
So how do we think Soda's going to come back here and make sure that he's able to eliminate Alnyat with this Tsunami Gauntlet? He's really not splitting his units enough. We can see Alnyat, it's clumping them together, and so he's going to draw them all in. The Gorilla I do expect to help quite a bit here, spread it out a bit more, but yeah, he really needs to spread his team. Not winning those early rounds is going to punish though.
Yeah, I'm not sure. We'll have to see.
Now the problem is that Ranger really isn't benefiting his team with these stuff.
Yeah, the way he put his Ranger, he just killed two of his carries. Because it hit the links, and he had a Riptress on one side and his Monkey on another side. So now his damage output for the rest of this turn is going to be significantly lowered.
Yeah, it's really not doing any favors. I love how the Apon is taking on those bulwarks so efficiently. It's not going to kill them, but it is slowing them down quite a bit. And the Gorilla just can't get through to the Gauntlet. Thankfully for Soda, he is reducing the amount of damage he's taking at the end of each round, and I believe the big Gauntlet has maybe already come out.
Yeah, that should have been the big Gauntlet. Yeah, I'm not sure what the point of that Riptress is, to be honest, because he can't even get the 3 fighter bonus. Goes ahead and puts a Dorius in. Now he has 3 Mystic. Interesting. Puts in the stage 1 Polar Bear.
Wait, I need to check on something. I don't know why my auto DQ is longer than 10 minutes right now. What the hell? Let me fix that.
Attack speed, pure damage on Monkeyer. Decides to put the Endurance Matrix on Axodon instead of Nano Sequencer. Endurance Matrix is going to give you that flat 80 physical and energy resist. Does that because right off the bat, his Axodon is being attacked by 2 units. That's what happened last in the last turn. This turn, fortunately, he kills both the Riptrus and Monkey are super fast right off the bat, so doesn't even have to worry about it on the Axodon. Nano Sequencer actually would have been better in this turn, but I understand why he did it. Makes sense. And doesn't matter anyways. And with that, Soda loses the first game, and Alniet takes it with his Tsunami deck.
Yeah, he simply did not have enough of it at start, and he would eventually be able to outscale the Gauntlet pretty easily, but the Gauntlet did too much damage early, and he could not counter that in time. Also, as the as the tanks came out, it was just over.
Yeah, you just can't get through any of these frontline units on the side of Alniet. Just didn't have the damage. So much tankiness, and like some of those air units were just dodging way. I don't know. Just did not feel good for Soda. I think he probably should have moved his units around a little bit more, but also this team comp doesn't feel good into what Alniet's playing with that common Tsunami deck. Well, sorry to be outside, but I have just my MetaMask. Pod, I would ask in the official Illuvium Discord because I am not sure, to be honest with you. I'm pretty sure it'll just be sent to the MetaMask that's connected to your Illuvium account, but I could be wrong, and I would hate to be wrong and give you incorrect information. So be sure if you have questions like that to ask someone in the official Illuvium Discord. Good job with the tournaments. Keep it going. Sure will, Morningstar, Mr. Duck. Appreciate you and thank you for being here. And I say it every 10 minutes and I'll keep saying it. If you're enjoying the stream, make sure you like it and go ahead and share it on all different social media platforms so that we can get the name of Illuvium out there and the name of Illuvium Inferno to as many people as possible, so we can spread the love and joy of Illuvium to as many people as we can. Now we are back into the game. So to going for Vapor Wave or Warp Wave Assault and Vampiric Price. Playing the same exact team, which is interesting. I guess he thinks that he just could have played this deck better into the Tsunami. Unless Alniat's playing something else, I would be surprised if he won the first game and then changed decks out of nowhere. So they're going for double Mystic on turn 1 instead of the 2 Toxics. I've seen people do this before. I've never seen it win a turn 1, but hopefully I eat my words right here.
Yeah.
Gets the stun out on all 3, easy. Airgrok goes hyper, it's going to get a little bit more tinky. Man, what a turn one. Okay, so since he knew he wasn't going to win that turn one, let's see why he positioned the way he did and where he's trying to lead this team comp. Okay, looks like he might. I'm still not sure what he's doing. I'm thinking he's stacking up a lot of stuff on one side, and then he's going to put something on the other so he can redirect where the Ranger Gauntlet's Omega is going to be going. I'm honestly not sure. His Apon is in a really good spot to stun multiple targets every round, so that's good. Quick side note, the deer in Pal World looks almost exactly like a Dorius. It's a little sus, but nothing out of the new for Pal World.
Yeah, the new for Pal World.
They're pretty known for stealing just creatures, so it is what it is. Very fun game though, to be honest. So, fuck it.
Gonna get Inferno taken to court.
Hey, you know what? I didn't say they did steal the creature. I'm just saying it looks like they did, and allegedly they may have. That water Graco has to walk all the way across the United States. And Soda's getting some good heals here. It looks like Alniat is still just going to break through that front line. So why do you think Soda is placing his units like this? Because theoretically, right, the Ranger's just going to be shooting into all of them. Or am I wrong? Which is like, the way he sets it up right now, the Ranger's just going to be shooting into all of his units, and that AoE damage is going to be huge, no? What am I missing, chat?
Yeah, it doesn't look right.
Chat, what am I missing? I don't believe Soda's just playing like this for no reason. He has something going on. He's cooking something. It might not be edible, but I know he has something. Those lights chosen Carbonite protocol. Lights chosen is the one that gives. Yeah, lights chosen is so good. I love using that augment. Carbonite feels really good too. You get 8-second. What is it? Invulnerable. Yes, 8-second invulnerable at the start for 25 mastery points instead of like 40 mastery points for 6-second invulnerable. Still confused on positioning.
Yeah, they've really clumped it up. They need to put one unit on the right, but maybe they're saving that for a future round. Although, wait, I just checked the health. Yeah, they're screwed.
That water Graco is, you see all of Alniet's units like moving a line, like a perfectly straight, orderly line at the beginning of each round because they have to walk all the way across the board.
These heals for Soda are good, but it's getting outmatched by the heals on Alunat's side, and they're just... one team has a gauntlet, one team has a staff, and we see one team has DPS and the other doesn't, right? It's very, very simple. Soda just doesn't have the damage here to take him on.
Yeah, I mean, too, again with the heals as well, it's like Alniat has tons of burst damage that is one-shotting, so the heals aren't really even doing anything. See, with the burst damage, the heals are coming out, but it's like it doesn't matter because all of Alniat's damage is one-shot abilities from that ranger.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a shame to go down like that, but the Ranger Gauntlet just too good here, and you really have to play carefully into it. It is what it is.
So it seems Soda just was kind of accepting defeat there because he said he picked the wrong deck and didn't feel like he could win with the deck that he had into Tsunami. He probably thought that they were going to switch out into something else. Yeah, that's fair. It is. That's the way the cookie crumbles sometimes. Just sucks.
Absolutely.
But great play to great try by Soda and Alniat. Moving on to the next, or well, I guess he's not moving on to the next round. It's still Swiss, eh? Just gets 4 points.
Yeah. It's actually 3 points. I double checked. So it's actually 1 point for each game in a series you win, and then 1 point for winning the series. Meaning that those who are losing 2-1 are actually going to be quite competitive in the overall standings, which is what I wanted to achieve.
Yep. Cool.
I want to put a lot of weight on the best of 3. That's just how I like to do it. If you guys disagree, then we can all have a discussion, but that's my preference at this time. We are going to see GM Phoenix take it out. We had 2 weird DQs here. They went way over 10 minutes timer and did not check in. And I didn't even see the message in the Discord or anything like that either. So very, very weird there, but it is what it is.
Yeah,
Let me just find the right chat. Yep. And then we've got quite a few 0-1s. No 1-1s yet. We got Arboots just wrapping up with a 2-0, which is really good to see. TF Tony coming up against Nikis. I think they've been playing their game. Hopefully. Said go at 10-11. Holy crap. Alright, they were crazy delayed. They'll probably get auto tied. After a certain amount of time, it's an automatic tie.
Oof.
Because we just cannot be delaying this, and you'll just have to deal with that.
Yeah.
If
it is what it is, but when you have to manage with that many people, it's just how it goes.
Yeah, absolutely. Gypsy getting a buy. I believe a buy is 2 points. Or maybe... No, I think a buy is 3 points. I can't remember. We'll see. Yeah, Smartass is going to be able to take out Never Lucky, going 4 straight sets, I believe. Look at the standing. It's a good chance. GM Phoenix is going to be up here. Smartass is going to join him in just a minute. So we'll probably take one of these games out here. I'm looking at Patat for the next game. Let's see how he's currently going. Can't find him because I'm blind. Is that him here, Gang Gang? No, that's not it. I'm crazy. Oh, he's up here against Half Blue. He's currently 1-0. Half Blue is a very good player, so I'll definitely shoot Patat a message. Let's see how he's going for round 3.
Yep, Zod and Nefer is a really interesting matchup too. Both are really good players. While we are just waiting for a little bit here, I would like to remind you guys, it's that time again. You know what I'm about to ask you. Please, if you have not already, make sure you like the stream. Go ahead and share it on all of your social media so we can push Illuvium Inferno and Illuvium in general to as many people as possible. And we appreciate you guys. Thanks again for hanging out with us. It's always a really good time. We come here every single week. We're streaming. We always see some of the same faces and the same friends here every single week, and it really is a party. Honestly, I'm exaggerating a little bit, but honestly, it's really fun seeing everybody come in here week in and week out and competing and just having fun. So appreciate you guys, and thank you to everyone who's competing. It is very much appreciated.
Let's take a look at some reviews from some previous games while we wait. You can see this one here, Patat going up against Leomane, unironically Patat appearing, and we can see the bird with a really good angle against the Furiox here. That was another big change that happened to the bird that I did not expect. The width of the beak got reduced, I think, by over half.
I think that's going to be a bigger change than people are expecting. I think Omega Power Bird is going to be a lot weaker going into the future, and setting up positioning on Bird is now even more important. It's going to be even trickier in those mirror matches.
To be completely honest, the bird's beak always felt really weird. It always felt like it didn't work quite properly. And so I think this is going to make it a lot more accurate. That being said, it might actually nerf Phosphorus a little bit too much with this change. I think definitely reduce the width of the beak, but maybe they overshot it.
Maybe. It did feel a little weird that his Omega was that strong and his auto attacks were that strong and he had that much survivability. Like, he was a all-in-one kind of unit. As much as I love Phosphorus, his design is just absolutely incredible. The closest thing we have to a dinosaur, which is a shame. But yeah, Phosphorus, I don't know. We'll have to see.
I mean, Ramfire is a pterodactyl.
Don't start. You're saying that to piss me off. I know you are.
A pterodactyl's a dinosaur, isn't it?
No.
What do you mean, no?
No, they're just reptiles.
Are they actually? Because I don't know this.
Yes.
This is news to me.
Dinosaurs would be like theropods, sauropods, which is like T-Rex things, and then... Never mind. It doesn't... We're not here to listen to my...
No, I want to hear this. This is good content. Tell me.
So, there's like the T-Rex versions of dinosaurs, which are like theropods. You have like Allosaurus, T-Rex. You have like Velociraptor. You have the raptors in there as well. And then you have sauropods, which are like the long neck dinosaurs like Brachiosaurus, Diplodocus, Argentinosaurus. And then you have like Triceratops. I can't remember what their phylum is called or whatever, but the Ceratopsians, I guess. You got Triceratops, you have Styracosaurus, and Protoceratops. You got that group. And then the pterosaurs are actually not even dinosaurs. They're just like flying reptiles. So I don't really remember why that is. I think just the way the family tree works is they're not connected to them. But yeah, there's your dinosaur information for the day. I hope you guys liked that.
I love my dino. I'm trying to think of a really good alliteration, but I can't think of anything good. Do you think Scion is going to be good going into the patch? We saw Scion get a really big nerf across the board, and I never thought it was... I mean, I thought Fleesh, spamming Fleesh was particularly good. I think the Lynxes are particularly good, but I never thought Scion overall was particularly OP, if you know what I mean.
I know what you mean. Like, you're never going to be playing just 3 Scion. You want all of them in there. I don't know. We'll have to see. There's so many like things up in the air, and it's hard for me. It's hard for my brain to like register because so many things get nerfed, and then these things that are in theory in a more normal state, like their numbers are more normal. It's hard to think of like how that's actually going to interact with the game, if that makes sense. So for me, it's harder to tell.
And the big pterodactyl dinosaur, his Omega got shrunk a little bit.
Yeah, that's interesting. It's really cool that the dinosaur pterodactyls Omega got shrunk. That is a really cool change, though. I like that. I think. Yeah,
it didn't shrink by much, but I think it's smart that it needs to shrink by at least a little bit. So I like that change, and I don't want to see it shrink anymore.
Yeah. I actually think just a little bit is where it needed to be, because it was at 50, which pretty much took up half the board, and depending on where you place your Rampire, you could pretty much hit everything on your enemy's side.
Oh, for sure.
So now there's going to be just a little bit more room to where you can wedge this or that unit into where it's not going to be getting hit by the Omega reliably, depending on how your opponent plays it. But
now
be fine.
Placing Ramfire dead center is good, but it's not going to be as valuable as placing it slightly left or slightly right and outplaying your opponent in that way.
I think we're still going to be seeing a lot of people playing middle, but as you said, yeah, if you can predict how your opponent's going to play, that's going to be more beneficial for you. For Ramfire, that's how I see it. But
I think what's also interesting is we did not see Enchanter actually get nerfed. We got everything around Enchanter get nerfed, but I don't think Enchanter got changed at all, did it?
No, I don't think so. Let me check real quick.
Or did it get switched to every 2 Omegas? Was that Enchanter
Okay,
or was that
it
something
did.
else?
The pure damage radius moved from 18 hexes to 16.
Right.
And then the shields were decreased on all of them.
I don't think that's going to have that big of a difference. I think it's the pure damage on the Enchanter that's having the most impact in mid-game. But the reduction in shields is definitely going to help where it's stacking with Mystic is just so strong.
Yeah, that'll be a little bit worse for the Berserker combination for Mystic Berserker because you're going to be able to get that shield off a little bit faster. But I mean, it's 110 to 100 shield, so it's not huge. It's not this massive nerf. I said it's going to be worse for Berserkers. That's Mystic. Mystic's shields have been decreased by a pretty substantial amount. It's like 2 Mystic, 250 to 200, 3 Mystic, 350 to 300, 4, 450 to 400. So that will be actually not a huge difference, but it's going to make it. You're going to feel it, I guess is the way I should say it. Zaylith in chat says when you go to play again, then you lose versus freaking Enchanter and you almost puke again. Hey, it is what it is. That's how it goes. Kirito with the dinosaur emoji spam. You love to see it.
Dinosaur chat is what the people come here for. Let's
True,
go back to some old games. I think we're going to be waiting a little while because it looks like TF Tony and Nicky's are really behind for some reason, but it's probably going to auto tie at some point. I've got auto tie set for 45 minutes, but I have no idea when the round actually started, to be honest. God.
You see there with that bird just living last second. He would have got one more shot off on that bird. Loella would have been toasted.
Toasted?
Toasted.
Absolutely love to see it.
Toasted in the bathtub.
I really don't like this format where we gotta wait. It's starting to drive me mental.
Yeah, I think if we do it again, we'll get it down.
We'll have to just stream Top Cut. I don't think it's gonna work this way ever, to be honest.
Fair enough.
There's no other way to do it because the round has to finish before the next round starts. And you don't want to you don't want to go and tell people you've got to watch Discord while you're playing because if it distracts them from playing the game, then that feels really bad, you know?
Yeah. Oh, Elo, coming on
We've
top.
We've got Batat ready to go for the next game.
Okay. And this is Patat versus who?
We don't know yet until the round starts. That's the thing.
Oh, okay. RIP, my bad. Where's some more topics to talk about for 5 hours straight? I don't know. This was a crazy interesting play, actually. I remember this one specifically because we really thought that Zod was just going to take it on this round. And Hetbon Hey goes ahead and... Wait, he won 5 in a row? Oh, yeah. Yeah, we really thought he was going to take it this round, but he puts in the ram fire and just bursts down Zod's phosphorus. This was a really cool play. And I didn't think it was going to work, but it was important to note that he put the sharp start on there so he could break through the phosphorus resistances on top of all of that. Because usually you play the health and energy regen augment and then also put in a survival protocol so your Ramfire can get his Omega off before he dies, but Hetball and Hay playing it a little risky there and allowing it to pull off. It also switches into this weird enchanter version that has 5 earth, and Zod was just not able to do anything against it. It felt like that 5 earth just completely countered the phosphorus.
Oh, earth is so much fun. And I think
Yep.
there's a legendary augment that removes grit. I don't think there are any normal augments that actually remove grit from your opponent. Now, 3 earth is kind of average, and 5 earth is really where you need it to be to get the full benefits of that. But at the same time, it's kind of hard to play around unless you're already built with Omegas in mind.
Here we have Tim Armstrong versus Mr. Illumination. Illumination was playing a heavy tsunami-inspired deck last tournament. Also played some kind of weird comp where he had like 3 air and 3 fire mixed with tsunami enchanter, which didn't perform as well for him. Moved back to the tsunami, and I believe he moved on to the next round and didn't play that style of deck again. But Illumination, really good YouTuber. If you want to learn how to play the game, you should definitely give him a follow. Caveman in here playing with the Vermilion. Kind of lost a little bit of respect for him. I forgot he even did this. Really gross.
I love
you should feel
Vermilion.
ashamed.
Vermilion is always fun. It's not even impossible to kill. I've used Monkey with True Sight Augment and just like shredded Vermilion in insta-1 games. Like it's easy to play around. It's just good. It's just
See,
good
I just
strategy.
I don't like aspects of games where you're forced to take this or that just to beat it. Like if you insta lose just because you don't have this or that augment, that's not good balancing in my opinion.
No, I mean you don't insta lose.
That's why
You just got to
hate
make sure your entire team isn't aggroing it at the start of the game, which isn't that hard.
I disagree, but I mean, if you have the clumsy augment, you're fine. But still,
Plus,
I
like
just don't like that idea.
half the teams nowadays have ways to reduce healing as well. There's a lot of stuff the teams already have to deal with it, and then there's all the legendary augments as well, and you can use them to your advantage. It's not impossible to defeat.
I still hate it.
The fact
I will
that
never
the
like it.
Resistance reduction augment doesn't work properly does impact a lot of this. It's quite unfortunate.
Yep. Really good lineup from Loello there. Hitting a Ranger and Furiox with his Phosphorus ultimate. Half Blue playing into Whitey, falling to him. I can't remember which Inferno that was, but Whitey took first place that tournament, if I remember correctly. I wonder when they're going to fix the visual glitch from Ranger Gauntlet as well to hitting just the first target that's in front of it. Sheesh.
I'm going to actually drop the DQ timer to 5 minutes.
Yep.
I'm starting to get a feel for how these Swiss rounds are playing out in terms of timing and everything, and I think that's the right call. I'll make an announcement.
The classic fighter meta, that was fun. Fighter comps, when they were good, that one fighter comp with 7 fighters was just so stupid. You had 0 agency in how you played it, pretty much.
And as you learned, fighter comp not that good. Remember last week?
This fucking guy, dude. I don't know what you're talking about.
It updates between rounds. Maybe it doesn't update between rounds for the public, smartass. I'm really not sure. But we can have a look at it right now. So we can see right now. Oh, what happened to smartass? He was at the top before. Your score hasn't updated. What the hell? These scores have updated. Maybe it's just super buggy. Look, because it doesn't even say he's first, because smartass is supposed to be up there, or he was before. I remember seeing it. And so now he's... Now we got 2nd, 3rd, 5th, 6th, and 8th. It's just like crazy bugged out.
Weird.
That's so funny. Yeah, I really don't know what that's about, but yeah, very weird. So I guess you're right. Oh, that's funny. Let's just double check your score is right, so that I'm not going crazy. Yeah, 2-0.
And how many rounds of Swiss did you say we have?
6.
Okay.
What does restore placements do? Alright, not for... It's not for now.
And is there any way to decrease the time between rounds, or is that just because of the...
Everyone needs to finish their game, but I've tightened it a little bit, and so it's a little bit less forgiving now. Should be a bit improved for the next one. But Tony and Nikis are gonna tie up in about 10 minutes. Get an auto tie, and then we'll move on to round 3.
All good, all good.
I wonder if there's a way we can see how long each game took. Ooh, completed 10:18, completed 10:13. Most people around that time frame. Most people for about the 40-minute mark. But that seems a bit harsh. It's currently 45. Should be okay. Should be okay. So where have you been? You haven't been around much. Discord, messages, otherwise. Where have you been? What's been happening for Jimbo?
I've been very busy taking care of some of the stuff. Actually, I'll tell you afterwards. But yeah, nothing too serious, but just been taking care of some stuff. With work specifically, we're working on some new systems. So I've been trying to learn some of that, and I've been working in the afternoon more. But should be good now. We have all of that taken care of, so free time should be good again.
What did you think of the Aaron AMA? I heard it was awesome.
I wasn't actually able to listen to it. Well, who did that?
Who did that?
Yeah.
Yes.
You or TSG?
Me.
Oh, okay. You heard it was really good. Why didn't you just say the AMA I did with Aaron was really good?
Because I'm a tool like that.
It's fucking good.
You know what?
Oh, it was yesterday.
Yeah.
All right. Well, if you have not seen that, go ahead and check that out after the stream.
Absolutely.
I hear it was really good. That's what I'm being told.
Yeah, I really want to play more Magma teams. I'm looking forward to getting Scoriox out again.
Worthless unit.
Wow. Yeah, it's pretty bad.
It's fun to use though.
It certainly is. Certainly is. Yeah, they did not need the 45 minutes to finish their game. A Rip Lancer. I think 45 minutes is a good timer. And now we're gonna wait 5 minutes for Tony and Nicky's. Unless they manage to go 2-0 and actually manage to sneak it in. I mean, it's possible.
Oh. Billy Montbrand says, hope this don't crash again. What doesn't crash again? I'm confused. Maybe the game from last week, the finals. That was unfortunate. Headbone Hay crashing as well was really unfortunate. It looked like he was about to
I know, right?
cook. It is what it is. Again, be sure to like the stream, share it on all social medias. Really helps it push through the algorithm and get more views, more eyes on the Illuvium Inferno and Illuvium in general. So appreciate you guys and appreciate you guys helping us out with that when you can. Thank you. And thanks for hanging out with us again.
Already got a game ready for round 3. Look forward to it. What's crazy is the other day I was messing around with it and I saw that you can do projected wins on StartGG based on seeding and stuff like that. It will actually try and guess who's going to win what matches and what the outcome's going to be. It's really weird.
Yeah, that sounds weird, but
it just uses the seeding. Work? I think it just puts like the top seed through to the end, but kind of figures out who's like the top 10. Nothing fancy, but pretty funny.
Yeah. Weird.
Part of me wants to see if this auto tie thing actually works.
Slap it out. Do we have any update on the status of their best of series?
It's 1-0 to Tony at the moment, and they started their second game 10 minutes ago. Yeah, 10 minutes ago, and they've got about 3 minutes until it auto boots it, or supposedly supposed to auto boot it. So we'll see.
And it's all good, but like in the future, guys, if you're competing and you're listening to this, let's try to be aware of the amount of time that we're spending.
Oh, I got places to be. If this goes too long, I'm just going to cut the stream.
Oh, fuck, dude. But yes, guys, please, let's try to be aware of how much time we're spending setting up. Oh man, so like, should we just turn this into a podcast between matches? Is that what we should do? Because I mean, what else is there to talk about?
Don't know. Did my herpes clear up yet? Billy, I don't know how you found out about that, but no, I never had herpes.
Okay, I almost said that reminds me, but that's never mind. Let me not even bring up what I was going to say. When I first got into the video ninja, can I share this? Scoriax is talking to. Never mind. I don't want to go there. He was being very cute with his significant other, is what I'll say.
When was I being
legitimately
cute? What happened?
Huh?
What did I do?
You were talking to your girlfriend, and you guys were just interacting in a very cute way. It was
oh yeah, I didn't mute myself fast enough.
I came in, I didn't say anything, and I actually recorded.
No, don't play that.
No, I'm not gonna do anything with it, but I just think it's funny.
You can send it to TSG. I think you'll get a kick out of it.
Yeah, I'll send it to TSG. Good times though. You guys will never see that, but it was very cute and wholesome.
Okay, game 2 has been reported. I don't know what the report was though. It doesn't like tell me. And Tony verified it. They went to 1-1.
No.
It's even funnier. It's even funnier. Okay, it should get auto-tied in 20 minutes.
20 minutes? Bro, I hope it doesn't take them 20 minutes to play one match.
No, it's gonna get auto-tied. It doesn't matter.
I'm not trying to be cranky or rude, by the way. I just this is what it is.
Alright, did it work?
Everyone's... Again, everybody's all good with me. Let's just try to be aware of the amount of time we're spending doing things.
It hasn't done anything. Why didn't it auto-tie? God, that's so annoying. That's okay, I'm gonna do it myself.
Billy Montbriand says, you guys know this game is going to be the biggest thing in gaming when it comes out. Sure, I hope so. I mean, there's no guarantees though, so not financial advice here. If you're scared, go to church. Don't buy the token. But yeah, I think this game will be pretty big as long as we come out, as long as we release in a decent amount of time from now, but you can never be too sure, so I'm not going to push buying tokens or anything on anyone. Can't be asked. 20 minutes. Just stop it. 20 seconds you meant patats. Guys,
I don't know how to tie them, smartass. I'm trying.
We're trying to figure it out. Don't worry.
Oh, wait. I think it's going to do it in 3 seconds.
I'm a bronze ranked player and I'm very impressed by this gameplay. Nice, man. I'm glad to hear it. I hope you're having a good time and I hope you enjoy watching the stream.
It said it was going to do it.
Yeah,
why didn't it auto-tie them?
I don't know. Keep trying to work it out and I'm going to continue my podcast.
Alright, continue the podcast.
I'm just playing. But promising isn't... Alright, smartass, let's relax. Yeah, game is very promising. Yeah, I think, obviously, like we wouldn't all be here if we didn't believe in the project. I think the foundation of this game is absolutely incredible. I mean, it's just... It has the potential to, for me, personally, to be so much better than TFT. We just have to, you know, do the right things and realize that potential. And that's obviously the hardest part, right? So we have a great game. We have a great foundation to build upon. We just need to make sure we get the right things in place and get the right updates in place. So I have a lot of hope. I think we're doing a lot of good stuff, but again, don't buy the token or buy NFTs just because I or anyone in chat said that. Do your own research. Have be a person with some agency and understanding of what you're putting your money into. That's the advice I would give. Who cares how long it takes as long as it's released the right way? The world does not know about it. It does matter when the game comes out because, well, for multiple reasons. Because we want the first mover advantage, which would be huge, which we're already kind of starting to lose. We need to be able to not run out of runway. So like, sure, we could raise more money, but that just makes it even harder to raise money the next time. But I see your point, and I agree with a lot of like the underlying points that you're trying to make there. It's just obviously the only issue with Illuvium right now is just we need to, you know, get to open beta. And some of the balancing and arena, obviously. But I think that goes without saying. And is obviously already being worked on, you know what I mean? So it's not a huge deal. Here's an example of the Centennial Resonance thing working properly. You know, you see how he has Atlas over on all the way over to the left, and Smartass has his Ranger all the way back right. So they're at 75% HP. His Ranger is going to get 35 Omega Power, and then 25% HP on the Atlas. He's going to get another 35 Omega Power. So that's like 70 Omega Power right off the bat as soon as your Atlas dies. It's pretty big.
What the hell are you talking about?
The clip. Oh shit! I just realized I'm watching stream, not the actual fucking. Sorry about that, guys. You guys have no idea what I was saying, so it doesn't matter. I'm wondering, what are legalities of distributing revenue through tokens in Australia? Are they bound by the white paper? Well, they're not located in Australia. They're located in Scoriox, help me.
What is Dubai?
Yeah, Dubai. Illuvium's located out of Dubai. The founders are in Australia, but Illuvium is in Dubai. IMX has nothing like this. Yeah, I agree. I think most blockchains have nothing even close to being as good as Illuvium right now, but that's not saying much because a lot of Web3 games are really bad. But I think Illuvium's a great game, right? So I'm not talking crap on Illuvium, I'm just talking crap on Web3 gaming as an industry, I guess. Though I think this year will be the year where a lot of Web3 games start to get a lot more interesting and a lot more fun. Starting with Illuvium, hopefully. Yeah, the Power World thing takes the bank out of Illuvium. I mean, they're very, 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 very different games. They're not even slightly similar. It's kind of like, that's like, I see what you're saying, but comparing Power World to Illuvium is like comparing Power World to Pokemon. They're not even in the same genre. Sure, they're both creature collectors, but that's a very, very wide net you're casting when you call a game a creature collector. It all made sense to me, Jimbo, no worries. I don't even remember what I said, but hell yeah. You jumped off of cliffs while holding axes lately. No, I need to get on some testosterone first and lose some weight. Maybe then. That's a good clip. No one knows what we're talking about, though. There's a clip of a guy who's like shredded, ripped, and jumps off a mountain into a really icy lake. Looks like pretty cool.
Oh my god.
And we are into the next game. Nothing too out of the ordinary. Classic turn one. Patat with the Toxic Colossus, Loello with the Water Bulwarks. And is Loello's a Arcanite player, right? Is he playing an Arcanite team? Did you happen to see that?
I have no idea. I'm trying to sort some stuff on the back end. I think I broke a bunch of things.
No, it's all good. I was just wondering. Okay, and then Patat's going to put in both Berserkers here. Really, okay, he doesn't. He puts in Apon instead. Well, maybe he's still thinking. Yeah, puts in Rip Lance instead, decides against it. That's what I would have done. I don't think it really makes sense to put an Apon there. You get such a huge power spike from adding in that Rip Lance and Monkey Ear that, I don't know, it doesn't really make sense to me. Lolo putting his Terror Bird on the opposite side. Should have a good lineup here with his, I might just miss them. The way that Patat has his board angled, it's hard to see what's gonna happen with different angles on the Omegas. Gets the ult off on his Carlox, which is gonna keep him alive just long enough to take out that Phosphorus. And there you have it. Patat winning first round, which not a surprise, obvious. Carlox super strong, and then Berserkers set up in a really good way to Just barely edge out that phosphorus.
Why is the DQ timer not working properly? I just don't get it. I'll give them 8 minutes, then I'm going to start DQing everyone.
That was weird. Patat used the glitch where he sold his Cardilox and put it back in so he could rebond, but he was already bonded to the Cardilox. So I don't really know what he was doing there. Maybe chat knows, enlighten me if you have any idea. Now he's going to go ahead and start putting in his earth units so he can get the extra grit and resolve to take on that Terror Bird. Gets the Bulwark Cardillo in, so now he has 3 Bulwark, 2 Colossus, 2 Berserker. Yeah, that's going to be a decently strong board. Especially with those earth on the outside, just keeping the phosphorus even more occupied. Loelo putting in the Lilura on top of his Berserkers, that's pretty much always the play when you're playing this matchup. It feels really good, but sometimes it just feels like Riplance and Monkey are too fast and they walk up to the front line too quickly to get bothered by the Lilura. This time placed just right to where it can drag the aggro from both of them. And that Furiox is just melting with the AoE damage. That's disgusting. And they don't have enough to break through the phosphorus. Oh, they will get him. So that's going to be a lot less damage from Patat being taken. He'll feel pretty good about that. Bloom Augment. That is going to be pretty big. He can get 4 Bloom on low elo side. Decides to only put 1 token into the Bloom affinity chip. Yeah, I figured low elo would take that. I mean, it's a substantial difference. Not huge, but like instead of 225 max health, 15 Omega power, 20 health regen, with the 4 Bloom you're going to be getting 300 max health, 20 Omega power, and 25 health regen. And that's every 9 seconds.
If RV cracks $1,000, are you and Scoriox going to do a celebratory hot tub stream? Bubbles, snorkels, flippers, and the works. Bubbles, snorkels sounds hilarious. I mean, yeah, but Jimbo's got to fly down to Oz.
I mean, I'll have the money if it hits $1,000. You know what I mean?
I know exactly what you mean.
Crystal also said she would fly me out too, so I mean, maybe we'll just hang out one day. You never know. Do a IRL Illuvium Inferno stream. That would be fun. Loilo goes ahead and puts in his Pangolin stage 1. Puts the Bloom on that. That's the one I like to put Bloom on too. It gives you a lot more tankiness from the max health and health regen. I think it's a bit of a waste to put it on Furiox because you really want to put pure damage and attack speed on top of him. But putting it on Flare is going to make him tanky and just buff up the rest of the balloon. So no problem there. And here we go, the classic Phosphorus 1v5. Does get stunned, but that Furiox is a machine gun right now. Low elo takes the turn 4. Playing it super standard too. I mean, low elo has been playing this Arcanite build for the longest time, and it's like slight tweaks and changes can completely win you around, and it seems like he has that down. Really fun to watch him play this build and pilot it. Upgrades to the big ranger gauntlet. That's gonna feel really, holy, no one heard that. That's gonna feel really, really good.
No one heard
Adds the
what?
arcane sash on for extra omega power as well. A little bit of extra tankiness too. Never hurt anybody. You need to look at market cap value of LV, not price. It was almost at same market cap value at price of 100 recently that it was last bull run at 1K. True. Not financial advice. We don't give it financial advice. This is an esports tournament.
We would never.
I would never. That's for dang sure. I don't think anybody wants to listen to my financial advice anyways. if they're any amount of smart, they don't. Loilo plays that double pure damage augment on his Furiox every time. I think into this team it's actually not as good. Well, I guess because he has the Earth and Bulwark. But man, it actually is the right move.
I love how much Apon just destroys Lalura so easily. Like, you see Lalura jump to the back here on Apon, and between all the shields, healing, and otherwise, Lalura is literally eliminated from the entire game. Now, Apon's attacking Lalura, but its biggest benefit's actually the Mystic synergy and not damage output or anything else. And so, It's a big value swing to the favor of Patat here.
Yeah, really great plays from him. And that big Ranger Gauntlet just exponentially increased the amount of damage he was able to output. Now the question is, how does Low Elo respond to that last round? So I have to make some slight adjustments on how he wants to have the positioning on his berserkers and backline. Sells Apon, puts in Adorius. Okay, that makes sense. Just a bit of an upgrade. You're going to get more out of Adorius, and it's probably going to do the same amount since you're not even getting the stuns off on Apon onto any valuable targets anyways. So you might as well just take the really good healing. Low Elo moves over his entire team, what I would have done, so I don't hate that play at all. Lura getting a ton of value out of his Omega there. Stuns basically the entire backline of Loilo. Or of Patat, sorry. His Phosphorus is getting crowd controlled too much. But it looks okay, he'll get through there though. Now Furiox is onto the Adorius, and it looks like Loilo will take this. Harry Larry McNary says if it hits $1,000, I'll buy you a mansion with a hot tub for the stream. Hey, I'll take it, bro. If that happens, I'll take your mansion. Appreciate that, big dog. Okay, so has nano sequencer on his Rip Lance. That'll allow it to scale up throughout the fight. Adds attack speed, pure damage onto Monkey Air. It's going to allow it to get it more out of Berserker, more out of Mystic, more out of its passive. I guess technically they call it its Omega, but it's a passive because Monkey Air doesn't have an Omega. He put survival protocol on the card alone. It doesn't look like that's even going to affect the match. Or it will, but he wanted it over onto the right. Not that it will make a huge outcome on this board, I don't think. That Therax is just shredding through units. Man. Yep. And low elo takes the first game. It seems like no matter how many times people try to make counters to this Phosphorus team comp, if you get a really good player who knows how to pilot the ins and outs of Phosphorus comps no matter what, they can still do decent.
Well, if the game lasts too long, Phosphorus can beat quite literally anything. I mean, for the most part. Maybe Earth, maybe not. But if it eliminates even the slightest hint of just like defenses and things like that, or slows down your team a little bit, Phosphorus will cut through them pretty quickly. The prize money comes from Illuvium, Grid Brown TV. It's why we have the little sponsored by Illuvium thing down in that corner. Alright, so I DQ'd a ton of players. We're into round 3, full swing now.
Okay.
It's real messy.
Then Billy Montbrand does how far you move your Illuvial factor into the cost? No. There's a flat cost. If you want to sell it or move it, it'll be the same.
Let's look at some reviews while I talk to the support team at StartGG.
Yep, all good. And sorry, we're having some issues which are surprisingly, or not surprisingly, sorry, but we're having some technical issues that are just not on our end. It's on the, surprisingly, I guess it is on the end of start.gg, the website we use to host these tournaments. So that website's having some issues. We're trying to work through that. It shouldn't be too big of a deal, but we'll see if we can't get that fixed for you guys. But yeah, if ILV ever gets to $1,000, I'll be feeling really, really good. But that's probably pretty unlikely with just the way the tokenomics work. I'm sure. Not financial advice. I think we'll have some good gains, so we'll have to see, but it all depends. I'm a little bit more concerned with the game being fun, I'll be honest. I love making money, but I would rather have a fun game to play. So making sure we ensure the survivability of Illuvium would be more important to me over making a ton of money from some like pump and dump bull run. I mean, I'm here hosting a tournament, an esports tournament with Scoriox. I'm sure it's pretty obvious I don't care about token price. All right, and we're into the next game, and okay, so it looks like they went through turn 1 already. I'm sure we weren't missing much, considering 3 Bulwark Water, 2 Classic, 2 Toxic. Put in Berserker now, and I would be surprised if we didn't have a very similar outcome. A tech that we've been seeing a lot of people do with the Cardelox opening is people will open with just the shield and Cardelox, and you have, I think, around 20 or 30 gold left, depending on what shield you use. People will put on that nano sequencer, the cheap nano sequencer, onto Cardelox, so you can scale, and then you can sell it later. And you can, when you sell it, if you use the certain glitch that allows you to bond to, it allows you to get a bond off for free. You can actually sell the augment back for the original price, and you don't lose any gold. So If anyone was wondering, yeah, go ahead and use that bug. It's completely fair game. There you go. Patat switches it out. Now he has extra gold to use that he doesn't have to waste on that 20 mastery point nano sequencer. And again, that's completely fair game. Okay, he's gonna go ahead and put Apon and Earth Rocko in. No, he decides to just go for 3 Bulwark instead. I think that's a safer call. 3 Bulwark and puts in the Earth Rocko on top of it. Gets a 3 Earth. And this version of the mud comp is really, really good into phosphorus because you use the stage 2 monkeys instead of stage 3. So instead of having mud, you have earth. So you're getting the earth bonuses instead of just having the affinity dominance, having earth so that you can get hyper onto phosphorus. You can also having them just as the stage 2 with the earth affinity only, no mud, allows them to not only get hyper into phosphorus depending on which phosphorus it is, but also you get the resistances from earth. You get the full bonus from earth instead of just getting a little bit of it if you were to have mud. Also, probably not even possible to get a good earth bonus if you're playing the classic mud comp. Will the leaderboard rewards be shared evenly in the top 1,000? I'm not sure, to be honest with you. I don't. You mean like the ILV that they give? If that's your question, then no. Like your ranking will. If you're ranked higher, you'll get paid more ILV. Sorry, I can barely talk today. I guess. Yep, depends on your ranking. Last 500 gets 0.09 ILV. Yeah, there's a graphic somewhere. I'll try to find it between games and I'll let you guys know. Patat up 3 turns in a row. It's going to feel pretty good for him. Last series he lost turn 2 from a weird placement of his berserkers, but was able to fix it up for this game. Decides to putting Geyser here and move over his monkey air. Interesting choice. I don't know if I like that though, because now the AoE damage from his Furiox, from what I'm looking at, is just going to hit him, but maybe he's probably predicting Loilo to switch sides. So if that happens, then he should continue to win. If Loilo stays where he's at, I don't think it looks good because the AoE damage from Furiox hitting that Earth Stoic Links is going to be hitting the Berserkers. So let's see if it works out that way or if he's good to go. Okay, now the Furiox is on both of his carries. Yep, and they're down. He doesn't have the upgraded gauntlet yet, so he's not going to be able to do enough damage to take out anything here. So, yep, it looks like Loilo will take this turn. Tot sells the Cartolo. Oh no, he doesn't. He just puts it in the back and the place where that was. Sorry about that. Let's see how he decides to continue this. It's weird though, right? Because you can't put any of the rogues to kill the ranger and then to move on to Furiax, because the way the phosphorus is set up, it has to walk around the fire Graco, and within that time it just won't get to the front line. It'll aggro onto the rogues before then, so you can't put it in rogues or anything. It's a tough call. Put survival protocol on Earth Stoic links, not a bad choice. Moves his Lallura over on top of the Berserkers. He should get a lot of value out of this first Omega and stun from Lallura. Oh, it died. It doesn't die. Okay. So he gets it onto Kakaraf, the Ranger, and Apon. He does have the upgraded Ranger Gauntlet now as well, so he should be able to burst down that Phosphorus. Yep, and he will take this round.
Oof. What did I miss?
And he takes the game. Patat just playing the comp a little bit better. Playing around some mind games with low elo. Low elo didn't switch over on the board. I think Patat kind of predicted that he would. Didn't work out for him, but he still won the game. And yeah, just a nice, pretty much clean sweep. Lost one turn, but it felt like Patat was in control the entire game.
Yeah, I don't know why some players are not receiving the notification for the next game and stuff, but yeah, so we're going to be caught a little bit behind this round unless we get two zeros come up, but it looks like they both started that game at least. Yeah, one of those days. What can I say?
Tis what it is. But yeah, now we have to think, does the low elo change out into a different deck? Because he lost to Patat in the second round with it, or in the second game of the series with it. For me, I would just run it back. Screw it, you won one. You think you made a few mistakes instead of just this comp being better. Actually, if I was low elo, I'd probably switch out because I don't like the earth that Patat has in that deck. I'd probably switch out into a different deck, but we'll see how he responds. I doubt he will. Low elo is a very comfortable on Arcanite, dare I say even a one trick. I don't think I've seen him play different comps before, but I could just be completely wrong on that. I'm not sure. But Patat is going to choose to play the same exact comp again, and so will low elo. We are back into the game. Augments here. Inevitable Ruin would be good, but the problem is that these augments that reduce grit and physical resistance, they only reduce the grit and physical resistance of like the base resistances. Added on top like bulwark and stuff, it doesn't affect those whatsoever, so not super strong. But once those changes come in, augments like that will have a lot more use.
I'm eager to see it.
All right, in this first round, we again, we're not going to see anything out of the ordinary. Just going to be Patat doing his double toxic, double colossus, and then he's going to put in the 20 cost nano sequencer on top of his Cardilox. I'm surprised to see low elo even playing anything turn one. I guess he doesn't switch up the way he moves his bulwarks, but still, it would be nice to have nothing on this turn one. So even if it's just a little to think about for Patat. It's still better than nothing, because there's no possible way for you to win this first round. You might as well add a little layer of mystery to how you want to play the later stages of the game. Again, Patat really like thinking about putting in that A pawn on turn 2 for some reason. I wonder when that would be good or why he would ever do that. We're going to see the same thing out of low elo again. He's going to be putting in his phosphorus. I'm assuming on that same side, on that right side, and Patat putting in both berserkers with his ranger back there to take some, to taunt, you know, so they don't take damage right away. Okay, puts his phosphorus on the left side of the board. Shouldn't make a difference. Yep, and now the berserkers are going to move on to phosphorus, which is pretty much worst case scenario for this turn too. There's almost never a situation where you want your carry to be getting attacked by the enemy's carry. And your carry not attacking back. That's obviously not good. Hard to predict for low elo there, so I'm not like flaming or anything, just is what it is. In this turn, Patat's going to use the bug to take off that nano sequencer and get some gold back. Now puts in the 2 earth bulwarks and Caradulo, I guess it's called.
I have been seeing more of the double bull. I don't get it.
Yeah, just extra tankiness, I guess, and the toxic stacks are really, really big as well. And it doesn't seem like it's big because it's not really something you can see, but it makes a huge difference. It's kind of similar vibe of people using a Fisto in like the stage 1 and 2 just so you can get more shocks off.
Yeah, I get that.
Patat getting a clean sweep so far. This turn 4 in last game was the turn that he lost. This will be a stronger turn for the Arcanite team, especially if he can place that Lilura properly.
Alicia's life smart ass. What are you on about? So how did Patat beat him last time? Oh, he didn't. Oh, he did. He beat him the round before. So how do you beat the Phosphorus here with the Enchanter Berserker?
The burst damage from the 70 cost gauntlet really helps, but this round he can only use the 10 mastery point one, which I think he'll probably lose here and then win the next round. Why did you give that guy a frowny face?
When I give who a frowny face?
You said you should shave your head or whatever, and you just give him the frowny face.
Oh. I don't want to shave my head. Not yet. One day. I'll go bald eventually. Like Jimbo.
Does your dad still have hair?
No.
Damn, it's coming.
Well, he has
you might as well just shave it right now.
He doesn't have hair on the top.
Yeah, when all of it moved to his back. I feel it.
No, it's like around the sides and stuff. He has like one of those classic Italian balding patterns.
Oh shit, yeah, couldn't be me.
No, never.
It's crazy. Italian balding pattern, yeah, I don't know. Definitely couldn't be me.
I'll have the same thing in a few years. Good times.
You just take finasteride, you'll be alright.
I don't know what that is, but I'm going to take it.
Keeps you from losing your hair, by the way. Anybody losing their hair, take finasteride. There could be bad side effects, though, so talk to your doctor.
Maybe cases of diarrhea.
Yeah, extra diarrhea.
Yeah.
Okay, he does win this turn, though. Maybe he does have the upgrade? No, he doesn't.
He doesn't, but the tanks, the phosphorus just couldn't break through it. Oh, 3 Bulwark and 2 Colossus on top of it, stacking on top of each other is good. Oh, there's no 2 Colossus anymore.
Oh, he doesn't have pure damage on his Furiox, so he wasn't doing as much damage to the Earth and Bulwark units.
Yeah, yeah.
Interesting. Alright. This smart ass guy is crazy. Anyways, we respect Zigzag Sock. Appreciate you showing up to the tournament and playing. I guess he put on Vampiric on his Phosphorus. I'm a big fan of Vampiric on Phosphorus. It feels almost unfair. In this situation, the double pure damage on Scoriax is going to be way much more valuable because you can cut through the front line, in my opinion, unless possibly there's something low elo's going for that I'm not expecting or I'm not thinking of. I think he's probably a lot better of a player than I am, but from my perspective, I'm not sure what the thought process behind not going for double pure damage is there. Moves over his units though. I like that play. I don't think it'll matter, but you know, you have to try something.
The Munkia and Replants both going on Phosphorus so early here is absolutely disastrous for Loella.
He does have the Furiox on them, but I don't think he's gonna. He will live. He will. He will. Yep, the Furiox AoE damage and in clutch.
Phosphorus goes down, but the bird's probably gonna drop soon.
Plus, he has the Ranger with the 70 MP Gauntlet. That's too much. Did I speak too soon? I don't know. He has the. Does he have armor on his Ranger? I can't tell. Low elo. No, not gonna.
Oh, the Lalura with Bloom is gonna make a big difference here.
Oh yeah, and he takes it.
Crazy round there. If I was Patat, I would be like smashing my keyboard right now.
Yeah, that's so annoying, dude. Sitting on low elo is sitting on 5 health right now, and it's 1-1 in this series. So if Patat can just win one game, he wins, or one turn, he wins this game, and wins the series. But he could just completely lose after being on full health the entire game, and low elo on 5. That would feel really bad. That would make me smash my computer. What's up, Miss Cristal? Miss Cristal has entered the building. Bit of a Illuvium celebrity. We'll love to see it. Puts nano sequencer on his Riplance, just give it a little bit of extra survivability. Survival protocol. Looking good. Has the Omni source on top of Tiktaalik. Let's see how this plays out. Loilo does have the 70 cost nature gauntlet now, so he's doing a lot of damage with his ranger too. Not going to be doing as much as the tsunami ranger, but still, like, he's going to hurt. Survival protocol really helping him take a lot of damage with that stoic earth links from the ranger. So it's going to be another very close one, but I think Loilo has it.
That Fariox is doing serious work with the stack pure damage. It really is. This next round might just decide it.
Yeah, he needs to think of a way of how to take out that Fariox, but is there anything he can even do is the question. Gives damage reduction on his Rip Lance. So that's going to be 35% damage reduction on Omega. Techno Leecher on top of Tiktaalik, so every time he casts, they're going to take away energy from the Loilo. Then goes for a Biogenetic Suppressor. Yeah, not really many different plays he can go for here, unless he wants to take a huge risk on putting some rogues back there, maybe taking out the ranger and then the Fariox, but that would be, I think that's just too risky just because of what I said earlier in the series where Phosphorus has to walk around, so if he puts rogues in that back right corner, it'll probably aggro onto the rogues, even if he puts the rogues in like middle, just barely middle left, so they walk over to Fariox, I think Phosphorus will still aggro there, so great placement from Loilo to protect himself from all different angles, but feels bad for Patat. I'm not sure how he wins this.
Ooh, double leecher on Atlas is really funny here. I don't know how impactful it's going to be, but he is able to take out both balls pretty easily. Monkey is going to go down.
Yeah, this was a tech I think he used in the last tournament to really good success as well.
His DPS was on the wrong side. He had to put the DPS on the left there. He was always going to lose with this setup. And it looks like Patat's going to go down. I don't know if this is enough damage to take it, if the ranger manages to take out the other ranger. No. Yeah, it looks like it probably is enough. And there we have it.
Man, Loilo coming back with 5 health. That is a tilter. That is an absolute tilter. Because, you know, if he would have just done this or that one thing a little bit better, he would have won, and that's what you're going to be thinking about, and you're going to be tilted for the rest of the day off that, unless, well, I would be. Patat's probably a little bit stronger willed than I am, but yeah, I would be very heated after that, and but it is what it is. What can you do? Loilo comes back with 5 health to take the series. Did Jimbo just say he would smash his computer? Oh, what? What do you mean, bro? I'm not even gonna read the rest of that because I'm not sure what you meant by that. Double Indomitable doesn't stack, for example. Yeah, true. Such an Illuvium celebrity. Zigzag Zoc with some banter. Smart ass back. Cool. Can we get an energy drink update, Jimberino? Shit. Yeah, I'll give you an energy drink update right after this next game. Let me just pull up DoorDash real quick. And then we'll get into the energy drinks, you know?
We'll take a look at some other games while we're waiting for the next round to kick off. Looks like we're not doing too bad. There's one game that's a little bit behind, but I'm hoping to actually get that on stream after game 1 ends, and we'll grab their game 2.
How's everybody enjoying themselves today, by the way? Let us know how you're enjoying the Inferno. And again, be sure to like the stream. Be sure to subscribe to Scoriox. And be sure to share this on all social media platforms so we can get Illuvium Inferno out to as many people as possible and get the name of Illuvium in general out to as many people as possible. And thanks for hanging out again, Crystal, S. Judd, Smartass, Mr. Zigzag Zuck. Appreciate all you guys. Loilo got a heart attack right there. Bro, you survived with 5 health, bro. If I was Patai, I would be so mad. Unlucky for Patai, but great play from both players. We always have the closest series, Patat says. Then give some good sportsmanship with the GG. Yeah, it was a very fun series to watch. You guys are doing great. Hang in there. Appreciate you, Mr. Billy Montbriand. But yeah, I am slacking a little bit. I need to get my energy drink grind on. So it is what it is. What can you do? Okay, let's be nice. Hey Scoriax, I sent your resume to a local company and I kind of made it all up, but no harm done, Crystal says. That's probably not legal.
I really want to see what the resume has on it. Is that not what your first thought is? I want to see this resume.
No, my first thought is, wow, that's probably illegal and this chick's probably crazy.
I really want to see what the resume is.
Yeah,
send it
sure
to me. I'll bring it up on stream.
It's Friday. We're all good. You're darn tootin' it is. Thank God.
Is that the image you sent me? Or is that for something else? Is that for the other thing?
What are you talking about? Are you talking to Crystal?
I'm not a VFX designer. Oh my God. I'm a lot of designers. VFX designer is like the one designer I'm not. Oh my God. We'd love to see it. That's what this is all about.
That's the most backhanded compliment ever, smartass. Come on, man. Patat's a great guy, though. He's very friendly and nice. He was really easy to work with on console. Unlike some people in this chat. I'm just kidding. Oh, man. Actually, I'm not a little bit, but it is.
You're a killer. We're gonna find a stream for round 4.
All right, let me see. If I could read how to look at this bracket.
Click the standings button at the top.
And
rounds
who
and standings.
Who do I message? Top 8? But it doesn't say anything on the standings, though. It says set wins and set losses 0 for everybody.
Really? It's so bugged. Like, let's have a look at this. Ready? Like, let's look at this. Look at this. 3rd, LOLO for top cut, which doesn't make any sense. He just lost, I don't know, whatever. 10th guess, 11th Phoenix, 22nd Lycaron, 23rd Rip Lancer,
Well,
second Whitey.
Nice.
Doesn't make any sense.
Yeah,
It doesn't make any sense.
It's not even in alphabetical order. It's not in like how many games you've played order. Or no, it is. It's the Swiss score. It's counted by Swiss score first. Because you see Whitey's at 7, so he's not in the top. Does that make sense?
Pardon?
So look at their Swiss score. There's 9 next to Elo, Phoenix.
That's their points.
Then, so under points, that's how it's ranked. Not by like their rank in the standings. So,
but what does the standing even mean then?
I don't know.
But this is their actual standing because this is referencing who's going to top cut.
Yeah, I don't know. They just have it set up weird, I guess. I don't know, bro. Can we say my...
I have no idea. I have absolutely no idea.
Appreciate you both. Shame we couldn't see that the latest patch drop. Yeah, I was pretty bummed about that. That would have been really fun to see some of the new people or the new comps that people come up with and just see how the new meta plays out. But it is what it is. Hopefully we'll be seeing it next week. It was supposed to come out already. Blah, blah, blah. Yeah, it should have been got wrecked in UAT. Saw some issues appearing. It is what it is. Stuff like that happens. It can be completely out of the team's control. It can be. I want to keep a little bit of accountability. It can be out of the team's control. Cheating by... And again, that's not to say Illuvium team's awesome. I don't need to explain myself. Said I need alignment. Sorry, I'm just reading through chat. I'm seeing what you guys are saying. Chat is busy as hell today. Appreciate you, boys. I have no thoughts of... Crystal says I have no thoughts of my own, but I sure do express them a lot. What a great comment. I love that. Same.
She has some great one-liners, not gonna lie.
I also never know what I'm talking about. I just act like I do, and then people believe me for some reason. It's weird. Update from Nick says the mechanism to make and deploy balance changes quickly was finished this last week. I believe this patch should be the last one we bundle alongside backend and client changes. So that sounds really good, actually.
So it sounds like they had to bundle it together with the code side of things, together with the patch side of things, but with this new update, they're going to be able to essentially update the spreadsheet that controls everything on the fly as its own patch when they need to. So I'm looking forward to that.
Billy, what are you talking about, bro? Relax, man.
I hope he's in the video. Is my like upper lip really weird or something? That's the only guess I have.
I don't know. It's kind of funny though. I'm sorry, but
is Crystal still a mod? I know she didn't want to be one. That's really funny.
Should enters chat and engagement follows. Yeah, everybody just wants to go off on you. So I mean, you can show up in chat as much as you want. We'll take the engagement.
Smartass, I'm very confused with this whole system, and this entire platform's just breaking apart. So we're gonna leave this for a moment. Plus, they're almost done.
Yeah, it's not on our end. It's on start.gg's and there's nothing we can do. They just...
Even when I tie it, it just breaks. It just breaks everything. Plus, I realized that I don't know how much of an advantage that actually happens because they're still going to be in their game and they're going to miss the DQ for the check-in on the next game and shit. So it's just all a mess. It's a mess, and I hate it, and I'm angry and stressed.
We'll get it taken care of, though, guys. Don't worry.
Do you want to be an admin for the tournament, Smartass? So you can help me. I need all the help I can get. Oh, God.
Jimbo's beard has graduated from... I can't say that. Everyone's a mod here, true. That's just, I'm not sad face. Yeah, I wonder why. Oh, man, I love this. I love S-Jud. Sometimes. XD.
Yeah, I felt like there was a lot of risk in making S-Jud a mod.
Is there any way we can Because what is holding us back right now is the
We're waiting for the last
people
match to finish so we get into the next round.
Are we able to just do that on our own, or does it have to? It has to populate at the beginning of each round what the matchups are going to be.
Yeah, the matchups are based on the standings and everything. And so if the previous round isn't finished, it doesn't know who to pair up.
I see. That's unfortunate.
It's like the big downside to doing it this way. Double Elim has slightly less of an issue, but it has like 3 times more rounds. And so the balance is hard to strike.
Yeah, I think this probably... Maybe we try it out one more time, see if we can get it to work a little bit better, but...
Well, the other option, like I said, is we let Swiss rounds play out, and then we do... we stream Top Cut. We can even do a top 16 Top Cut. And then we might even be able to reduce one of the Swiss rounds because there'd be less tie issues with a top 16.
Yeah, let's try that out next time. I think that would be a really good idea, actually.
It also means we can start the tournament earlier. So I can be up early managing it and stuff from my phone. And then we can stream later on in the day, and it works better in my schedule as well. The only problem is that the start of the tournament would conflict with ETH Lizards. Currently, they're finishing at about pretty much the same time we're starting. And so we can't really make it earlier. Okay. Going to the next round.
Okay. Next round is starting shortly. We're moving on into the 4th round. I think we have 6 rounds of Swiss, and then there will be 3 rounds of Top Cut, if I remember correctly. So we got about, what? If this is the 4th round, we have 6 more rounds to go.
Single alien will go through a lot faster and easier, I think, so it's fine when we go top 8.
Hey Tallulah, how you doing, buddy? Welcome to the stream.
Hey Tallulah, mute Billy for me, please. He's been real weird.
I feel like it's one of my IRL friends, but I have no idea, so I apologize if that's true. I don't know how they would have even found this, but he is also old enough to know what he's saying.
I can do what I want, S-Jard. I don't think you've figured that out yet. Alright, we're going into it. Right. Keep doing that.
And this is... Let's see. Goes for the Resolute Accumulator and Arctic Dominion. Yep, and nobody's gonna get anything from this round. Let's see, Legiron has... Okay, he's playing the Mud comp, except not with Colossus. He's gonna go with Bulwark. Really wants to get that Bulwark in there properly. Respect. And then gets double toxic with his Ranger. Interesting start, yep. And then Whitey is playing, okay, pretty much same exact thing. Is this a mirror?
I have no idea.
Okay, so it does look like this is almost a complete mirror match. Legiron has the stage 2 pangolin in there, or pangolin, or whatever it is. He has the stage 2 version of that in there for some reason. I wonder what that's for, because it only has the bulwark effect. I guess he just really values the omega. Hope I apologize. My mic was muted and I've been commentating this entire time, so I apologize. But yeah, mirror matchup looking pretty mirrory. Uses the bonding bug to take out Caradulo, and now he's going to bond with Apon to get the Mud synergy. And here I wouldn't be surprised to see another, see Monkey Air put in so you can get the double Berserker. Has double Mystic, 3 Bulwark. This is going to be a strong board, and we'll probably see the exact same thing out of Whitey this turn as well. I would be surprised if we didn't. Maybe the only thing we'll see different is possibly augments and placement of Apon, because on the side of Whitey, he's definitely going to be putting his Monkey Ear next to Riplance, though they are on opposite sides compared to each other, so that it's not that could make a difference, that will make a difference. So who has the better positioning in this mirror, we'll have to see which one matters more. I think I would prefer Monkey Ear on the outside just because of the way his passive works, so we can get the maximum amount of damage in that AoE cone from his, I think it's every second hit, which gives him a 150% damage increase. So boom, see that? He's gonna attack right down the line with his passive. Gets a good stun off on Apon on the side of Legiron, so he'll go ahead and take this round. Also, deciding to put the pure attack damage onto Monkey Ear really helped him get through the front line compared to his opponent. Berserker Augment is up here. I'm not really sure how much of a difference getting 4 Berserker is compared to having some of these other ones. Let me pull it up here.
Staggering's good, but I definitely think Berserker's the play here. It just depends on if you have something to give it to. What is your third Berserker going to be? If you have like Ramfire in the team, I can usually see the value and stuff like that. But if you did, you'd probably grab Inferno anyways.
Yeah, that's a good point. Not sure. The 4 Berserker compared to... Wait, he's only playing 2 right now, right? So he's getting 150% additional damage and 5% attack speed every third attack. And going to 3, it'll be 200% additional damage and 6% attack speed. So 50% additional damage, basically. The scaling attack speed definitely doesn't hurt every third attack. Goes ahead and puts the attack speed augment onto Monkey Ear so you can get to that stacking attack speed even faster. Even gets even more damage out. And then puts Nano Sequencer on top of his Riplance. Okay. Obviously not a bad idea. Nano Sequencer is going to be charging up that entire time while they're moving around each other's boards, so Riplance should be completely safe here unless Whitey really mixes it up somehow. Interesting. Puts in Geyser and Kakaraf, whereas Legiron puts in his Grilla. Oof. And Legiron's monkey ear has those 2 augments, but isn't going to get a lot out of it compared to Whitey's monkey ear. Just looks like really good positioning, and also great idea to put in the geyser there so you can get a little bit of extra health regen over the period of the turn. Who's winning where bracket? Well, we're playing Swiss, so I can't look at the bracket, but I believe... Do you know who has the most points right now yet?
Yeah, I'll go through it. So we've got Whitey at the top. Well, there's like 6 equal top. We've got Whitey, Luello, Guess, GM Phoenix, Ligeron, and Riplancer equal top. Where I believe Whitey has the tiebreak, has all the tiebreaks, and then Luello second there. I think it's actually in the correct order. It's just the standings are writing weird numbers for no reason. Yeah, I gotta read back this chat. This sounds interesting.
Yeah, I just got done catching up with it. Okay, on the side of Legiron, his monkey ear is a little bit more safe, so he's going to be able to take out his opponent's monkey ear. Really interesting from Whitey not to be putting any augments on his carries. He really values the 70 mastery point gauntlet over adding extra survivability or damage to his carries. And I thought this was going to be a mirror, but I guess it's not. They have just a little bit of difference here, whereas Legiron has the geyser and, you know, he has the ranger carry. Legiron has more centered towards those berserkers.
Illuvium's in the chat. Did not see that.
Shout out to Illuvium. One of my favorite games, if you guys didn't know. Shout out Dick Kings. How you doing, brother? Point Spark. Beta is to flesh out all this stuff pointed out, but don't be too critical as it's not final state. I think being too critical is fine. I think just be nice about the way you do it.
Look at that monkey run around the back. They're going on each other, but one of them gets distracted by the taunt, and the second one gets distracted by the taunt.
That was so funny. Unlucky for Legiron, though.
The amount of extra value Whitey's monkey got off because of the way that shaked out was insane. Yep. That being said, this gorilla's making quick work of this gauntlet. Between the shields and heals, though, it's having a surprising amount of trouble. That being said, the mud is going to slow down the gauntlet and pretty much neuter it for the rest of the game.
There we go.
I didn't see immune pop up, so it looks like the augment he's put on the opposing Riplance for Whitey is actually the damage reduction augment on cast. Very good in combination with the resistances.
Yep. Okay, looks like Legiron's going to move his Fire Grocko back. I'm assuming just to be a Omnivamp slave for his Riplance at Monkey Air. Just give some extra life steal to Riplance and Monkey Air. Definitely nothing wrong with that. Oh, wow. Okay. Legiron's going to go... He's going to start cooking. He's going to put Predator Ranger in with his Gorilla. So he's going to have double Predator for Mud. This will be really interesting to see how this actually plays out. I have no idea what's about to happen, to be honest with you guys.
Double Predator is deceptively really good. Especially on daggers, because daggers dashes to the lowest health. Or the lowest resistance. I can't remember. But daggers do a lot of damage, especially with Predator. This thing can, if it doesn't get stomped out on the initial jump, Dagger's Ranger can do some serious work. It just dies really fast.
Yeah. He put the crit amp augments as well on top of the Adoria, so possibly he can really do some good damage here. Why do he move? He moves a lot of things over.
Dagger's Ranger is going to jump into the fray, which is the exact opposite of what you want it to do. It's jumping out a little bit now. Indomitable Augment slowing it down quite a bit.
Ooh, that
Ranger
stun's
Augment
big.
gets deleted by the Gauntlet. The Monkey are moving off to the right, though, is going to secure this for Ligeron. If the Adorius can cast a heal. And it's not going to get it off. The big stun comes out from Kukaraf. And it looks like that's game.
Augment. Yeah, he put the Berserker Augment on Kukaraf as well. Interesting choice. I love it. Wow, great plays from both players, really. Whitey showing that real veteran experience and knowledge in the game. I just think it felt like he was always one step ahead. He always felt really comfortable. And that last movement over to shifting his team over was kind of the nail in the coffin. It looked pretty good for him at first, but that Rip Lance was just ramping up that entire time, getting the resistances, and it just wasn't enough for Ligeron. So great plays to Whitey, and nice try from Ligeron. We'll get into, that was only game 1, right? So we'll get into game 2 shortly and see who can take the series. Oops.
Wow,
yeah,
they got into it really fast. Jesus.
Oh, wow. Okay, so we see the same team comp from Ligeron, and I would be surprised if we didn't see the same thing from Whitey as well. It's a freezing cold 120 degrees in Noosa, Queensland today. Holy crap, dude.
Wait, I don't speak Fahrenheit. Is that cold? Is that actually cold? I have no idea.
No, that's extremely hot.
In Fahrenheit?
Yeah.
Krista, why are you speaking in Fahrenheit? You're Australian.
Yeah, if I can give you any idea, boiling is 212. And
that doesn't help me at all.
Freezing is 32.
That still doesn't help me at all.
You can't like use context clues. How does that not help you?
You guys have such a weird system for calculating it. For example, our boiling is at 100, and so 50 is half of that, and it would be like, if you walked outside, you would literally die. And so that's what I'm hearing from you is you would literally die.
Yes, it's bad.
I'm gonna Google it.
It's half of boiling's temperature, a little over half. We're sitting here talking about this.
It's like 40. It's like 49. So yeah, holy crap! It can't be. Surely not.
There's some temperatures, and like it gets that in some places in
It
America.
says 33. I just Googled it.
We have a place called Death Valley in America, and it can get like 120, 130 degrees there in the summer.
Who won game 1? That was Whitey, right?
Yep, Whitey came back, and well, I guess it wasn't comeback. It was pretty back and forth the whole time. Wait, don't we have background music?
We do.
Rich says we need background music the entire time. So it sounds like it's not playing through. Unless Dick is just crazy. Which is definitely possible.
It's gotten to 120 where you live, Dick. Jesus Christ. That's like heat stroke just for being outside for 2 minutes levels. Like, we've had 40-degree days and it's the most incredibly painful thing ever.
It's hot, but not that hot. Yeah, that's some BS, bro. It's hot. I'm a ginger. If I go outside in that, I get skin cancer immediately. I think that's how that works.
That's exactly how that works. Oh my god.
Alright, so Ligiron losing the first 2 rounds in this game goes ahead and does the same thing as he did last game, puts pure attack damage on Monkey Ear. I actually think that's a really good play. I think that should give him a little bit of an edge. Also, he keeps placing his Apon in a way that is giving him a lot of really good stuns, it feels. Let's see if that matters, but because he's looking pretty weak here. The passive from Whitey's Monkey Ear wasn't going off on both, but still not enough.
So what happened there is Ligeron's Monkey Ear got destroyed by mud at the start of that game from something. And you could see its attack speed was completely fried by the end of that round.
Wow, okay.
And yeah, the Rip Lance and Monkey Ear for Whitey, they might have been debuffed a little bit, but they were mostly fine. And just...
Yeah, I was about to say, something looked off there.
Oh yeah, the Monkey Ear was completely destroyed. I assume it was from the Apon at some point. You can see here that the Monkey Ear and Rip Lance are running around to the left, and the Apon is over there. So if it ever starts getting auto attacks, and probably you're going to see that from the Ranger as well, it's just too exposed. He needs to put another Bulwark on the left-hand side, or improve his Bulwark's survivability in some way. It's a tricky one.
Chat is so weird today, bro. I agree with what you said, by the way, Billy. Completely agree. It's not loud enough or hype enough. I think it'll... I mean, we're just chilling.
I've upped the BG music a little bit. And if you want more hype music, send it to me. And like, copyright free, preferably. Because I'm poor.
I'm listening to it on stream from a second ago. It's not fine to me. Jokes are not funny. This is serious. I completely agree. I'm not making jokes.
This is serious, coming from the guy who has been making terrible jokes the whole time.
He's talking to Chris. I thought he was talking to me.
The Rip Lance's gonna take out the Monkey Ear for Ligeron here. I have no idea if I'm pronouncing that right. Both Rip Lances are still up. The Monkey Ear is more valuable. Kukuraf's still up, so it's not gonna matter. The big stun comes out. And down goes Rip Lance. Oh, that's a lot of damage.
Yeah, Whitey has won every single turn in this game. While I do favor Whitey's team comp as well, it just felt like Ligeron was able to make it so close that last game in the series, but maybe Whitey hasn't figured out now. I still wonder what that seer is for. So attack speed reduction, or Singe, I mean. But yeah, attack speed reduction on his grill feels good.
I think Singe is a really good bulwark in general, especially against other front lines. And maybe that's why it's in there.
Yeah, I agree. It's just why wouldn't you use... I guess you can't get any fire bonus or anything, so... I guess it does make sense. And also late game he could take out one of the Gracos and put it in, but This is looking a lot better for Legiron.
Ooh, huge turnaround.
Yep, and the Siphon Matrix really helped him survive there at the end as well.
Got some solid damage off too. Oh my god. Why is it bugging out like that?
What do you mean?
My action replay is bugging out, and I really don't know why. I'll just double check something. It'll be fine. Very weird. I just read Rich's comment.
I'm a little tired. Sorry. My bad, dude. Here, let me pick it up real quick.
So
we are getting into the... What?
I was just going to say, so for anyone that's watching the VOD later, Rich just said that my daughter literally just said, I thought Jimbo was way more exciting. What happened?
Oh my gosh. Tell her you get old and you don't get excited anymore. That's life.
Well, when you watch Tsunami Gauntlet for 4 hours straight, then it gets less exciting.
I'm also, whatever, bro. I'm gonna get excited for Rich's daughter. Let's go. Give her some entertainment, I guess. Now you turned your music up too loud.
I fixed it. It should be okay now.
I know. I'm just this guy.
I thought it was too loud.
I thought it was fine the first time.
I don't remember what it was the first time, so now I think I'm somewhere in the middle. Is he gonna go down now? The gorilla's gonna get the clone up. Oh, I have no idea how he won that.
Dude, he won because of the statues from Gorilla. It was a tie.
Oh, did it hit overload?
Yeah, because they both died at the exact same time. That was weird. Okay, he goes ahead and puts in the Singe now. Interesting placement. I'm not sure what's going on here.
You're right. It was in overload. Yeah, those statues are insane.
Yeah, that's such a frustrating way to lose. It makes me... If there's things that make me want to break my computer, that's one of them.
What is the statues?
This losing to statues and overtime.
Oh, yeah. We've done it once. There was like 10 statues on the board and I lost to it, even though I killed everything else. That was pretty funny. Not gonna lie. But yeah.
Okay, I don't live in a bad city, first off, SJed. I live in the greatest state in the world, Ohio. So let's keep it, let's pipe down, bud. Alright, has the lifesteal now on Monkey Ear Riplance. Has his Singe up on the front line. Got the attack speed reduction on Monkey Ear and Riplance. Oof, now he gets mud onto his... Legiron has mud on his Monkey Ear. Whitey takes out the opposite Monkey Ear. Now it's onto the Riplance. That's pretty bad. I'll just be honest. That's not good, but... Oof. Yep, this could be the end of Legiron. Let's see. Does Riplance take it out? It gets it. I still don't think it's looking good, but we'll see.
Ooh, Kukurov goes down. Ranger cannot stall long enough.
Yeah, Legiron coming back and winning turn 5 and 6, but turn 7 was all Whitey. Great plays. And that would be a 2-0, so GG to Whitey and GG Legiron.
Crystal being very forward in the chat.
Made up in my caravan. Hey, It's a pretty nice caravan from what I've seen, so probably not a bad place to hang out. You know what I mean?
I'm not touching that with the 10-foot pole, dude.
Don't talk about Crystal. I love Crystal.
I don't even get it. Do I spend more time shaving my neck or my face? I don't get it. Oh.
I don't get it either. Like, what's the joke?
I don't get the joke.
I don't get it either. What does that even mean? I guess he was just calling you a neck beard? Is that the joke?
I don't know.
Maybe I'm just an idiot. I think that's what it was. He was calling you a neck
I've been too
beard.
busy to shave. That's literally all this is.
Yeah, same. What kind of beer? I hope it's not Bud Light. But that one I'm not touching with a 10-foot pole. How about that?
We don't even like. I don't even think we have that in Australia. I've never had it.
The greatest state in the world, China. How about you shut your mouth, TSG? We already know that's some BS. We're all about the USA.
I've got 4 hours till I have to leave. Looks like we're doing okay.
Yeah, I think we're all right. We'll have to see. That was only round 4, right? We have 9 rounds total. Sheesh.
We don't have. Oh, we do have 9 rounds total. Oh yeah.
Beer is not keto and it gets me fat. It's a belching beaver. Yeah, beer is not keto, but hard liquor is. So drink up, buddy.
Is it actually?
Yeah, because it doesn't have. It actually doesn't have carbs, protein, or fat. It's alcohol. It's its own thing.
Right. The beer has a lot of carbs, right?
Yeah, because it's made from wheat.
We're learning a whole lot on this stream today.
Keto works if you do it properly. So does any diet, though.
I cut out sugar 4 weeks ago, and I'm looking a lot skinnier. Let me just put it that way.
Do you feel better?
Yeah, I was really drained the first week though.
Yeah, that makes sense.
It's like, yeah. I feel a lot better now. I feel a lot. I feel like I have a lot more money. I used to buy a lot of snacks, chips, lollies, you name it. I have a lot more.
Really?
I have a lot more spare money now. Oh yeah. When I was a kid, because I had to walk home from the bus stop or whatever after it was a long bus trip home every day, right? And the walk home was about 15 minutes. And this was like before smartphones and shit. And like, I was so bored that I wanted something to do while I was walking home. And I would literally like buy a bag of lollies like every day and eat it on the way home to keep me entertained. That's how bad it is. Thankfully I was doing sport at that time, but that didn't continue through to my adult life.
It is what it is. TSG says, how's the Swiss format?
Interesting. We'll give you feedback later.
Yeah. Feeling full enough is mental that dissipates quickly? I don't think so.
No, I agree.
No, I disagree. If you just eat enough protein, you'll be full. Protein and fiber.
No, I mean the other way around. If you like eat and you're still hungry, if you wait like 10 minutes, your hungriness will dissipate really fast. The other way.
Anyways, I don't know why we're talking about diets right now.
Because we're doing Swiss format. What's your first piece of feedback?
Yeah, this is interesting.
Someone give me a stream.
Yeah, let's try and help us out, some guys. If you're listening and competing, please give us streams to show on stream. That's the point. Scoriox origin story.
I have a lot of origin stories, Rich. If you want to sit down for an AMA, we can go through all the origin stories.
Wow, my kids have an hour walk home. Really? Back in my day, I had to walk an hour home I had to walk 20 miles to school in 3 feet of snow and 20 miles back.
But did they have to catch a bus? Because my bus was an hour 15 and then a 15-20 minute walk. It was awful. It took me about an hour and a half in total to get home every day.
That's awful. What the hell?
Are we just looking at Jimbo and Jason? Because this is Swiss rounds, and Swiss rounds is not very good with streaming.
Who's Jason?
Me. You know that, right?
What's your last name?
What?
And your address that you live at and social security number.
We don't have social security in Australia.
You guys also don't have freedom of speech, so that's cool. Bunch of losers. Am I right, boys? USA. USA. Format is nice to play, but not best for stream. Yeah, I completely agree. I think we'll probably either try another way to perform Swiss or just go back to single elim.
Well, we're still doing single elim. This would just be once a month, but
yeah,
a different way we stream it, maybe.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Don't know. Format will cause someone to play hours just to be placed 9th. Yeah. Nobody is forced to play if they don't want to. Yeah, but we don't want to set up the tournament in a way that's like not fun for players to play, right? So there's like a balance there. You can avoid being 9th by just winning. Oh my gosh. I mean, kind of true. I don't know if I would have said it like that, but I respect it. Sometimes it gets dark outside. Yeah, true.
Alright, let's look at some replays.
They don't have freedom or guns. Yeah, true. I couldn't even... Actually, let's move on. I don't think I'm allowed to talk about that on YouTube.
Being a little hungry stimulates your body to keep active and repair itself. I don't even get hungry anymore. I just eat when I get dizzy.
My body stays stimulated. That was a crazy AoE from Theory Axe.
Yeah, it was good grab.
Yeah, shout out to whoever grabbed that clip for us. Here we have Zejak versus Illumination.
Everyone gets a number unless your parents don't register you were born. No, we have tax file number. But it's not social security. Who's winning? Good question, Paul Lamington. Coming from Twitch. Everyone's on YouTube, dude.
Why are you on Twitch then?
Whitey's leading. Guess coming second. Luello and Hero and Riplancer equal third, fourth, or whatever. And then we've got Patat, Lagaron, Sage, and Phoenix all fighting it out for top cut.
Shout out Pork Lamington. Jimbo, I can't. You just got Inferno stream canceled in AUS. It's all good. We don't need any of those viewers anyways.
It's like half the audience right now.
We just need freedom viewers. Again, while we are waiting for the next round, please go ahead and like the stream. Go ahead and subscribe to Scoriox and share the stream on all social media platforms. Facebook, Twitter, Reddit, Zynga, MySpace. Share it to everybody you know so we can push Illuvium and, you know, more importantly, push Illuvium Inferno and Scoriox and I. We need the clout. And again, just thank you guys for hanging out. It's always awesome seeing you guys, the same faces here week after week. I've said it like 3 times a day, but I just want you guys to know how much you guys are appreciated.
To be
and
clear,
the players, thank you guys for competing.
Our government didn't make us get the jab. Our corporations did.
What's the difference?
Fair enough. Oh god. Good times. I really wish I didn't get the jab. I don't know.
Yeah, I didn't get it well, we probably shouldn't talk about that actually on YouTube. Yeah, they don't like that.
Nice. Kieran's here with his Ethers. Oh, these are all good matches. Luello Guess might actually be the upcoming match that we might watch next, actually. But that's really funny that we're seeing that in the replays. I'd love to see a lot of these head-to-heads.
Guess is that Web3 Gaming TV's brother? Is that who that is? Am I thinking of someone else?
No, I think you're right. I think that was Web3 Gaming TV's brother.
Yeah, he was a challenger in TFT, so he's a really good player. That'll be fun. That'll be a fun watch. I think he got second in last tournament or the tournament before. Can't remember, but great player. My dog's name is Trigger. She's a Trigger. Come here. She's a German Shepherd. Crap, I forgot my MySpace password. But you better figure it out, bro. There's a little option underneath your password that says forgot my password. You can click on that and they'll send a reset to your email. So if you forgot your MySpace password and you want to share it on MySpace, make sure to do that. You can't see my dog. She's laying back there.
Even though this has been the slowest stream we've ever had, this has been the most chat we've ever had in the stream. So just let's put that into perspective.
Yeah, honestly, we should probably interact more with chat. XD. Love Illuvium's new gaming broadcast concept. No music, no game footage, just the casters explaining their grooming habits and origin stories. ESP and is rethinking their whole Oh my gosh, okay. You're damn right they are. You're damn right there are. There's some new boys in town. Their name is Jim Reno and Scoriax. That's actually such a funny comment, dude. Come on, man. You gotta give us a break.
I gotta find someone for the next stream. We've got all the players that I always have like super lag with.
All social media platforms. What about Grindr? Yeah, Grindr, TikTok. I meant to say Tinder, Bumble, whatever you use. Be sure to message your matches and tell them about the Illuvium Inferno. We really appreciate that. Thank you.
Oh, gee, what is it with everyone playing this game on laptops? Alright, looks like we're getting Patat on next.
Oh, we're watching Mr. Patat.
It's gonna be for round 5. See, this is why I have like an uncomfortable bias to Smartass winning as much as possible, because I know I have a reliable stream with Smartass and like a connection that works, you know?
Yeah, that's pretty much how I am with a lot of these people. No disrespect, I mean, it is what it is, but like having a stream to play is really nice.
Because like if we end up with like a stream that's super laggy, we just get the chats just lag. It's like, I know. You know, it's hard to watch when laggy. Imagine trying to commentate when laggy.
True. And we hear you, smartass. We're working on fixes to that.
I love
It is
Fireball.
what it is right now, though.
Fireball's great.
Fireball? Are we drinking Fireball?
Rich suggested you drink Fireball.
I don't think that's a good idea. Also, don't think I'm allowed to do that on YouTube.
Why not? Really?
Am I? Maybe I am. Maybe I'm just over freaking out.
I never thought there was an issue with alcohol as long as you don't like tag your stream for kids. That'd be crazy.
I mean, kids. Never mind. I'm too funny for my own good. Illuvium Inferno sponsored by Fireball Whiskey. That would be crazy, dude. I'd love that. Give me free Fireball, please. That would be epic. That would be an epic gamer win. Hopefully on New Path and with ban/conquest. Yeah, I was thinking about some stuff like that. How would you want it to be played, smartass? Let us know. Give us some ideas.
He literally just said ban conquest.
Yeah, I know, but I want to specifically know how he wants to implement that because that doesn't exactly explain.
That's literally it. Like you ban one of your opponent's teams at the start, and then you have to win with your 2 remaining teams. The problem.
Yeah, but that doesn't tell us everything. How do you do that?
There's no logistics. He hasn't said any logistics. The hard part is you can't have one player banned first because that breaks the entire thing. You have to find a way that they can both send a ban message at the same time, which we don't have a system to be able to do. Now, conquest without ban, we might be able to pull off a lot easier. I don't know how you would do ban though. Unless you have the lower seed ban first. Which feels just kind of rude, but I don't know.
So we're into round 5 of 9, correct? We're going into round 5?
Yeah.
Yeah.
These last few matches have taken a while.
Yeah.
Especially the Loello game. What the hell happened there?
Yeah, we got about 4 games still in progress.
Oh, I think they just finished. It looks like GM Phoenix allowed Loello the rematch. They had the bug come out where he couldn't pick augments, and GM Phoenix managed to grab Light's Chosen. So Loello was like, "Oh, GG, can we rematch?" Because I had the bug or whatever. But yeah.
Oh, I see.
It's the CRN. I don't know what the CRN is.
That Zod Hetbone Hay series was so much fun. Holy. That was a great series to watch. Back and forth the entire time. I think that was the only 5-game series we've had in the finals. Like full 5 games.
Too true. Okay, Zod's game's done. And
nice.
Sapio's game. I think he's done.
Who is it?
Soda and his Sapio. I think it's just like auto-verifying and stuff.
Interesting. Okay. So we got Asapio and Soda we're waiting on. I think they're the
No,
okay.
it's done. They're done.
Okay, Soda won 2-1 and Low Elo beat Phoenix 2-0. Okay, we'll have that up in just a second. I come from the equivalent of royalty, but I've been on Centralink before too. I don't even know what Centralink is, so
It's basically our version of it's our government tax stuff, basically. Oh, Centrelink is our dole to a certain extent, but it goes for everything. If you're a student that's doing full-time studies, you can get Centrelink payment, for example.
oh, so it's like I can't remember what it's called. So never mind. Hipstersaurus. I'm not familiar with that dinosaur. They should make an Illuvium.
I've been on Centrelink. I was on Centrelink when I was studying for a bit.
$10K from my super fund. What is a super fund?
Super fund
like
is our 401k thing. It's our version.
Okay.
Yeah.
I do not have a wife with a beard, unfortunately.
Loving this Australian education. The way to go.
Yeah. In Pal World, though, I do have a beard and I'm bald, except I have a body that looks like Ice Spice. So I'm
Everyone did that with the body dysmorphia stuff.
I love it, dude.
Jesus.
Bald and thick. With a beard.
That's not even thick. That's just like alien. It doesn't actually exist. Oh my god.
It does for some people. Some people. Humans come in all different beautiful shapes and sizes.
Yes, they do.
See, I knew you'd agree with that. He's a liberal. I'm just kidding.
There's lots of different stuff that exists. I like that they give you the freedom in the game, though. I think that was really funny. It kind of bugs me that every single person just like took it to the extreme for the meme.
Well, it was hard not to because it's so extreme.
Yeah, I know.
Like, you can get so weird. By the way, we are almost into the next game, guys, so apologize on the wait there. Bidenomics. I don't know what that means or what it refers to, but I think it's...
Yeah, Sneaky Poke's speaking my mind right now.
The big one? Question mark? Welfare system, yes, thank you, Tallulah.
Customer reference number, I have no idea what that is. Like, in terms of Centrelink. I just call it tax file number. That's where all your taxes go through.
What do you think about Bidenomics?
I always keep forgetting what it is. I know it's dumb, but I can't remember why it's dumb.
I literally could not tell you. I have no idea. I don't pay attention to politics. But we are into the next game, and it looks like
I don't stuff
it's
it up.
going to be Wait, who is this again? It's Patat versus... Shoot, I just lost their name. Patat versus someone.
Hero.
Hero, yes, Hero from Hype.
Hero from Big Hero 6.
Hero from... Oh, it goes for the Sharp Start over Vampiric. They both have their priorities. Looks like Patat is playing the Earth Monkey comp, whereas Hero is going to be playing more Mud, if I saw that correctly. I thought it was Mud. Again, we've watched Patat play this round one. Nothing too fancy. Goes for the Nano Sequencer and the Cardilox round one. Again, puts the Nano Sequencer on top of the Cardilox because he can use the bug that allows you to sell Cardilox and Bond for free. You can just sell him and then put him back down in the exact same place, and you can sell any augments that were on top of him and get all of that mastery points back. It is a bug, but we are allowing competitors to use it, so all is fair.
I don't believe it was actually mentioned in the updated patch at all either. Do we know if that's going to be fixed?
I would assume it is. TSG or any Illuvium team member can... We had Nick in here earlier, but I think he left. But yeah, it would be nice to get confirmation on that. This was a very close round, actually. I'm kind of surprised. If he didn't have that Nano Sequencer, he would have lost. I guess the double toxic on the Ranger and Caradulo versus... Or the Ranger with Nano Sequencer on Caradulox is still super close with 3 Bulwarks, 2 Toxic opening. I wonder, can you win? Can you beat the Cardilox opening with this 3 Bulwark Caradulo? Does anybody in chat know? I can confirm or deny. And then Patat puts in both his Berserkers again. Nothing super fancy. Again, pretty standard play from what we've seen from Patat. Puts in 3 Bulwarks now, 3 Bulwark, 2 Colossus, 2 Berserker, 3 Earth, 3 Toxic. Standard as we've seen the entire time. On the side of Hero, though, takes out some units. I couldn't really see what they were, but now he has both of his Berserkers in. And he put a pure attack damage augment on top of his monkey ear as well. Which, let's see if that helps him burst through some of these tanks. He has a really good lineup on his monkey ear. Oh yeah. Looks like he's going to win this pretty hard. And from that one win brings Patat down to almost the exact same amount of health that he has left. So really even game so far. Patat liking the look of the Centennial Resonance Infusion. And goes for Sapping Hex as well for the reduced attack speed, I would assume. Ooh, okay. Gets Centennial for free. Okay, my question from turn 1, Smartass says 3 Bulwarks with staff beats Big Cow Colossus. If he didn't have the nano sequencer on there, he would have lost that. Interesting. You other brothers can't deny. Like how we're just singing big butts in the chat. That's interesting. Appreciate you guys for that one. Gosh, man, this guy. Okay, let's get back here. Kuckaraf, look at the wingspan on Kuckaraf. He can almost take up the entire board. His attack range is a little crazy, getting nerfed in the next patch, going from 18 hexes to 10, which will actually kind of make a pretty big difference. Not sure it was necessary, but what do I know? Okay, I'm just trying to think, how does Hero come back here? Patat moving his Berserker units all the way up front. Bit of a risky play, no? Because what if Hero moves his Berserkers over to the other side as well? That could make things a little interesting. Patat now choosing to completely encapsulate his Ranger so it can't get attacked by anything. Centennial Resonance Infusion goes on the furthest unit, the Earth Stoic Lynx. Great play. For those who don't know, Centennial, whatever it's called, I can't remember now, but at 75% HP, he'll give 35 Omega Power, and 25% HP, he'll give another 35 Omega Power to the furthest unit, which is going to be his Ranger. So
Oof.
right now, 35 Omega Power, again, another 35 Omega Power. That Ranger's going to be hurting now, and it's only 10 seconds into the turn. Oof, if that hits, yeah, that hits Ripple Lance. No, it doesn't. It should have, but it didn't. But still, doesn't matter. Oh my gosh, 1500 damage. Are you serious? Really?
What happens when you get that Omega Power?
Yeah, that's a really good augment for this team comp. That's a pretty big misplay to let him have that. Man, just look how much damage, even just right off the bat, even before he gets down. And then 10 seconds in, he has, what, 70 extra Omega Power right off the bat. Like, you can't let him have that. Just hurts. In 1400, that was like a 1500 damage Omega. That's absolutely insane.
Absolutely.
Disgusting, some would say.
Some would say.
Zadkill 15 minutes late to check in. Sorry, buddy. Unlucky. Our reigning defending Illuvium Inferno champion. Sorry about that. Give us just 1 second. That is a 1-0 Patat, right? So we'll be right back into the game. Hero. Okay, and here it is. Hero moving into a somewhat classic version of the Arcanite comp. He has the Rampy instead of Ramfire though. And Scoriax, we're into the next game. Going for Meteoric Onslaught instead of the Arcanite, which is... I'm surprised he didn't put 2 in there. Maybe he doesn't want the stuns from Meteoric, not sure. I personally would have gone for Arcanite. I think you get more value, but... Again, what do I know? Tot, you know, classic, we've seen it already. Nano Sequencer. Oh, wow, I thought his game just crashed. I had a mini heart attack right there.
I have no idea what that was. I've never seen it do that before.
It looks like he tabbed out of something.
Yeah, maybe that's his desktop wallpaper.
That's what I'm thinking. And I've said it about 5 times today, but turn 1, nothing too out of the ordinary or too interesting coming out here.
You need like a funny GIF we can put instead of round 1.
Yeah, true. We can just play the same turn 1 over and over.
Yeah. Just find like a random match.
And Patat actually able to take out Hero in that first turn. Absolutely incredible.
There's the energy we love.
By the way, make sure to like the stream again, and if you want to, you can show your support to Scoriax by donating as much money as you can. And I'm sure he would very much appreciate that.
I'll live.
Just kidding. You don't have to donate.
I'm very tired though. You don't have to donate, but I'm not going to refuse it. This round going rather quick. There's only 2 games that haven't had their first game played yet.
Hero did put his Phosphorus on the side of the Berserkers. That's going to feel pretty good from him. He might actually win because of that. We'll have to see if he can take out this Ranger in a timely manner before. Nope, I don't think he's going to take it, but let's see. It'll be close. Yeah, he'll at least get the Monkey Air.
Double bull coming out. Maybe that's a tech in particular for phosphorus. Because it does obviously quite well. Double thorns, earth, all the toxic. Especially helping eliminate that that healing before the bird actually gets immune up. Oof. The toxic does make short work of frontline bulwarks and things like that as well. You love to see it. You absolutely do. Tell us your best joke. I don't really have one. Because I'm in my 30s. He's gonna take round 3. We're liking with this app, but when that bird starts getting stacked, it's gonna become a little bit more difficult. That being said, the Colossus Bulwark combo is quite good into this. And he's got some good earth coming as well. He's gonna give up the Arcanite by the looks of it. Which is quite ballsy to say the least. 3 Arcanite is quite a big leap from 2. In the same way that 4 Toxic is a big leap from 3. Don't know how this is gonna play out. He's going to take out the big ball and give the gauntlet to his ranger. Probably going to inch into Tsunami now. I don't know. I reckon the bulls do a fine job. I don't think you have to go into Tsunami. And Tsunami gauntlet is not actually that good against Phosphorus. Like, I mean, it's decent. Especially if you can snipe Ferriox. But it's not that good. Also, the Lallura is in an awkward spot for him. I do quite like this positioning, though. And how old am I, TSG? Because I keep forgetting. Oof, the bird, enchanter, everything. Just cleaning up so efficiently here. Hero really has to come up with something good or he's gonna lose on this next round.
Yeah, it's not looking good for him. Tot definitely has tempo here.
I think I have an idea onto why my replays are bugging.
that Sentinel Resonance thingy-majigger again on his Earth Stoic links. Gonna feel really good on his Ranger. Oh man. Yeah, I don't see a way he can win this round. He's already at 250 Omega Power at 15 seconds. It's wild.
That was your best joke? I don't have any good jokes. Jimbo, do you have a funny joke?
None that are appropriate to say on YouTube. Yeah, I have some if you want to get canceled.
Can't remember any of my jokes. No one's asked me that in like 5 years.
Bro, I just realized, bro, donate $5. Tell us your best joke. Only 38 of us will hear the best joke you have. The backhanded compliment, bro. It's so funny. Come on, man.
Oh my god.
It's actually not a bad number, really. Yeah, Patat taking it again.
Well, the only joke that's come to mind, one of the only ones that I can remember or think of, is that someone told me once how to recover your phone when it gets drenched in water. So say you go and it's a terrible joke, by the way, so don't get your hopes up. When you go and you throw your phone in a bucket of water or something like that, and then you need to dry it out, right? And so what they tell you to do is they tell you to put your phone in like a container full of rice. And they say it's because the rice dries out all the electric components inside or whatever. But that's actually a load of shit. Asians will actually sneak into your house in the middle of the night, repair your phone for you. That's how bad it is. I'm gonna cancel myself. That's all I've got.
Oh my gosh, not only was it bad, it was racist. Can you believe that? I'm just kidding.
I have nothing else.
That's where I get my best jokes too! Exclamation point. Interesting, interesting. I think the best jokes are on Scoriax. YouTube.com/Scoriax.
Game count, Guess has 10-1, leading quite heavily on game count. Let's have a look. Guess has 10-1. There's 2 8-3s. I have no idea how we also have a 9-3. I do not know what happened there. We have an 8-2, 8-4, 8-4, 8-3, 7-4, 7-3, and 7-4. It's looking like a really tight hit here. If I count them out, it looks like we about have our cutoff at Proto. And so this next game is really going to decide these next 5 or so. But it looks almost guaranteed as long as they're winning one game in the top heat, besides Guess, who doesn't really need to do much to take it out. As far as set count goes, there's a lot of 4s. And there's 1-3-2 here with Smartass, who's doing really well on his losses, helping him stay up high in the standings. We also have a 3-1. He probably had a buy at some point. I don't know. It's a mess. TSG living in China. Doesn't like that joke. Can you have your $5 back? Yeah, if you want. But I can't send you USDC. I'll get killed on gas fees. If that was an option, I just wouldn't have said a joke at all. It was hardly fair.
How are we feeling, chat? How are we doing out there? We have 37 people watching right now, and we only have 35 likes. So we need at least 2. So if someone gives us 2 likes within the next 2 minutes, I don't know, dude, but I'll appreciate it. I'll tell you that. I'd really appreciate it.
I'm gonna go get a drink. Here's some more replays.
All good. All right. I've got about 5 minutes until Scoriox gets back. I can say whatever I want on his channel. I have so much power right now. He has absolutely no idea. I could pretty much ruin his entire life. I really could. Like right now, I could. I would never do that, but I'm just saying I could. Long live the supreme leader, Winnie the Pooh. Winnie the Pooh. Winnie the Pooh. I used to love Winnie the Pooh when I was a kid. I'd probably love living in China in that case. I'm a big fan of freedom and being able to say whatever I want. It's maybe not the best idea. It's good that we're about to wrap up round 5. We have one more round and then we go into the top cut. Everybody still alive? Only have one super chat. This guy. Oh man, so we were just looking at it. I mean, Guess is playing really, really well today. I mean, not that I'm surprised or anything, but a 10-1 scoreline in a game like this is pretty impressive. Take your shirt off. I could. He's back. He still can't hear me though. Look at him. Look at him. He's so stupid. He doesn't even know anything. And he's probably my... I just love Scoriox so much. And oh, he's back.
Fuck off. I can watch back the stream.
Yeah, but you're not going to.
No, absolutely not.
I can watch back the stream like, no, you're not. Like, stop capping, bro. You did one replay and it stopped.
What?
Yeah, it's on Stan, Birdie, and Mendia.
It's because they moved a bunch of stuff, so I think it got lost. Hold on.
No, that's all good.
Oh, that's the wrong thing. Hold on, let me try.
We would have 2, but I don't remember what my security code is, and I can't find my wallet, so... Have you seen that public domain Winnie horror flick? I'm not sure what that is. Sounds scary. Someone delete that last message, please. That's a pretty damn good joke, though.
I'm Italian. Jesus.
What's that have to do with what he just said?
It has everything to do with what he just said.
Because you have a big ass nose, same. I'm Italian too, though. Probably not as much as you, but all my Italian went to my nose. Sad face. Oh wait, I just realized I'm a mod, so I can delete messages.
Telling people to delete that, please.
Yeah, I mean...
Unbelievable. Unbelievable.
And forgive me, I know I'm being annoying, but what are we're waiting on the round 5 rest of the matches to wrap up. All Niat. You got Gypsy versus Lolkek. It is 1-1 in their game. And then Zerjok versus Tim Armstrong. They are also 1-1 in their game. Billy gets more of his messages deleted than I do. That's tough to do. Yeah, I'm not going to ban him, but I'll just delete what I don't want in there. It's fun like that. I have that power, you know? It's at the tips of my fingers. I can do whatever I want right now. And no one can do anything about it except Scoriax, but he has to have an amount of time where he can react to me ruining his channel. And I could set it up in a way where he doesn't have the reaction time, so I can completely ruin this man. Top cut, you said a single elim, so it's like...
Yep. Wait, that last bit didn't come through. What's up?
That's 3 after, and it's 3 rounds, so it's like an 8-man at that point?
It's top 8, yeah.
Okay. Just curious. I don't even know what that means. Why would he have to do that? I'm confused. Someone explain it to me like I'm a child.
I think because it's hanging low.
That's not that funny though.
It's not funny. I never said it was funny.
I know, I just don't get it though. You're like 20, so how does that make sense? Why is this Billy guy so angry?
We're just waiting on Gypsy and Lolkek. They're around 5 or 6. It was around 5. Oh.
Yeah, we're almost
there. It's a terrible stream. Oh yeah, it's pretty high.
Music is top notch right now.
Jeez.
Yeah, I'm listening to it on the live stream.
That
is pretty
Jimbo.
banging. Bit of a banger, some would say. Dropped. No, I like it. If there's anyone that should... I dropped the ball. Which ball did you drop?
That's one we just saw.
Excuse me.
Someone has to mute him. Billy.
Mute who?
Oh, right, because I'm using the restream chat, so I can't see if they've been deleted.
Why? I can just delete his comments.
Yeah, delete them. Delete them. They give me... Because people are going to watch the VOD. I don't want to get cancelled.
Wait, do you want me to delete this? I mean, whatever. I'll just delete it. Ah,
I have no idea.
If I ban him and unban him, will it delete all of his comments and then let him come back? He's quite entertaining. I don't want to ban him.
You delete the messages quickly. I don't care as much. Or you can just ask him to DM you his comments.
Okay. That's he's not gonna do that. You already know that. I'm not angry! Exclamation point. I love life. Have fun and live each day like it's your last. True.
Jeez, it's dark.
Because if you keep commenting in our chat, it will be your last. Just kidding. Just get jokes. I'm just kidding.
I'm really tired. Like 4 hours late and I've eaten very little. Is there such thing as kids content inflation? Because it's getting less and less kid friendly as time goes on, I'm telling you. No, you shouldn't do that. I'm just saying in general, like movies and things. I swear to God, they were a lot more kid friendly when I was younger. I mean, like teen movies and stuff. Like those sort of kids. I'm not talking like Bluey. Bluey's lit though. Not gonna lie. That'd be so funny. Oh, I need to do Darth Vader at a convention at some point. Oh yeah. Sure.
Do you mark your content as kid friendly?
Maybe
I never do
once.
that.
I have pictures of it. I can show you if you want. I wore it on camera once for a video. You guys remember? Yeah, I put on the costume. I wore it for a video. Yeah. People really liked it. Got a lot of comments. It worked. It was pretty funny. Alright. I wouldn't go that far. No, this is a family-friendly stream. It's a great stream. Watching some good replays here. We've hit this Ligeron and Whitey one a lot of times now. Can see if I can fix that. Yep. I removed a lot of the old ones to try and fix some stuff, and so there's quite a few from today that are going to be in the mix. Today, last week, and maybe some from the week before? No, it might just be today and last week. I do not emote it often enough, not gonna lie. It's like it's the weakest part of my game. Jesus. Oh, no, it should be okay. Looks like the game has ended. Loading up the incognito tab. Would you, if you were playing in the tournament and you were the last match to complete and you guys were running a bit long, would you feel bad about holding up everyone? Oh my god, why isn't it auto-verifying? It should have auto-verified. It's just bloody thing being so laggy. I thought I could. I'm trying to go through. Sweet! Oh, that should be good. Here we go. Illuviumbracket.com. Alright, let's do it. Gotta feed the kangaroos more? What does that even mean? What
Okay,
kangaroos?
We're into the next game. And Zod is playing the classic phosphorus comp. And Zod's playing the phosphorus comp, and then Patat's playing what we've been seeing him play. Billy, it depends on who you are. Okay, interesting setup from Zod here, the way he placed his units, or his water bulwarks. Obviously, he will lose into a Cardilox opening. Especially with a nano sequencer, but it's fine. And finally goes down.
In some parts of the country, they poop in a hole, I'm sure. But no, in most of the country, we have toilets just like everyone else.
I don't believe that. Patat again putting in berserkers here on turn 2. Not much else you can say. Zod's gonna put in his phosphorus. And Patat should win the turn 2, depending on how phosphorus gets set up and where the different aggros get placed and all that.
Phosphorus has good hits against the Riplants. I think Zod is going to take round 2. Although the Cardilox, the Riplants is still alive.
Yep, that feels bad. And now he's lost.
Did it retarget because of the stun from the shield? That's quite lucky.
Yeah, it would have been close regardless either way, but he would have at least gotten gotten a lot less damage, right? So definitely still feels bad.
Three Borg, 3 Earth is going to be hard to break for Phosphorus. I don't know if Zod has much of a shot here. That being said, Patat's big misplay here is having his Berserkers at the back. He really has to move them at some point. He definitely doesn't necessarily need to this round. But next round, I think it would probably benefit him to do so.
Yeah, we've already seen this matchup. It doesn't really look good for Phosphorus. I would be surprised if Zod picked this Phosphorus comp again into it, unless he thinks maybe he can outplay it and scale later into it compared to him. But with the Earth and the Toxic and Colossus and Bulwark, it just doesn't look good.
Phosphorus needs time to scale, and he's really not getting that. I'm not sure if he can win the round 4, but if he can save himself enough health to survive it, it will benefit him. Mystic Imprint's pretty interesting here, and the Meteoric Onslaught, but Light's Chosen is just the best legendary augment in the game. I don't think anyone disagrees with me there.
Yeah, especially if you have this Berserker comp. I mean, you get 3 units with 40% attack speed, 50 Omega Power. I mean,
ooh,
I don't know.
They both opted for the same thing. Not a huge shock, but one of them going Meteor could have been interesting. I've always been a big fan of Meteor Allura, if anything. Seeing the Phosphorus at the back here, Monkia and Riplance being distracted, that's actually the opposite of what you want. You want the Phosphorus to take them out quickly, rather than them being left to last. That being said, the Cookraft's going to go down, losing one of the enchanters. Looks like the Firiox is going to go down too.
Yeah, the Firiox was getting off really, really good damage there for a second, but the Riplance aggroing onto the Firiox instead of Phosphorus is really bad for Zod.
There's no Augments left, but I think he's gone.
Yeah, that's going to be game.
And that's a really fast round 1.
Yeah, this matchup with the Phosphorus into this that Patat has with the Earth, Bulwark, and the Colossus, it doesn't feel good for the Arcanite team. It seems like it's very...
I think the reason we're seeing a lot of that comp, particularly with the 2 bulls, is just because Arcanite is so dominant that it's a really good counterplay. And we saw that even towards the end, before the patch notes were released at least, with a lot of the 5 Earth, right? So we're going to be seeing a lot more of that moving forward. The other thing is, I think, with the double bull, you can counteract the hyper, either hyper of the Phosphorus quite efficiently.
Yeah, the Earth just feels so bad too. Pulling Earth into Phosphorus is just a nightmare, especially with the augments that he's using. Generally, I feel like into these comps I've been better with the Graviton Piercer, and even then it feels still very hard to win. But it looks like they're running it back, the same exact comp, which is interesting.
I'd like to ask you guys in the chat, after the current nerfs coming in the upcoming patch to the Bloom Energy Regen, Phosphorus Omega cost, I think even the damage has been reworked a little bit. Do you guys think the bird will still be dominant? Quantum Reclamation is so much fun with Enchanter. Could you imagine chucking that on with Techno Leecher too?
Yeah, I think Bird is probably always going to have a place in the meta. I'm sure that they're going to buff it or not buff it, but I'm sure people are going to figure out a way to use it properly. Unless it just gets absolutely nerfed into the ground. This kit is just works so well together.
Yeah, Arcanite is really solid too. As long as we see the 3 water opener come out, it's like a great hyper farm for birds, so I suspect it'll still be usable. A 3 water bulwark, like right here.
Nature and Earth is a really good just combination as well. You have a lot of different ways you can go about it. I'm not even going to say it. We all know what just happened turn 1.
Now, can you recap for me, please?
Okay, so what happened was Zod had 3 water and 3 bulwark, and which is a pretty decent opening. It's pretty strong. The problem is Patat has a nano sequencer and Caradulax, so he's got the double toxic, he's got the double colossus, and he's also got the ramping physical and energy resistance over time. So he's just throughout the duration of that turn 1, he's just going to get tankier and tankier. So it's not possible to beat that opening with the 3 water bulwark. So not too much to say there. That's why I say that. Does that make sense? Are you able to understand that?
Yeah, that came across very, very well. They both played on the same side this time, even though it was clear. Yeah. I think they were both trying to avoid being on the same side.
I think Patat wanted to be on this side, especially with the Ranger.
I don't think Nano Sequencer works on tanks. I'm just gonna be honest. The tanks are always in the front line, and so you're not getting the most out of the Nano Sequencer stacks. Since until it starts to stack 4 or 5 times, the difference in damage really isn't that noticeable.
It doesn't make a huge difference, but because he can use it for free, right? Because when he sells it here, he gets the amount of mastery points back for free. Does that make sense? So there's no reason not to use it.
Right. So he's abusing the bug. I like that. That's the way to go.
So it's like, and even with like the lower tier nano sequencer, it's still better than the hyper endurance matrix of the same cost.
Fair enough.
Hyper endurance matrix probably needs a bit of a buff, like a very, very, very slight buff.
Well, its other effect is changing. Instead of max health, is it resistance for the whole team or something like that? I can't remember.
I'm not sure. I don't have that.
Someone remind us what change is happening in a hyper endurance matrix.
Doesn't have the pure damage on his monkey here, so he's not gonna be able to pull through that Lilura as fast here. Furiox is going to be able to get a lot of good damage. If his Phosphorus and Ranger can survive and not get the Furiox aggroed on top of, he should win this, but we'll see. It doesn't look good for him. I'll be real. Oh, it's looking better.
It's just so hard to take out. Toxic doing good, but Furiox taking it out.
Yep. This legendary augment phase isn't going to do much for either of them. That's his ranger in now. Switched it out. Caradulux is out. We've seen this before. Zod puts in the 2 fire bulwarks, 30% extra damage, puts pure attack damage on to try and break through that bulwark wall and the earth bonus. Monkey Ear is just gonna get stuck on the Lilira for far too long. Honestly, it feels pretty bad. Yeah, I think this could be another case where this Furiox just tears through the whole rest of the team. Let's see if he can hold on.
Yeah, as long as that Phosphorus can out-heal, the Furiox has enough time to eliminate the team.
Does have the numbers advantage going into overtime. It's not going to be enough, though.
Yeah, just not quite. Like, if there was, like, 2 more seconds in there, then probably. It's not even the right replay, is it? Our replays are completely broken.
Survival protocol on the Stoic Earthlinks, not a bad idea. Gonna keep that Phosphorus in Furiox occupied for a little bit longer. Tries to move his ranger around so he can set up the Omega to hit, you know, the prime targets, Phosphorus, Furiox. Puts stage 1 nano sequencer on the Riplance. And then puts the ranger right in front of Lilura. So the reason he's doing this is he wants to burst down that Lilura before I can take up all of that time for the Monkey Ear. He really wants to get Monkey Ear set up in a place where he can get the most value out of him. And with that Lilura on top of it the whole time not being able to kill it, that really wastes way too much time and way too much value. So it puts Ranger in front of there, tries to burst it down a little bit. See how he can go about that. Hoping gets him okay. This is looking a lot better. Might be able to get the Furiox with this next cast. No, but oh, he's healed up all the way. What the hell? Wait, how did he heal up? Does the Omnivamp actually heal him that much? Oh man. Just, oh my gosh, that stun was so clutch. If he doesn't stun him there, he loses. Super clutch from Patat. Apon getting that last second stun so the Ranger could get the Omega off onto the Phosphorus, and again, he would have lost if that stun didn't come through at the perfect time. Very clutch from Patat.
That Riplance is not going to be able to leave. Oh, it might be able to go around the right when the Monkey leaves, but you're playing some risky stuff here. He's not slowing down it at all, but the Ranger is in a really careful position here. If Zod leaves his Ranger in the same place, then Patat's Ranger is going to go straight through the Bird and the Furiox eventually. Might not have the angle on the Furiox, but the AoE is going to be good nonetheless. Wuju says 16 resistance for the whole team. That sounds right. Which isn't bad.
Yeah, it's not terrible.
Well, Lilura in perfect position, has the invulnerable and the Siphon Matrix. It's essentially a perfect play from the Lilura here. Indomitable on the links is good,
Junior.
but the Monkey is gonna drop. It's actually one of my favorite quotes.
I couldn't help myself. That was such a bad stutter.
I stuttered quite a
It
bit,
happens,
actually.
though. Do you?
Yeah.
So do I. Big problem stuttering. Everybody probably knows that already now.
I actually really want to watch that movie. I might watch it tonight.
There we go. Patata coming through again.
Oh!
Takes
He's going to do
wow.
just enough damage to take the second game. Minus 85, yeah. He did not need much more than that. Absolutely insane. I'm surprised that went so well for him given how good the Lura's positioning was, but it went down too fast. And the stuns on the bird were too big as well. He needed the immune augment on that phosphorus. And that is the wrong replay. But still. Our replays are completely broken. I don't know why.
Yeah, that was weird. All good. So yeah, so a quick 2-0 from Patat, moving on into the top cut, correct? That was a 2-0?
Yeah, he's probably in the top cut, yeah. Zod might still be in it, but 2-0 does hurt his chances.
All right, so we are going to be moving off into the top cut for the last 3 rounds. So it'll be top 8 from here on out after we get everybody set up. And again, while we're waiting, make sure to like the stream, subscribe to Scoriox, and share the stream on social media to push Illuvium, Inferno, and Illuvium in general.
And I'm sorry today's stream wasn't quite as high end as the past ones have been. I think there's just been like a large range of really unlucky stuff that has happened to us today, and our first use case for Swiss as well. So we will be improving over time, but yeah, it's been a little bit unusual today for sure.
Yeah, apologies for that. Really kind of weird circumstances, but it is what it is. What can you do without like spectator mode, without very easy to access tournament information? It just is what it is. That's the beauty of grassroots esports tournaments for a game that's not even in open beta. Can we take a look at the bracket?
Yep, let's do it. So these are the current standings for the games that are ongoing, where we've got Guizera 1-up over Quants, Half Blue and Orace into their third game, Hero and Phoenix going at it, Hisapio, Phantom, Sage managing to take out Sneg, probably really helping with his standings. We've got Guess and Sage definitely going through by the looks of it. We've got Smartass obviously doing quite well overall as well, going 4-2. And a few of these I think are unfinished in their games. There might be still a chance Smartass falls out, but it looks like he's done pretty well to secure a place, depending on how many games are still to go. There's quite a few games. There's 8 matches still to play, so this is really undetermined, but this is kind of what it's looking like. These top 2 looking like they're locked in. There is a maximum of 3 points you can get from the end of a game, but I think it does tally them live, so if one of the games finish, then it actually tallies it into the score. Looks like Phoenix might be able to crutch in. It's these couple here that are really interesting. So yeah, do you want to have a look at the full rankings?
Yeah, sure.
Do you have the link for me?
Oh yeah, give me 1 second. Kind of random, but just fun to look at, talk about.
Yeah. Where are you sending it? Ah, found it. Alright, we got it? Sweet. Okay.
Yep.
Looks like Viper at the top with 2058. A really big gap between Viper and Zod.
Over 100 elo.
Oh, yeah. Really close heat in these next few, between about 20 points. Zadkill, Whitey, and Zod. I believe Kieran did say you have to nominate one of your accounts, and you can't just change it week to week. So Zadkill probably is supposed to nominate Zadkill, his main one, and so Zadkill 2 isn't going to be his spot. He's actually going to be 4th rather than 3rd, unless he did nominate 2 for some odd reason. But we also got Whitey up here, which is really good to see. Nefer. So a lot of these people are actually still in the tournament right now, probably going to be fighting out top 8, except I don't know if Viper registered or whatever. Smartass down here at 1845. They've got a bunch of names I don't recognize. We've got Proto, Grimaldi, Patat. Obviously, we've been watching him a lot today. He's doing quite well. Revoke, Lowello, Lolke, all really great players as well. Yeah.
Yeah, nice little...
Test account, that's funny. 2 Illuminations, sitting around gold, 1700.
Yeah, interesting. Brian the Brave, number 40. Orace 42. Yeah, it's looking interesting here at the start. I mean, it's only like a day in, right? So
Judd has played a game, even though he said he left forever.
What a liar.
How hard was the reset? Am I on here at 1500 or something, or do I have to play a game?
I'm sure it's probably just reset to 15, eh?
But maybe you have to play a game to go onto here.
Yeah, probably.
Fun. Viper 3 getting killed over at 1485.
Viper down in silver. Interesting. Just kidding.
It'd be so easy to Photoshop the 3 out.
True.
Yeah.
Put his regular avatar on there.
Yeah. That'd be so
Post
funny.
it on Twitter and don't elaborate.
Because the hardest thing about photoshopping this sort of stuff is actually the text. Because it's usually blurry when you're taking all the screenshots and things like that. And so when you Photoshop it, the text you replace it with rarely looks... Sorry. The text you replace it with rarely looks the same sort of blurry or style as the one in the original image. And so that's the hardest thing to Photoshop. But if we've got most of the text, then it's easy to Photoshop.
Interesting. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense though, eh? Oh.
What do you want to talk about?
How have you liked... Go ahead.
I was just going to say, how do we think the meta is really going to shake out? Like, I know a lot of people are saying Behemoth, Frost, even Vanguard might come out. I'm not convinced. I think there's going to be a lot more Colossus. I think S-Judd has said that. And maybe a little bit less Bulwark, but they're still going to be really, really good. I don't know. I think Scion's a little bit dead. I'm hoping to see more Invokers. I think they're fun. They're fun to watch. They're great visually. But yeah, I don't know.
I think we might see a good bit of Behemoth with Frost. I think especially because it's every 3rd attack you stun and you also get to cleanse, right? So I could see a lot of people building attack speed on these Behemoths, trying to get to that 3rd attack where you can stun and cleanse.
It's 4th, unless they changed it.
Oh, 4th. Okay. I don't know if Behemoths will be good. I'm hoping they will be. I like the idea behind them. And bruisers generally in video games I really like to play, so it would be nice, but we'll see. I'll definitely be trying out.
The problem is the natural attack speed of the Behemoths is really crap. Jotun has the redeeming factor that his Omega actually steals attack speed from his opponent, but when you're stealing attack speed from a Bulwark, it doesn't really matter. And so it's really hard to get their attack speed high enough. With the combination of Mystic and Augments, you can do okay. It's still not enough for a 4 proc. It just isn't.
Yeah, but with the cleanse, he's gonna have cleanse up pretty consistently, eh? It's like the Terror Bird with the cleanse augment. Except in reality, it should proc faster. We have just a few games left in this last round. Looks like everybody's on to their last game. Yeah, we have three more to wait on.
Yeah, and they're all 1-1. Crazy. Oh, what sort of team do you think you're going to build for the upcoming ranked season? What are some of your favorite Illuvials to build around, you know?
Honestly, I genuinely like Phosphorus. I think it's a fun comp to play. I know everybody hates it, but I love playing Phosphorus. It just the way the team comp is set up just makes sense to me. I don't think that it's gonna be around by the time open beta hits. I'm sure the game will change so much that it'll be a completely different meta. But when this new update comes out, I'm sure it'll be, as I said, probably Behemoth. And then I'll just copy whatever Viper plays on stream. I'll copy whatever Smartass or Esjid tell me to do, and then I'll adjust it to my play style a little bit, and then I'll play Silver, and we'll have a good time.
Just pot on the chat. It'll go beyond the top 1,000 because the duplicate accounts won't count, and so it will actually remove them and then count everything else. So what teams I'm going to be playing, I think there's going to be a lot of squishy DPS in the meta. Now the problem is you can't go hard rogue because they just put their DPS in the front line and you can't take them out. But I'm thinking anything with like high damage speed is going to be really fun. Heavy rogues and heavy fighters, or heavy rogues and heavy scions that are hitting both sides of the board so they can't really escape with their DPS. I think that'll be fun. I think that's what I'm going to try and make work. I don't know if it's going to work, so don't crucify me if you're like, that's a crap team. I don't really care. I just have fun with it.
Yeah, and one point people probably won't even like if I point this out, but I'm going to anyways. He said, are multiple accounts going to be pushing out people that would otherwise be viable for ranking weekly awards, or top 1,000 will be counted without multiple accounts? Yeah, so only one account per player gets rewards, but how is Illuvium enforcing that?
What do you mean, how are they enforcing that?
Yeah, how would you enforce that? They're not going to know that I play on two different accounts if I have a VPN and don't tell them that this name is me or this wallet address is me.
Yeah, but at the same time, it's the same as any, let's say, crime. This obviously isn't a crime, it's against the terms of service. But let's say it's similar to a crime, right? Like you can go and you can rob people with a balaclava on or whatever it might be, and then there's no way of them knowing who it is, right? And then eventually, if you eventually get caught, then it's all going to catch up with you very quickly. And it's gonna look really bad. You're gonna get banned out. You're gonna get removed from Illuvium almost indefinitely. You know what I mean? So I think there's enough deterrence there to try and get people to be sportsmanlike. But no, you can't really fix that, and there's no actual way to fix that in general. There just isn't.
Yep. I was just curious on what you were going to say because I agree with everything you said.
Yeah. I mean, there's not really a way you can fix that.
Yeah, I mean, it just is what it is. I mean, blockchain's a double-edged sword, right?
Your best way to fix it is to increase the amount of wins you need on any given week. That's your biggest way to do it. Obviously, it has its downsides where you could push out people that want to play and just don't have the time in favor of trying to eliminate duplicate accounts, because you gotta look at the basics of it. If I have to duplicate account, I have to do a minimum task on both accounts, and I have to be the one doing it. You can fake identities for KYC, you can fake VPNs for all the rest of it, but at the end of the day, you can't have a different person playing on your account and have the same performance. And so if you force them to play a certain amount of games, unless they're really good at playing 2 or 3 instances of the game at one time, which is impressive in its own way, then that eliminates it quite quickly. But it has so many downsides that it's probably not worth it.
Fair. Sure, I definitely think obviously we're gonna see people trying to abuse that. I mean, that's gonna happen without question. But it just is what it is, and limiting, as you said, like the game limit will have a difference on it, and it is what it is. It'll all work out, I'm sure.
Well, the other side of it is that the more players are in there, the more competitive it is, and it's going to be a whole lot harder to get one account in, let alone two. And at that point, I'd almost say if you're good enough to consistently get 2 accounts in the top, then maybe you deserve it. You know, like I don't want that, but you know what I mean.
Yep.
We've got 2 games left. Let's have a look at the standings before they wrap up.
Okay.
Patut at the top, actually going 5-1 in sets. Smartass 4-2 in sets. Might just scrape it in here because he's did really, really well with games, going 10-4. And then we've got Whitey 9-5 and Luello. They're both still playing their game, so they're probably going to inch above Smartass in one way or another. And Nefer obviously still playing. And GM Phoenix probably already complete, so it looks like he's going to miss out. However, we've also got Ligeron playing, which could get up in the top here if he manages to win his set. Very, very close. Ligeron, I think, needs to win this to get top 8. Whitey needs it to guarantee top 8. And then Luello's fighting over the same thing. So Whitey and Nefer are playing against each other, and they both need to win this to guarantee their top 8 spot.
The pressure has never been more on.
GM Phoenix and Half Blue probably knocked out here. Smartass having the best record out of all 4-2 players might scrape in at number 8.
Whitey wins, by the way. Just came in. Whitey beat Nefer 2-1.
This might come down to a different one of the other timebreakers.
And then, yeah, it looks like it's just Ligeron versus Loelo is going to decide it. Currently 1-1, and they should be at the end of their last match, so. Yeah, weird what's going on there. I'm not sure what happened with them.
Smartass moving down to 6th. Ligeron against Luello. It looks like Smartass is gonna sneak in at number 6th or 7th today.
Calculated, by the way.
Crazy. He might be the only 4 wins to be in the top 8.
Yeah, Pod, sorry, I'm not sure either.
Just playing is enough, but I think you'll need your wallet connected to your account on the Illuvium website.
Yeah. Yeah, that's what I would assume. I just haven't seen, I haven't read concrete evidence on how to do it because I don't plan on getting rewards.
Why not?
Is it top 1,000?
Top. Yeah, I think so.
Oh, I could definitely get rewards, I guess.
Yeah, I think 500 to 1,000 get 0.04 or something. I can't remember. ILV. They get enough for 1 or 2 standard discs, I think it was. That's how I calculate these things.
Degenerate.
Let's have a look at the tie breaks.
Yep.
It looks like they're actually tied first at the moment. It doesn't look like they have any crazy tie breaks, but I'm sure there's a calc in the back end. I think one of the tie breaks is who they played against doing it. Yeah, I don't know. Who sent GG after this? I don't get it.
Maybe he just meant GG from game 2. I don't know.
Yeah, maybe. Probably. They must still be in the thick of it. Crap, I did that again.
Yeah, so battle raging on between Legiron and Loello.
Yeah, it's still going. Jeez.
It actually has his full name too. I didn't even realize that. You probably shouldn't put your full name if you register on start.gg, just by the way, guys. I guess you can if you want, but...
Oh, yeah. So, basically, it like forces you to put your full name for some weird reason, but you can hit a little checkbox that says, don't show that in public. I guess Loello did not do that. Omar is such an awesome name, though.
Yeah, true.
Maybe that's why he did it. It's like, I want everyone to know. I have a sick
Yeah,
name.
he was just really... he was just really pumped about his name.
Yeah. Isn't that right, Jimmy?
Actually, it's Larry to you.
It's Larry.
Yeah, my first name's Larry.
It looks like
Larry
Loello
James.
won.
Easy, calculated, get shit on. Just kidding, by the way. Jokes.
Alright. Now it's got this buggy thing with top cut. Let me double check it does this right before I do it. So just give me a moment.
While he's doing that, you already know what time it is. Make sure you like the stream. Make sure you subscribe and share on all different social media platforms so we can get as many eyes on the Illuvium Inferno and Illuvium in general as possible. And you know, me and Scoriax, we love that beautiful clout. So if you want to subscribe to Scoriax or subscribe to my YouTube channel, please, we need all the clout we can get. You know, if you follow me on YouTube or Instagram, when I blow up, I can show that to women and I can get them to go on dates with me. So that would be really cool. Women really don't like me for some reason. So if you want to help with that, make sure to subscribe and like and follow so you can help me with my love life. Appreciate you guys a lot on that one. Thank you. Under pressure.
Okay. It looks like Top Cut's currently registering the completely wrong people, so I'm gonna have to figure this out. Oh god.
Yikes.
Alright.
Who does it say is on there? Because I'm seeing the correct people.
Where are you seeing it? I don't even know where the link is.
Hold on, I'll send it to you.
Oh wait. I think I
Or
found it.
maybe I'm not, but it looks right to me.
No, because freaking Tim Armstrong is in there.
Oh yeah, I just realized top now. I saw Whitey and Loello and Patat, and I was like, okay, that makes sense.
Oh,
Is it
let me
losing
just-
on
let me
purpose
just do all
when
this
trading?
stuff.
Yes, technically that would be win trading. But it's not really like a big deal because because it's not a game like League of Legends. You know what I mean? So it's like if you're win trading, you would have to set it up perfectly to where you get set up with this same person over and over and over. And the way that Illuvium has their system set up, I don't think you can get set. You can play against the same person like 5 times in a row. Maybe I'm wrong. I could definitely be wrong on that, but I've only had like 2 or 3 times in a row, and then it like auto sets me up with somebody else, even if they're like extremely out of my elo or whatever. Okay, let's go, guys. It's 4 a.m. Yeah, you're telling me. We're trying to get it sorted. Again, website's messing up. It's out of our control, but we're working on it.
Alright, I'm gonna just start clicking buttons. Here we go. I'm gonna hit this button called auto assign and disable it. And that fixed nothing.
GG, Lagiron. Thank you for playing, by the way.
Yeah, it's because of this weird first, second, third thing. And they don't have enough points. Wait, let me just double check the rules are right for the points.
Feedback to format. It sucks. Well, true, but we're figuring it out anyways.
Why doesn't it points at all if it doesn't use them? What the hell? Doesn't make any sense. It's saying it's going off set win. Let me have a look at what the set wins look like.
I mean,
Still
Gypsy is at 1 and he's 2 and 3, so.
Okay, I'm gonna click this restore placements thing and hopefully it works. Alright, that was all I needed to do.
Oh, so we're good?
Looks like. I'm just trying to see what this 8th, 9th tiebreak was. I don't know. Oh, head to head. I think GM beat Nefer, and that's why he's got the tiebreak. So let's go over that really quickly before we jump into it. Let's go over that really quickly. Okay. This is a good for a VOD. Alright, so Protos, 5-1 set, same with Petart. No head-to-heads here though, so they're basically equal first from what as far as I can tell, with the exact same score. We've got Guess and Luello. Guess having a higher win percentage than Luello, so coming over the top there. Sage having a lesser win percentage there, but the same sets 5-1. Also Whitey with 5-1. Smartest with 4-2 and a really high game win percentage, going to put him at 7th. And a slightly lower win percentage for GM Phoenix, putting it at 8th. And he actually has the head-to-head against Nefer, where he has won one of those games, which is going to bring him out on top over there, and then a lower game win percentage for Ligeron. And with that, let's go to... What does this do? Finalize standings. Looks good to me. I hope that's good. Changes saved. Okay, how do we go to top cut? And start bracket.
There we go. Maybe this format is good.
Maybe.
I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. I'm sorry. No, I'm just playing.
And the check-ins will kick off in 4 minutes.
Great. Okay. Thank God we finally got that figured out. Yeah, I'm excited to see the top 8 now. Let's go. How can I overview? And then is there a way to see this? Whatever. But yeah, exciting. Finally, top 8 here. Let's see who's the favorite out of these top 8s. I want to know who you guys got first off. So top 8 is Protozera, Patat, Guess, Loello, Sage, Whitey, Smartass, and GM Phoenix. Out of these players, I think Guess has been looking really good. And Patat today, obviously we've watched him more than anybody else, but his team comp looks really good.
Patat's actually going to come up against Smartass in the first round, which should be really interesting.
Ooh, okay. Okay, I love to hear that. And then Proto is playing against who?
Proto is going up against GM Phoenix.
GM Phoenix, okay, that's what I thought.
Which I've never seen in a tournament before.
Yeah, that name sounds slightly familiar, but I'm not sure if I've seen him play before or not. Jimbo, tell us a story. Can I tell? Well, we're almost in a game. Maybe I should probably wait till we have downtime. I have a really good story I could tell you as long as Scoriox is okay with me telling it.
A funny story. Yeah, go nuts.
Okay, I'll say it after this series. You know, just when we have downtime. Because I think we're about to be right into the game, right?
Check-in for them starts in a few minutes. But I don't know, I could have set check-in for in the past, but I didn't know how long it was going to take me to figure it out.
Well, it looks like Proto's already sent over his code to somebody, which is why I asked.
Nice.
Looks like he's already on it. Hey, Never here. I think I didn't play it against Phoenix. Only guessing Whitey won against me.
I'm really not sure, Bombo. It's just, I let it do its own calc. It had a bunch of rules. Let me look at what the third rule was. Because it's also, I think it's also based on who your opponents were. So if you lost to someone that they beat, then that might also count as a head-to-head, if that makes sense. Do you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, like if the opponents you were playing against, their elo is higher, and you have the same finish, then the person who played against higher elo opponents is going to move on.
Even more specifically, it's like if it was me, you, Jimbo, and TSG, and then you lost to TSG, and I beat TSG, then it proves that I'm kind of better than you because I beat the person that beat you. And so then I would maybe have a head-to-head. Maybe it calcs it that way. I'm going to take a quick look at what the other stuff was for the calcs.
Oh, good.
The other one, yeah, it's game win percent and then head-to-head. It doesn't have any other things. Surely shouldn't have been random. But I think it's probably done a head-to-head 2 layers or 3 layers deep, for sure.
Yeah, do we have to wait for the sign-in?
No, they can go, but they should really check in. I'm just waiting for Proto to kick off.
Smartass is in the game if we want to watch that one.
Oh, yeah, I was going to watch the other one.
We can if you want, it doesn't matter.
Alright, we'll watch this one, screw it.
I mean, I don't care either way, so. Okay, so first game, Patat versus Smartass. Patat actually pulling out the Arcanite team here, the classic Arcanite team, and with the Ramfire. Some people prefer Ramfy. I personally prefer Ramfire as well, so I'm with Patat on that. And ironically, Smartass looks like he's playing the team comp that Patat has been playing all day today, which counters Arcanite. So this should be a easy game for Smartass, but hey, you never count out Patat. Unless I read his deck wrong. I could be completely wrong, but I'm almost positive he's playing the same thing that Patat was just playing. So let's see. Yes, he is. Or no, this is slightly different. I think this is the Enchanter one. Who knows? We'll see as the game plays out. XD. Patat really thinking about how he wants to place his Terror Bird just perfectly. Goes for the Nature Bird. Nature Dominant Synergy, I should say. Or Nature Dominant Affinity.
You guys can see the game, right? Oh, those messages from a while ago, I think. Let's do it. Oof. The bird, can it take on the Cardulox? Ooh, big taunt. Don't know if it's enough. Toxic is going to start to play a role, but the Overload is going to take it out. Who do you think is going to take this out? It looks like Smartass is playing the really good I know you've said it already, but the anti-phosphorus team. Is it enough? And we haven't really seen Patat play Arcanite yet, which is... Hasn't Patat been playing other teams? Or am I crazy?
He was playing the team that Smartass is playing right now. Is the thing.
So why did he switch into Top Cut?
I'm not sure.
Crazy.
Ooh, gets the Riplance aggro. That's pretty big. That Thorns damage on Furiox is just killing him, though.
Oh, yeah. That's insane.
That's disgusting.
Purely Thorns, right?
Yes. Look how much damage Cardelox did there. He did 5,000 damage.
Oh, he has the legendary Thorns augment. Oh, that's huge. It's so expensive to move that Furiox now. And you basically lose unless you move it. And you need to get the augments on. But Tart's in trouble here. There's too much dedication he needs to put into this. Do you move Furiox, stack it with augments and hope for the best? Or do you add some bulwarks and things to hopefully take down Caradulox? What do you, or you add healing maybe?
I don't know, dude. That augment is so strong. I guess the only thing you can do is put in Omnivamp. Because even if you place it on the other side, you have to deal with it eventually.
And good luck to everyone in the top 8. I know it was a really hard fought, loads of series in this Swiss rounds format. And so, yeah, good luck with everyone. I think you've done all done really well. It's also interesting that we had no 6-0s today in the Swiss format.
Yeah, it's really hard to just go completely undefeated.
There's usually one person that does, if you ask me. But
yeah, usually there is, but it's still hard because of how the way the game plays right now.
Furiox is probably going to take out Caradulox in time this time.
Yeah, he's looking a lot healthier. This is looking like a much stronger turn for Patat.
Lalura did stall for quite some time though. The smartass lost his edge in Illuvium. Because it's got the damage calcs up, I'm not sure what synergies we're looking at. There's definitely no 3 Earth yet. There is 3 Bulwarks on the board and 2 Colossus.
Yeah, maybe he doesn't have Earth. Because, it looks like that's the stage 3 monkey air. So maybe he just has mud.
What's interesting is the Indomitable going on Furiox here. Is it too much a waste of trying to get damage on that thing? Or he's trying to offset... Because if you chuck Indomitable on the Caradulox now, then it's going to get a lot more extra Thorns damage. But then if you outweigh that with your own Indomitable, you might not die from that. And if Furiox even stays alive on 1 health, it's a huge impact on the overall play of the game. The plants at the front left is interesting, but it does have resistance, a lot of resistance through both augments here, so...
We'll be applying some of the mud stacks to that Furiox there.
As long as the Furiox, the Furiox, right. Very nice. Oof.
Ooh, and it barely lives. They're coming in a weird timing to allow the Furiox to get 1 more auto attack off onto the Gorilla. But not enough from Patat. Smartass will take another round and chip away at Patat's health.
That combination on the Riplance is just so much fun. He's not using the immune augment, he's actually using the one that grants damage reduction on cast. Meaning he goes like 40% damage reduction, and then with the scaling resistances as well, he actually becomes more of a brick wall than any bulwark in the game right now. Phosphorus being able to pull off a similar feat as well. Very powerful into this. We're going to see a big swap come out. If Smartass is able to predict this, he could close out the game right now. Otherwise, he's just going to be ahead in mastery points for next round. Communal regrowth. I'm surprised Petard hasn't dropped it yet. It's a good augment. That Adorius is causing a lot of pain. Looks like that Replance is really stuck at the back of the map here. Not for too long though. And the DPS are both very, very healthy at the moment, with that scaling augment helping out the Replance here. The AoE damage from that Firiox is quite impactful. But the heals! They keep coming in at the right time.
Yeah, that was just perfect timing. Really saving all of the key units there for Smartass. This damage here is gonna hurt a lot more. Yep, and that takes the game for Smartass. Just barely edging that out.
No, we got the wrong game again. Oh my god. So what's interesting here is how many of these players have won an Illuvium Inferno before? Has Proto? I can't hear you. I'm assuming that's intentional.
Sorry, no, I think he's at least been second place, but I don't know if he's actually won before yet.
GM Phoenix hasn't. Loello I thought had, but he might have been second place as well. Sage hasn't. The Tut I don't think has. Smartass won the very first one. Guess won the other day. And I think Whitey has as well. Or did Guess lose? Phantom on the board. One of them probably has a Ramfire? Surely. I guess not.
I didn't see what team comp Patat brought, but his Phosphorus team has a Ramfire. Yeah.
So they're running it back?
Yeah, it looks like a complete run back here.
Yeah, I don't know what Patat can do to fix this. I'm not sure why he ran this back, but he might be confident in the bird against other teams as well.
Yeah, the only thing I can think of why he didn't choose is because he thinks this team comp is better into what Smartass is playing compared to his other team comp. But
maybe he's not confident in the mirror.
Yeah, that's true as well.
It's a good thing Phosphorus is not going on the ball right now. Oh, the stuns are huge. That's shield stun. Do not underestimate that thing. The bloom on the Ranger is just too much healing. God, you'll love to see that. See, placing the Allura before seeing where the Rip Lance is feels a little bit rough, but like pretty much anywhere up the back, the Rip Lance is going to suffer here. As long as you drop it in the middle, right?
Yeah, middle placement for Allura here is not terrible. Obviously, it would be better if you could drop it in the most advantageous place possible, where the Rip Lance and you think Monkey are going to come in, but middle I don't think is a bad idea. This here is a bit greedy, though, I think.
Well, now you can't put a frontliner there either.
Yep. See, now if he had it in the middle, it would have hit both of them.
Moving the bull is so big here. Now, he doesn't have the Thorns Augment, which is going to make that bull a little bit less effective than it was last round. The Toxic is going to do good damage, and so is the Thorns are going to do okay, but it's going to go down a lot faster. That being said, it gives plenty of time for the DPS to get onto the bird and onto the snake.
Yep, it wins that way less harder than I thought he was going to. Smartass just constantly chipping away at Patat.
Yeah, I definitely thought Luello won one. Inferno 6. I love how he remembers which one it was. I love that. A few top 2. Yeah, I think early on, I don't think we've seen you in the top 2 a little bit lately, so I'm excited to see how you play out today. Ooh, he's going to fight off the switch with another switch.
Wait, he was second last week.
Oh, was he actually?
Yeah, I remember paying him.
Ah. I'm getting some of the names mixed up. I know I mix up Luello and Whitey quite a bit. I don't know why.
Yeah, those who have like specific Illuvitar pictures are so much easier to remember. I don't know why, but I see the Illuvitar and I just associate with that person.
Yeah, it's hard because I have people in my DMs with like the same thing. I think
that makes it so annoying.
TSG's not the only one with Ramfy. Let me just put it that way.
I feel that. Shout out Artemis. She gave me a Ramfy Illuvitar for free.
Yeah, that's sweet. Yeah, when Scoriox Illuvitar comes out in Wave 3, Let's see if other people don't use it. Otherwise, it's gonna get real weird.
Oh, true. You just need one with a really, really good or unique background.
No, I need to put some sick accessories on it, but yeah.
You're gonna ruin it?
That doesn't mean ruin. I like the accessories.
I like them too, but putting them on like a tier 5, I would never do that.
Tier 4.
Oh, true. Smartass losing that round takes quite a bit of good damage.
Yeah, but it's so much more expensive for Patat to move than for Smartass to move. All Smartass has to move, and he'd proven that already, is just moving the bull. And which is a lot cheaper, and I think overall he's going to scale because he's going to be able to equip way better things on his team. It's going to be a tricky one, but if Patat can play around it well enough and get lots of damage, he's just not getting enough damage yet.
Interesting. He uses the augment that gives him 40 energy attack damage on Furiox instead of attack speed.
So what does it give 40 attack damage on takedown?
I'm not sure.
I think it's takedown. It couldn't be on crit.
Yeah, that would be a little ridiculous.
That would be pretty wild.
Every 4 attacks, you're getting 40 energy attack damage.
Oh. It's basically what it was with that bug in the very first state of the game.
Yeah.
He's adding energy regen to the Adorius and going with these resistance replants. Too bad it's quite at the front here. It's like he took the bull off the board. Monkia is going ham free reign though. And Phosphorus and Furiox are being slowed down a little bit. They are going to take out the replants. And the Gorilla's going to put in good work here. Pretty much what he swapped out bull for was the Gorilla by the looks of things. You can see that mud having quite the effect. And the mud also working on Phosphorus as well.
Oh no.
Got too many units and he's got the heal. I think Smartass has got this round.
No, it's close. Yep.
Oh, the statue was not enough.
Really? Yeah. Just got him, dude. I saw the Furiox, I saw the Adorius and Apon were the only ones left alive. I was like, that Furiox is gonna shred these guys.
Hmm. Yeah, that right plants just went into the wrong spot. If he can fix that, it'll really help a lot. But he's simply not doing enough damage to Smartass for it to be as impactful. Siphon Matrix is pretty big here. Especially since he probably did not go immune on Riplance. He probably went with damage reduction. I think this is what I would call high level play. Is there's a lot each player can do to try and get the upper hand. And there's not really a distinctive winner. Smartass probably has the slight edge. But there's not really like a huge rock, paper, scissors here as far as I can tell. Laura's actually going to cancel the Ranger cast. The Riplance has gone in a lot later now. It's going to benefit so much more from the resistances. You can see how long it's taken to take out that Riplance. And the Gorilla is simply attacking the Ranger again, which you hate to see, and it's allowing Furiox to take it out so easily.
Yep. Yeah, now they just have the Mystics left, and it looks like this will be... Yeah, like, it's on Smartass to, like, move around and try to figure out how to win this now. He's really in a bad spot.
The Gorilla cannot take out that Furiox. It cannot apply the Mud Stacks. The Ranger is just... It has lower resistance, and so it's getting targeted. Unless you get mud stacks on the Firiox, I'm not sure how you take it home.
Yeah, I don't. It's so hard.
And Phosphorus is able to take out both of Smartass's carries midway into the game without much issue at all. You have to slow down Firiox. That's actually doing all the damage, I think. Smartass can play around Lalura this time, though. If he does well, it will help. Goes hard on augments. He does add the Omnivamp to his carries. Not sure how impactful that is, but I don't see potentially any healing reduction coming out from Patat here. Gorilla did manage to get into Firiox. Don't know how much it's going to help. Oh, it's just too much damage.
And Phosphorus just stays alive for far too long. He just can't break through it.
Oof. Right. Oh well. Damn.
And Patat takes game 2. It's 1-1.
So Proto actually managed to beat GM Phoenix. And it looks like Guess and Whitey are 1-1 as well. Close set of heats here.
Yep.
Remember when we were speculating on who Guess was like the entire time? And it wasn't really like some crazy secret?
Yeah, it was literally just Web3 Gaming's brother.
Yeah. So Guess and Whitey have been in their third game for like 7 minutes now, so they will probably be wrapping up soon.
Cool. So we just got one more game between Patat and Mr. Smartass.
Let's do it. Yeah, I didn't realize how valuable that Thorn's Augment really was before, especially in those early rounds securing that damage.
Yeah, that did so much for him. I couldn't see if Smartass played the Mud Monkeys or Earth Monkeys here. Let's see, what did Patat play? Playing Arcanite all 3 games after playing the other comps so often is interesting.
Came tied first in the Swiss rounds. So you know he can play that other comp. So changing it up here, but I mean, he managed to run it back and win on a rematch game. So he clearly knows his way around the Arcanite well enough. Not Big Ball here. Probably a different team, unless he's just doing a different opener.
No, this is the same opening he's had.
He didn't do Big Ball Shield?
I don't think so. I know for a fact he's done the same opening in the first game. Maybe he changed it up in the second one. I don't know.
Fair enough. I mean, for the life of me, I really thought Smartass's team was supposed to counter Arcanite, but I can't figure out how the Arcanite dominated that last game so well.
Yeah, I'm not sure. Puts in the Cardalux here, yeah. So he's putting in Cardalux turn 2.
Mm-hmm. Long time to remove that Atlas. God damn.
Yeah, I mean, Smartass has to be very, very confident that this team comp is better than Arcanite, or he would have switched out, because we were already hearing him talk in the chat about how he's playing multiple decks and he lost a rock, paper, scissor matchup. He just played the same 3 comps here, so maybe he just thinks his comp is better.
Yeah, yeah. I think the other thing that they're changing in the upcoming patch is actually reducing the amount of max health Cardiolox gets from cast. Should be interesting.
Yeah, that'll make him a little bit weaker. Puts in the Fiery Axe there.
All games are 1-1 at the moment. The sort of stuff you see after Swiss rounds, because everyone's proven that they're the best in this arena right now, in this tournament.
One day. Let's see.
Unless he plays around Lalura, I don't see how he wins. He's just letting it do what it wants. What augment did he put on? Did he put the energy regen one?
Not sure. He put his mouse over there, but I couldn't read it in time.
I think it's the energy regen, the one that goes on Adorius. Or that he put on Adorius last game. He has no mud yet.
Yeah, that phosphorus is just going crazy. Furiox lighting him up from afar. Light's Chosen would be really good for Smartass. He's not going to be able to get it.
Really unlucky draw there. You needed something with some actual able to give you an advantage, but it's always going to be a draw on those 4.
Yep. Yeah, not much you can do. Unless your opponent just completely misplays.
Yeah, I don't know how Smartass is going to come back from this.
Yeah, it's going to be hard. I'm not sure either.
Lura just too good. Dorius in the back left. Mystic Monkey is going to slow down the Lalura. Some good stuns and damage amp. Should make some quick work of it. God, that Furiox is doing damage though.
Yeah, he's a machine gun, man. He doesn't even have any attack speed augments or anything on top of him either.
The monkey is still stuck at the back the entire game.
Yeah, and he just gets gunned down.
How do you stop this? Good heals. He has one clone at the back. It's gonna save him a bit of health, I think. Did drop the Grocco. Oh, Flare's still up, which is kind of wild, but anyways. Smartus has one last chance. I don't think you can survive 300 damage now. It's crazy. Every single augment both players have on the board are all getting changed for the next patch.
Yeah.
Bloom and Bulwark too, which is the core of both teams. The only thing here that isn't really getting changed are a lot of the stuff on Smartus's side. Which means that Smartus's team is going to be highly viable after the change, and Patat's a lot less so.
Yeah, we'll probably won't see a lot of Arcanite after that update, but possible some people can figure out a way to make it work. We'll have to see.
For sure.
Who knows? Every time I count Arcanite out, it comes back. So
it finds a way. It's actually Bloom that's OP, not Arcanite. Arcanite's good, but distracting Phosphorus a little bit there, but Gorilla's going to take a lot of heat now. Not getting that last cast on. I suspect some good mud stacks are going down here. Oh, the Omnivamp is too much. They're unkillable. Looks like Smartass is going to go down. And that's GG.
Yep. GG Smartass, thank you for competing, and Patat, congrats on moving on to the next round. But good play from both players. But interesting to see Smartass didn't switch out into a different deck after that second game. Maybe just under the impression that he misplayed in that second game. I'm not sure. But GG again to Patat. Congrats.
Yeah, I don't know how you play that differently, but that's just me. Taking a break to a patch? You should have said that like 2 weeks ago. I haven't played Arena in ages.
Yeah, same. But it will be Patat versus Yes, that'll be a fun game.
Far behind on the party here. But as we just said when we were watching that, every single thing in Patat's team is going to be reworked during the patch in many ways. Yep. Even on the Omnivamp one is getting a pretty decent change as well, where it only affects one ally now. And remember, you can only have one of them on the board. And so you can only give one ally Omnivamp now. It's a bit of a boost, but overall I think it's a little bit less.
Wait, so you can only give one ally Omnivamp? But why wouldn't you just give it the singular Omnivamp at that point? What is the other option?
What do you mean?
So why wouldn't you just give it 40 Omnivamp instead of giving one other ally 16% on Omnivamp?
Well, I mean, it takes up one of your 2 augment slots. You can give damage and a little bit of Omnivamp, or a lot of Omnivamp and less damage. Because there's no augment in the game that says give an ally 20 attack damage. You know what I mean?
Yeah, that's fair.
That and the immune augment's quite important on the bird, so I don't think you can really you don't really have the slots for it at all, to be honest.
Okay, we got Patat versus Guess coming up here shortly after we get that figured out. Are we able to just make them go now?
Yeah, they can go. They just got to check in.
Okay.
I'm not going to check in for them. If one of them went to like the bathroom or something.
No, I hear you. I was just wondering. And then Loello and Sage are 42 minutes into their game, so their game 3 should be wrapping up, and then the winner of that game will be playing Proto in that semifinal.
Crap, I think it's bugged. Oh no, we're good. Unless I'm crazy. Oh no, we're good, we're good.
Okay.
I hope Patat's okay. He hasn't messed just a bit.
Yeah, it's all good. And then Proto's just waiting on the game before, right? The series before him. The Willow Sage. Now we're just waiting on Patat and Guest to start up.
Yeah, I don't know why they haven't started. I think Patat's back. Maybe.
Oh, there we go. We're into the game again.
Looks like Sage ended up going through. Phantom representing here.
Wow, congrats to Phantom. That's a pretty big win for Sage over Loello.
Mm.
He puts the augment that gives him Omega. What does that augment do? I can't remember.
Augment. It gives. I think it gives you some energy, and it gives you 50% Omega after cast, something like that. Oh no, 50 energy and 50 Omega power, something like that.
Yeah, he put it on his Caradula. Not sure how I feel about that. I guess he thought if he got to his thorns faster, he would win that first round.
Looking it up, it is Power's Ascent, and I was right, 50 Omega power and 50 energy on combat start. So he's getting an earlier taunt up. I mean, yeah, I don't love it. It's a good augment. I don't know why he wouldn't be using it on something better, but at the same time, he can abuse that bug to get all his mastery back, so it's pretty valuable round 1 and 2.
And Riplance is just going to tear through the Cardillo and get to the Ranger. I guess we'll take this round.
Mm. Patat switching teams again. Going back to the good old fashioned. I'm surprised they switched Arcanite just for...
Yeah, just for smartass.
Just for smartass. It's so weird.
Maybe he knew that would tilt him and he would be able to win easier.
I don't know. Or he knew the other team was revealed the whole time. Maybe was afraid smartass was going to play around it carefully.
Yeah, that's a good point.
But it would have been a mirror.
What's the biogenetic suppressor on his Rip Lance, which is weird.
Damn.
Yeah, that wasn't even close.
Was that the Mystic? What did that?
I'm not sure.
Surely Patat can't take him out on round 4.
I don't know. It would be hard. It's in the mirrors. It feels like it's really hard to do that amount of damage, just because I mean you have a lot of the same units, and it would have to line up perfectly for that to happen. And I'm assuming Guess is probably going to move a ton of stuff around, but I mean it's definitely possible. That last round was not even close.
So we've actually got Martini. We've managed to get him on stream for the final 2 matches. Martini, for some context, Patat has been playing this team all day. He's been playing something between a toxic mud mystic thing. And Guess is playing pretty much the same team right now. It's quite popular and has a variant where you can add in the Enchanter Tsunami at the end, which some people play. I don't know if Patat's playing this one.
Hey, can you guys hear me?
We can hear you. Yep, you're on stream.
Wowie, wowie. Very cool. All right. So we got Mud, Mystic, Berserker stuff versus some Enchanter. Also some Toxic going on. Nice,
Yep.
nice. About what I expected. I think these have been the very most popular decks, the most popular teams the last couple weeks. Not too many counters out there I don't think people have found, so it's mostly just trying to optimize these couple of builds. So who do we have left in the tournament? Patat and Guess.
Patat and Guess, and on the other side of the bracket is Proto and Sage.
Okay. Are they all playing similar stuff too?
Yeah, it seems like it's either Arcanite or this Mud Mystic Toxic thing.
Oh, I see. Proto is playing the Blue Arcanite still in it. Oh, Sage is playing Blue Arcanite as well. Okay.
We're currently
that
watching.
Is still holding its own.
We're currently watching Patat, but yeah.
Actually, Sage and Proto are both using it.
Yeah, I noticed. I just checked over in their game. That's crazy. After all of this and all this new tech and crazy metas, just holding true that Blue Arcanite is always so strong.
Well, the patch hasn't hit yet, so when it does,
patch has not hit yet, and things might change a little bit. I don't know. I saw some red numbers. Some of those synergies and units in the patch notes. Hopefully that patch comes soon.
Check DM's Storyax.
So with Patat's side, most of his damage output is coming from toxic passive damage, and then his 2 berserkers, and then the mystic units just buffing everybody up. If those 2 berserker units die out, he's pretty out of damage.
So we've seen
on Guess's side, there's basically 2 sources of damage. You've got the Enchanter pure damage procs, and then the Ranger with the Gauntlet doing big burst damage.
So we've
Ranger
seen
goes down.
We've seen this mud comp do
damage.
really well, especially against things like Arcanite. But whenever it comes up against Enchanter, it's just simply outmatched. So it's going to be interesting. Have a good one, Jimbo.
Later, Jimbo.
It's all good.
Yeah, a lot of these matches just come down to angles and positional choices, and does the Ranger on Guess's side have safety where it can just keep blasting and blasting and blasting, or does it get focused down? And then also on both sides running the Scorpion plus Berserker Monkey, do those units get some free reign to ramp up their damage, or do they get bursted down quickly? And basically, whichever side loses their damage sources first tends to be the one to go down.
What are your thoughts on the Indomitable Augment change that's coming? Where it's...
I'm excited. I hate the Indomitable Augment. As it
oh,
is
good.
now,
Someone that agrees with me. I know Viper thinks it's fine.
I mean, I heard rumors that I'm the one that made the changes coming up, so I think I'd like to believe that they're going to be better for the game.
They all look good. I'm really happy with pretty much all of them. I don't know if
I
there
think first impressions are looking good. I mean, I'm pretty happy with it. I think a lot of people reading it are pretty happy with it. It's nothing's ever going to be perfect, but I think a lot of the changes are in a good direction, at least.
I think a lot of the changes are really precision, which I like. For example, Bloom didn't really get nerfed. It got nerfed, obviously, but I'm saying a lot of the numbers didn't decrease. They just simply took away the health regen, which was overly crazy. Patat gonna take it. Damn.
Yeah, that can go either way, right? Like you have a lot of mastery points at the end, just moving units around. Like you never. On the weak side in the new patch, I've tried it out a bit. It's still a synergy that does something, but it's not like make a unit unkillable while also killing the entire enemy board. So excited for that. I think a lot of the changes, it's going to be harder to have like a singular hyper carry that is impossible to kill and outputs 20,000 damage. A lot of that should be removed in the next patch. So I think we're going to see more well-rounded teams with more multiple carries, multiple lines of defense. You're not going to be able to tank for 20 seconds with a 25 cost unit anymore because of the augment changes. Definitely going to be interesting.
Yeah, and I think Smartass was saying something along those lines. So you don't know, Patat managed to beat Smartass 2-1 just before Patat played Arcanite all 3 games against a team similar to what Patat played just then, as what Smartass was using. But basically, Smartass was a bit upset with the result of the game, which is fine. But the big thing that he said was, because it was true that in every single game, basically, his 2 berserkers got to the back of the board quite quickly, right? And they were basically 1v1ing Phosphorus on their own, and Phosphorus wasn't even aggroing onto them, and they still could not win.
Still couldn't kill it, yeah.
They couldn't even dent it. Between Omnivamp and things, it was pretty unkillable.
Yep, that's kind of where Phosphorus has been for a solid 2-3 months. So hopefully we'll see a bit of a change there soon.
Yeah, like all the DPSs need to feel like they're doing similar output, one way or another.
Imprint showing up in this legendary bidding. That's very spooky. If the Enchanter team can get an imprint and put that on a unit that casts a lot, yeah, that's a 3 bid there. That's a bit greedy to only put 2 on that. to be honest. On Patat's part, he was really hoping he could only use 2 tokens and still try to snag something else, but yeah.
I'm not sure if Guess has Enchanter
Guess
though.
has Enchanter still and didn't switch teams. I actually didn't see.
I think it's a safe assumption, but we'll see. Oh, he's got the Thorns Augment though. We saw that the Thorns Augment was one of the ways that helped Smartass beat Patat in game 1 during the last series.
Yeah, it's true. He gave up Enchanter, but he gets this massive Thorns Augment for the cow, which is huge. I mean, that is going to do so much damage. I'm not convinced it's enough to make up for the loss of the Enchanter, but it should at least be good in the early game. I mean, these enemy units are just going to kill themselves here, so the Thorns. So that's a good, definitely a good power augment. Is Guest playing Enchanters though, or did he switch the team around? I'm a little confused because I don't actually. Maybe I missed it, but I thought I saw it. I thought I didn't see Enchanter in his.
I'm really not sure, to be honest.
His team. It almost looks like he's playing something else. Wait, do either of them have Enchanter? What's going on here? Patat definitely doesn't have Enchanter.
Patat doesn't. He was probably denying it.
If Guest doesn't have Enchanter, those bids seem really weird. Maybe I'm crazy here.
I assume Guest does, and Patat was just denying it, or trying to.
I have to assume so. It would be very strange if they 2 and 3 bet it with no Enchanters on either team. But yeah, as expected, round 1 with the big Thorns on the cow, just completely demolished the other side. No way anything is killing that cow before it just kills itself to the Thorns. Probably going to be a similar story on turn 2. It's just a little too much passive damage. You have units that's very tanky while also just passively killing everything around it. Really, really hard to deal with, even with something with like decently high single target output like a Rip Lance. Like, I don't see the Scorpion being able to chunk through the cow before it just murders the entire enemy board.
I can't remember. The legendary Augment also grants Grit? No. The Thorns one. It grants some sort of resistance or something, no?
It's just a taunt. It's a taunt. It's the same kind of taunt
okay.
that Colossus provides. Yeah.
Patat on fire at the moment. Patat actually ended up on top of the board when it came to the Swiss rounds. I think he was basically tied first with Proto.
Okay. How many Swiss rounds were there? Sorry, I'm not up to speed.
There was 6. We had about 45 consistent players throughout the tournament. A few DQs towards the end.
Okay.
Well, actually more than 45, but after the DQs at the end, it felt a bit like that.
Patat using some tech here to sell his unit and put it back in the exact same spot and get the full refund at no fees. It takes.
Is that fixed in the patch? That hasn't been mentioned in the patch notes.
It is fixed. Yeah. It doesn't exist in the new patch. So
Why wasn't it mentioned?
Folks, while you can.
Why wasn't it mentioned in the notes? Do you want a bunch of people to start doing it and wasting mastery points? That'd be so funny.
Yeah, I mean, I bet some people are still going to try to do it, and they'll learn pretty quickly that it doesn't work anymore.
That's so funny.
Yeah, but now he doesn't have that Thorns Augment on anymore. He popped it off to like progress his team. He was using it for those early rounds, but now that he doesn't have it, he's losing a lot of the power that he had on his board. To be honest, I don't even think it was worth taking it off. I think he should have left it on and maybe altered his flowchart a little bit, because he's going into like what is his probably just standard turn 3 play that he does every single game with this team.
Yep, pretty much.
As you can see, he lost that really powerful legendary augment and he got wrecked. So that might not have been the smartest play. Maybe he should have considered adapting a little bit and saying, this is a really valuable set of mastery points on this augment, and it's more powerful than any of the other mastery points I can spend. And trying to adapt his strategy a little bit, but he just went to the flowchart, and maybe that hurt him a little bit here. So we'll see if he puts it back on. I want to see him put it back on. I think that augment's crazy strong on his cow. So Because if he doesn't put it back on and he just goes to playing all the other stuff, then he basically got nothing out of the legendary bidding, and Guest got the enchanter. I still haven't seen Guest actually play enchanters though. I'm for some reason I'm still not 100% convinced he has enchanters in the team. But like we said, I'd be pretty worried if he didn't.
Zeptal said that they don't. I don't think they do. I think both players thought the other one had
yeah,
enchanter.
Zep said they don't. Wait, so it's kind of like us where we just assumed at least one of them was playing it and they both bid on it, and I think they were thinking the same thing.
Well,
no. Patat does have it.
Where did that even come from?
So Guess 3-bid it to block it, knowing that it's an instant loss if Patat gets it, and that's why Patat greeted it a little bit. Okay, I thought they were flipped. I thought Patat didn't have enchanter.
Yeah, that was my thought.
He was only trying to block it with 2. I actually respect Patat's bids a little bit more now.
Yeah, that's a good way to go.
That he's the one with the enchanter. I think that was actually a good play that he did then. That's my mistake. I didn't realize Patat had the Cookeraf in his deck. My bad.
I don't think anyone did.
Yeah, a little bit of a misunderstanding there in the bids, but Patat actually came out pretty nicely on that then, because he didn't waste all his tokens on it, threatened to take it if Guest didn't block it, and then Guest felt that he needed to bid 3 to block it, or else it's just an auto loss. Because you put the enchanter spat. Sorry, I call it a spat. What is it actually called? Imprint. You put the enchanter imprint on the berserker monkey who never casts, and GG.
Wait, why would you put it on the berserker monkey?
That was a joke.
Oh, right.
Lol.
I thought there was some secret mechanism in the game that I don't know about.
No, but you could put it on the Riplance, and all enchanters want to do is cast their own.
Oh, for sure.
And then they get the proc, and Riplance casts super, super fast. So you put that on the Riplance, and you just spam cast, and it's over.
Mm.
Yeah, no, it would do absolutely nothing on the monkey since it doesn't actually cast an Omega. That would be pretty throwy.
Is it the only Illuvial in the game that doesn't cast?
Yeah, it is currently. It's
so
a bit unique.
Interesting.
It's kind of weird, particularly the interaction with Mud if you have the 3rd stage, because there's no energy gain.
Yeah, exactly.
But to be honest, I kind of like the Illuvial. It's unique. I kind of like its effect. I think it's cool.
Well, what I keep forgetting to ask is, with Mud, is Mud applied by everything hit by the shockwave? So I don't think it is.
No, it's not.
And what about pure damage augments?
It's only the
things?
target, like the unit it's targeting. The splash damage doesn't apply the Mud debuff.
How cool would that be, though? That's the draw. Is you don't get the energy regen, but you get to apply it
AOE,
more heavily.
AOE slow, yeah.
Yeah. Besides it being pretty broken, that'd be something. That's all.
Yeah, we would have to change the way Mud applies its debuff. Currently, it applies the debuffs to the target. Like I said, it doesn't apply it to like everything that gets damaged. So the target is just the one thing the monkey is fixated on, and the other things just get hit with some damage, and it's just a different kind of targeting, and Mud has no application in that sense.
Gorilla applied quite a bit of Mud to Monkey here, so Monkey is going to be a little bit slower, but it looks like the Enchanter is just too good.
Yeah.
It looks like they basically flipped decks from last round.
Guess has a lot of nature dominant units on the board, so this air dominant Cookeraf is going hyper really, really quickly, and that's a lot of power. Don't know if it actually mattered in this fight, but when you have an empath on the middle of your board going hyper really fast, it provides AoE healing and energy gain to everything around it. So it's pretty impactful, even if you don't notice it in the damage charts or anything.
The hidden page 1 Cookeraf, yeah. I know you probably can't earn from the rewards pool and stuff, but are you going to be grinding the leaderboard, getting to the top again?
I'll play a few games once the new patch is out. Yeah, get a little bit in, but probably not a ton though. I also want to aim to not have too big of an influence on the meta or anything when I have design changes with certain goals in mind. I don't want to be like, okay, well, here's the team that I think is going to do really well. Now let me play it, and then people copy it. Unfortunately, on like the first patch that happened, I played ladder for like 3 hours, and then by the next day, everyone was playing my team. So
what team was it again?
The Magma Air Toxic, like Skoriox team.
Oh, I heard about that.
Yeah.
I've never played, I haven't played this.
As soon as I realized the next day that, like, oops, I infected the meta, at that point I kind of wished I never brought it on ladder, but yeah.
Yeah, you'll have to
nature of the game.
You'll have to find a secret ult or something.
Yeah.
I submit Skoriox as an Illuvial is not getting a whole lot of love right now. Firiox is outpacing him at everything, and Magma is just kind of average at the moment.
Yeah, it might have been difficult to notice in the patch notes because it wasn't really explicitly stated at a sort of macro level, but quite a few of the Illuvial lines had this weird scaling from stage to stage where there wasn't much benefit going up to the next stage. So on quite a few lines, we actually just like minorly adjusted the scaling so that there's actually some progression. So like Fury to Furiox actually gets a little bit stronger, and Furiox to Skoriox actually gets a little bit stronger. Because right now, currently, they kind of all do exactly the same thing, which feels a bit weird. So, like, hopefully on the next patch, if the Taipan, that's the snake, the Furiox, Skoriox, if that line is viable, which I'm not going to say if it is or isn't, if it is, there hopefully is some merit to actually play the bigger ones and not just the small ones.
Yeah, well, with Phosphorus being a little bit harder to play now, I think we're going to see less Arcanite in general. I actually expect people to still play Arcanite, but they're not actually going to use Phosphorus. They're just going to go Ranger Arcanite. I know 3 Arcanite's a lot better, but being cost efficient is even easier now without Phosphorus, since it's not quite as good. I expect you to play other things alongside it, things like Frost or Behemoth and things like that.
Yeah, I think Arcanite's still pretty good, and but it's not just like Bulwark was reduced, and Phosphorus, Bloom, Hyper Carry just tank the entire enemy board while killing it isn't really going to be a thing. So if people do go Arcanite, you're going to just see different builds than the current like 5 Bulwark, Hyper Carry, Phosphorus meta. Maybe it's a dual carry thing with Skoriox and Phosphorus. Maybe you even see some Sword Arcanite with the Ranger instead of the gun, because the gun got nerfed and the sword got buffed, so there's definitely some options there. Hard to say like what's going on specifically with these fights. Everybody's kind of moving their pieces around, and the things are punching each other, and some stuff dies, and some stuff gets healed. You never really know where these fights are going with these.
Looks like Batat might go down in game 2.
Yeah, it does feel like he's fallen here. So that puts it at 1-1 then? That was the score.
Looks like it.
Matchup, yeah.
Damn.
Yep. That was around 7. I mean, lots of back and forth matches there. Eventually someone's just going to take a big hit and die.
Yeah, pretty much.
But yeah, really, really honestly difficult to say, like, specifically from the starting positions, oh, this is what went well, this is what went poorly. Especially with these melee carry units, like the Berserkers, sometimes they path really strangely and put themselves in awkward positions. You've got Ranger Bombs from the Gauntlet that sometimes do massive AoE splashes and do about 6,000 damage with one cast. Other times they shoot a Tiktaalik in the corner and do about 800 damage, so you never really know what's going to happen.
Yeah, I haven't had a whole lot of problem with the Gauntlet Tsunami stuff. My team in particular can just play a certain way, and it's never seen too much of an issue, but I haven't been playing like 2,000 ELO players or anything, so. God, I hope the grand final isn't an Arcanite mirror.
No, I'm waiting for someone to have a secret pocket tech that they haven't played on ladder and they haven't even brought out in the tournament, and they just bring it out for the grand finals.
No,
and it catches everyone off guard. It's like a super hard counter to these popular meta decks, and they're just waiting for the right moment to strike.
Heppo Hair would have done it.
Yeah, I was testing. I was actually testing some decks to try to counter some of these. I actually found one that was pretty good, but it's like it still only worked sometimes. But I doubt anyone's gonna bring it.
It's like all 3 from the Seer line. Like a Scoriox. Like 3 air rogues, that's the team.
It was really, really good against this the Enchanter variant that Patat just ran, which it looks like Guest has now switched back to the version that runs Kukaraf. The deck that I had was really good into that version. The version that just runs the like Berserkers and Mystics and stuff, it was a little bit less good. But still, like it's so hard to say when you're just without a format with like picks and bans on teams and stuff. It's still a lot of it comes down to, I guess, in game, and you never really know on matchups. You try to just pick your deck you think has the best chances of winning, but if you end up in like rock paper scissors situations, sometimes it's pretty hard to guess right.
For sure.
So did they switch places again? Now Patat's the one without an enchanter, and Gus is the one with an enchanter. They just keep like keep alternating.
So. Why don't you just play a team with slightly less augments, and it basically has both these variants in it? You could do it. It would not be hard.
It's an interesting thought. Like maybe augments shouldn't be so good that you're forced to play only 8 units and 16 augments. Yeah, maybe if like augments were a bit worse, you could have some more extra units in your deck, some options, maybe some reactivity to what your opponent is doing instead of just flow sharding everything. That would be cool. Maybe the new patch will encourage people to play like that more.
Maybe with some luck.
Yeah.
2 Rip Lancers here though, and yeah, no enchanter.
Yeah, no enchanter. 2 Rip Lances. Really valuing that. Just with that being such an important unit in the comp, saying like I want to pick the one with the best dominant synergy that has the highest chance of going hyper. As we've seen many times with Terrorbird line, fighters that go hyper go Super Saiyan and get really, really powerful. So,
but I'm surprised you would do that on Riplance and not on Monkier. I still maintain Monkier is way better.
Yeah, so it's probably, I mean, what I would imagine, what's going through people's head when they copy someone's deck and, you know, put 2 of a thing in like that is Riplance, you have water and nature, which are kind of like separated on the whole pentagram thing of hyper. So with water and nature, you have more coverage of being able to go hyper. You can basically go hyper into any affinity, other than nature, I guess. Nature would be the only affinity that you can't go hyper against with one of those 2 options. With mud, when you have earth and water, they're right next to each other on the pentagram. So there's more things, there's more affinities that just say you can't go hyper, period. So it's a bit harder to game the system.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah. So similar with like Bloom, you have earth and nature, which again they have that separation on the pentagram. So it's a bit easier. It makes sense to play 2 Terrorbirds because it's more likely that you can find a hyper advantage somewhere.
Looks like Proto is going to go down to Sage.
All right, so we got some Earth bulwarks on Guess's side. No Earth, but Mystic active on Patat's side. And then a bunch of melee units punching each other. Let's see who comes out on top. Oh, Apon with a huge AoE stun. Just stuns 5 units with 1 cast. Super high value. Patat's Rip Lance is hyper as well. Is that the diff?
Ooh.
Looks like oh, his monkey here is also hyper. Oh. Hyper so good. Yeah, so I'm assuming that's a water monk here. Water dominant monk here. We got these earth units on the other side. Water tends to go hyper quite nicely against earth units.
So I can't remember who said it. I think Nick might have said it in the chat, but he said something about you guys have now built the system so that you don't need to completely do a big overhaul update thing when you update the game, and now it'll be easier to do balance changes on the really simple stuff.
Yeah, I don't know if that system is like fully complete yet, but it's at least in the works and getting close. Because yeah, we want to make the balance changes more rapid and just easier to get out, because right now it's still a pretty big hassle with the deployments. I mean, as you can people have probably noticed, there was tentatively supposed to be a patch either last night or this morning, depending on what time zone you're in, and just ran into a couple of hurdles, a couple of issues, because there's a lot of stuff going in the patch, not just balance changes. There's a bunch of other stuff too. So that wasn't able to be completed, unfortunately. It's going to come out a little bit later, but yeah, hopefully in the future it's a much smoother process if we just want to make a really small set of numerical changes just to kind of tweak things on the game balance side.
Yeah, I even noticed that in the last patch, you guys did a bunch of updates and then didn't update any of the tooltips for the cards.
Yeah, because updating the numbers is sometimes separate from updating the descriptions. So it's easier to update just the numbers. I believe with this patch, there was some work done that I didn't take part in, but I think it got done to improve that, so that when we make the numerical changes, most of the descriptions should automatically update with those numerical changes. So hopefully that makes things a little smoother in that regard going forward.
The Hyper Monkier putting in absolute work this round.
Oh yeah, that thing blasts. I love watching a Monkier go hyper and just punch, 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 big punch, 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 big punch. Monkier definitely lacks in survivability. He's pretty squishy. Doesn't really have any defensive mechanics. But man, when he gets hitting hard, his offense just knocks people out.
Yeah, I think I love how because Berserker gives attack speed, but also does an empowered attack. And the empowered attack on Monkier is the same thing, where it does an empowered attack every 2 or 3 or whatever it is.
Yeah, so they're out of sync, right? So Monkier's every second attack is empowered, and Berserker's every third. So what ends up happening is every 6th attack, you get a double empowered attack that multiplies together, and it hits really, really hard.
Oh yeah, and the beauty is if you can set up your crit chance to stack on top of it, you can see when they all line up perfectly, and it does happen sometimes, and I've seen it, and it's really funny to like nuke the entire team in one attack. It's quite. It's quite amusing.
A crit could, on that every 6th attack, if it lands a crit, it's just another multiplier on top of it, and you can get these big, 1,000 auto attack damage, cleaving through 4 units. You can get some pretty crazy numbers. It's also possible, though, for crit to never line up with it. Imagine you have 50% crit chance, and because of the way crit works, it's not like it's actually a 50% roll every time. What 50% means is every other attack will be a crit, but depending on the seed and how the crit rolls start, it could be that your first and your third and your fifth, etc., attacks are crits, or it could be that your even attacks are crits. So with the whole every sixth attack being being a super empowered attack, it's possible that if you had 50% crit, you would never crit on that super attack. So it's kind of weird.
Yeah, Doria's going down might keep Guess alive.
Patat just has more units here though, so that just wins out the overtime.
The healing and the gauntlet managed to save him one more round. Let's see how he plays it out.
Yeah, they're on to around 6th. I mean, this is looking very similar to previous games. I think if you look at the flip side from last game, Patat with the enchanters was down to 1 life and managed to win round 6 and keep it close, but then lost the following round. We'll see if something similar happens or if Patat can finish Guess off here. Oh yeah, I see Tallulah in chat was asking about augments and early augments. I was actually going to mention that. Guess played a really early augment on the cow this game, and I didn't notice if he kept it on and then put it back later, but a technique a lot of people have been using involving selling a unit and replaying it. You can actually just get the augment back at no cost. So if you think it's a strong play for turn 1 or maybe turn 2 and then you want to remove it later, you can actually do so for free with the current let's call it a feature, but that is going to change in the new patch. You won't be able to just freely do remove augments and unbond units and stuff.
Monkey has got great positioning here, going to be able to take Kukulrath next after it removes the bull with the Indomitable.
Yeah.
Although the other monkey had aggroed onto it, it's going to go down. Sharp start even. The sharp start is now wasted, which was a big advantage to Patat.
Guess's Monkir just beat the shit out of Patat's Monkir.
Yep. I think it's a smaller one too. It's the Earth one,
he's hitting hard. He just crit for 800. I wonder if that was one of those super empowered attacks. That's assuming that's a pure damage augment and not a crit chance augment. We're looking at just 25 base crit on that Monkir, so only 1 out of every 4 attacks. So pretty difficult or unlikely to land a crit on a super double empowered Berserker Monkir hit, but it can happen though. If you just look at probabilities there, 1 in 4 combined with 1 in 6, there's a 1 in 24 attacks that you get a supercharged attack with a crit. So
I fear putting Monkir at the front might end up with the exact same problem we had last time with the other Monkir aggroing onto it. However, this way he might prevent his Monkir from actually targeting the Cardulo. If that happens, he should be able to take out the Kukulrath quickly.
Yeah, maybe he's trying to get it to wrap around and have the other units kind of block off the Cardulo and get the Monkir to attack something more offensively relevant and less tanky and just get rid of a threat quickly.
Yeah, well, since
it's round 7, there's a ton of mastery points. Like, Patat can look at Guess's board and be like, I'm going to have my units move exactly this way. But realistically, he's guessing, cause, no pun intended, because Guess is probably going to move his units around too. So it's going to be a scramble, and then we'll see what happens.
You reckon he meant to do 800 shield and cleanse? Maybe. Ooh, it should be interesting. Bull's in a good spot.
Guess moves it around too. Patat's Monkir is still attacking the Cardulo.
The gorilla helping out here, otherwise that Monkir was going to take out the Monkir again.
Agree. Yeah, for sure. The gorilla had to turn around and fight the Patat's gorilla, but
Dominable Augment just too good.
Focus is still there. Yeah. So that's one of Patat's carries down. It's all on the Riplance now, but it looks like Riplance is going down too. This looks like it's
GG.
Going the way of Guess. There's no more damage on Patat's side. He is uber dead.
Yeah, that Cardulo Indomitable Augment is just too good. Thank God Indomitable's going away.
Yeah,
that's
in that positioning scramble though, you could see at the end, I mean, it just came down to like whose damage units were getting attacked and whose were not getting attacked. And nothing was threatening Gus's damage units. They were just attacking freely, and Patat's damaging units got removed from the board. And then he had no damage left, and then it's over. And that could have gone either way, right? It's just a positional scramble, so really, really tough to
Absolutely.
know beforehand what the best setup is.
I will work on getting the next stream.
I gotta say, putting the Berserkers in the front line, there's probably a higher chance that you attack something useless and then their units actually attack you. I think the conventional strategy with these kind of teams recently has been to kind of pull your Berserkers back in hopes that they don't draw early aggro. So a bit shocked to see Patat put them in the front line there. That seemed pretty risky. All right. So with that, are we getting set for grand finals then? Is that
That's the
is my
plan.
understanding of the bracket correct?
Sage
That's
is
Sage
like
and
MIA.
Gus?
Sage is MIA right now. Pretty tempted to just DQ Sage. He hasn't responded.
DQ him in the grand finals. Let's give him a little bit of leeway. That would be a sad way to go out.
That would. Well, he's got the check-in timer. Let's see what happens.
I mean, rules are rules. If he doesn't make the time, then I guess tough luck. But yeah, it'd be pretty sad though if that was the way to end it.
Oh yeah, that'd be depressing as hell. This here. Ooh, the stream looks good, I think. Hopefully. So it looks like we do have Sage, so we should be getting ready to start the next game soon. classic chat coming through from Benny Blanco. Do you guys think ILV can hit all-time high again? If you mean all-time high market cap, or if you mean all-time high token price, they're two completely different things. And I'm not going to tell you about either one.
Not financial advice.
I didn't give any advice.
Oh, I thought you were supposed to just say that regardless.
Probably. Who knows? It's been really funny seeing everyone with like silver borders and stuff today. Normally everyone's like plat 1 or plat 2 and stuff like that.
Yeah, with the rank reset, right? Like a lot of people's borders went down a bit recently.
Yeah.
I would imagine though, over the next few weeks, month, whatever, you're gonna see some people grinding harder than before. Now that there are rewards involved, there's a bit more of an incentive to really try hard. All right, are we in? I think
Yep,
we're in.
we're in. I'm watching Sage's screen.
All right, let's go. Let's see these interesting pocket decks that they've been preparing to counter the meta. I'm seeing cows and berserkers and some mystic units. Yeah, this is good.
I like it. I'll be back in just a minute. I gotta set some stuff up because I'm running a little short on time. Won't take me long.
All right. I'll try not to crash the ship. All right, so we're looking at a 3 Bulwark, 2 Toxic start for Sage. Rocking the Staff Toxic Ranger here with a unused Aegis Bond, but really just getting in there for some toxic passive damage, maybe a little bit of shielding and attack speed buff for the team. And on Guess's side, we see something completely different. He's running 3 Bulwarks with 2 toxic units and a Water Staff Ranger. Very interesting. He does have his staff sitting behind his Bulwarks though. Sage putting this really squishy Ranger unit directly in the front line. Questionable decision making here, but you know, maybe they've got their reasons. We'll see. But it looks like the 3 Bulwark, 2 Toxic side of Guess takes round 1. Sage using the unbonding feature to sell the Cardulo and rebuy it in the same exact location, getting full mastery points back. Beautiful play. He now rebonds Toxic again to the cow. It turns out he didn't need to sell it in the first place. That was a waste of time. He's actually just ending up with exactly the same Ranger bond as last round, except this time there is now a Scorpion on the board, and Guess pulls something crazy out of the bag. He also puts a Scorpion on the board. This is intense. Wow, look at those Scorpions just rotate around the outside in perfect harmony. It's almost like they were instructed what to do. But you know, once again, Sage's Ranger just dying, and Guess's Ranger not dying. And when all of your units die, you lose the round. So we'll see what Sage can do to stop losing. Yeah, I don't know. Guess clearly just has the matchup figured out. Okay, so Sage unbonds Ranger again, goes into a Water Glove on the Ranger. Looking to get in the Enchanter synergy. Get some extra shielding. Get some pure damage. Oh, what's up? Dude, I'm so into this game. We got two completely different strategies going on. It's great.
I can sense that sarcasm.
He
did it again, where he did the freaking frost. I've seen
so
that
the point here is that he would love to make, say, like a toxic enchanter, but he doesn't have a nature empath unit to bond to. So he's satisfied with just getting enchanter and not worrying about the affinity on the Ranger. Just really trying to take advantage of that enchanter. With these units this clumped up, this close together, whenever enchanter procs, that's a ton of burst pure damage. It's just gonna knock things out. So it's huge. But at this stage of the game, like, is enchanter the best thing he could be doing? I don't know. Maybe. Truth be told, though, enchanter is like a global team buff. It hits your entire team, and the more units you have on the board, the more impact it has. So getting it in this early with only 6 units on the board or something. Actually, no, he had 7. Yeah, he's actually got 8 units. He's only missing 1 unit, so it's still pretty high impact. But yeah, just the big berserkers on the other side without going crazy Ranger swaps seems to be doing quite well. All right, so what adjustments, if any, can Sage make here? He's been losing every round by a little bit. Not taking a ton of damage, but it creeps up on you, and he's going to run out of drone health pretty soon if he doesn't start winning rounds. So he gets the Geyser in there for Tsunami Mystic. Rebonds Ranger once again. This is the 4th round in a row, or I should say the 3rd round in a row. He has used the sell and rebuy feature to change the bond on Ranger, really trying to maximize the potential value out of that feature. So now he has Tsunami. So now he actually has a useful trait, a useful affinity on the Ranger. What will Guess do? Adds in an Adorius, a Grilla. Is that a Sentinel stun wave I see there on Grilla? Trying to have Grilla jump into some dangerous spots, take some damage, and then stun those nearest allies. Oh, it's stunning the Ranger, though, not the Riplance, because the Ranger is slightly closer. And it stuns the closest enemy. That Grilla not doing too much. Yeah, looking like that was a lot of mastery points spent on a non-factor. And Sage's board with Enchanters really dominating this round. It seemed like Guess did not improve his board very much that round.
Well, with the Gauntlet Enchanter Tsunami, you're just going to be casting so damn much.
Yeah, it's a lot of casts. One of the downsides of Tsunami is that it doesn't do anything until you get your first cast off, and then it really starts ramping. But if you look at this Ranger Glove, combined with a suit that probably gives some starting energy, you can actually see the bar under his health bar. This Ranger almost starts with full energy, so it pretty much starts proccing the Tsunami energy refill effect almost immediately. So there's very little downside. If this Ranger started with no energy, it took quite a while to build up for that first cast, the Tsunami would feel a lot less impactful. But yeah, currently it's able to get that first cast off so quickly and just immediately start gaining value out of Tsunami. Yeah, the Sentinel Stun Wave Gorilla jumping onto the Geyser, lowering Geyser's attack speed when he gets hit with mud. Not proving too effective. So we'll see if Guess makes any adjustments here. Because if not, this is not looking good. He could just get 2-0'd on round 4, round 5 and be out of it. Made no adjustments. Same exact setup. Just added a couple of augments. This makes me nervous. Because once again, this gorilla is not going to do anything. But he does have a double augmented monk here. And that thing is punching hard.
Oh yeah, don't underestimate
big
that thing when it's
Adorius
got
heals
augments.
too. Adorius got a huge heal off there, healing 3
It's building
units.
hyper too.
Oh yeah, does this Rip Lance is tanky, but not tanky enough. It's just too much being thrown at it. It's going to try as hard as it can to live, but it's eventually going to perish.
Edbone Hay said he loves this sarcastic commentary about the same annoying decks in the match. To put it bluntly.
Where was that? In chat?
On Twitch. On Twitch.
Oh, on Twitch chat. There. Oh, this is being streamed on YouTube and Twitch? I was only looking on YouTube.
And Twitter. But we usually get like 90% of the viewers in YouTube, if not 95%.
Wait, I gotta bring up the Twitch chat. I'm missing out. Hold on.
It's just Edbone Hay in there at the moment.
That's cool. If I'll take a fan if I can get one.
Yeah. I bet he's a big fan. Go sign something for him.
There we go. Now I got Twitch chat up. Nice.
Funny. Alright. Indomitable Augment, going on a frontline unit, like always. Going to stall out that Rip Lance for an extra 6 seconds, allowing the monkey to not only apply mud to it, but, you know, tear it apart. Oh, monkey getting redirected with the taunt. Giving Rip Lance some room to move. Gonna take out the monkey.
Wow. That monkey is stuck in the middle.
With the enchanter, gets the heal off the toxic.
Wow. Yeah,
And maybe
Berserker
Omnivamp.
Monkey, Mr. Monkier does not really want to be in the center of the board surrounded by 7 units. That's the suboptimal position.
Yeah.
Oh, big hit. Wow.
Huge hit, only winning 2 rounds to take out Guess, even negative 210. You have
2 rounds
plenty
out of 6 and
damage
he
for
just
that.
blows Guess out of the water. Well done,
Crazy.
Sage. 1-0.
That taunt was like, literally changed that entire game in a half a second. And the heal, saving Rip Lance from dying. Oof.
Let's see what kind of tricks these players have up their sleeves to, you know, just pull out in these later games. They've got to have something, right? Like they can't just keep playing the same teams every time. Or can they?
Well, if the patch came out a few days ago, this would be different.
Oh man, I so wish we could see that. It would be all over the place. People would have no clue.
Martini is one of the ones that worked on a lot of the details for the upcoming patch, Edbone Hay. Let's do it.
Alright, so we see a mud affinity chip with no bids on it. From either side. I can see that on Sage's end here, he's actually playing an Earth Ray into this deck with no mud. I did not notice if Guess had any mud in the deck. If you're already playing 4 mud units on your team, getting a mud chip isn't really going to do that much anyway. So I think that's why the players aren't valuing that. But it also could be the case that Guess doesn't have any mud units and it doesn't matter. I didn't see which version he was running. Between these decks, it seems like people are flip-flopping between a version that runs a bit cheaper Earth units or slightly more expensive mud units. So those are the main
I don't know
differences between the versions.
I don't know why they're doing that. And from my memory on all the matches we've watched, it looks like the mud version has won like every time. So why switch teams at all? I don't know.
Oh, I missed the deck preview. Looks like Guess completely switched it up, running a fire deck with some toxic Colossus, potentially Berserker stuff mixed in. Is this the hidden tech we've been waiting for?
Let's hope so.
It could be the pocket strat. Well, round 1 didn't go great there for Guess, but he's just getting started. Only 4 fire on the board. We need at least 4 more fire than that to make this a proper fire deck. So let's see if he bumps that number up a little bit.
Let's see. Fingers crossed.
Get those big damage numbers. 70% increased damage for your whole board if you get just a board full of fire units. That's a lot of damage.
I do think that this team isn't particularly tanky. Like, there's good bulwarks, but it's not crazy. And so Ramfire with Fire Scion, which is what it looks like it is, could be crazy against this. Plus, it's always so clumped up because of the Enchanter.
Yeah, if you've got a lot of units close together and Ramfire can get a big crit cast off if you can get Phantom active. Crits from Phantom, bonus damage from Fire, maybe a little burn from Inferno. You can definitely take out these boards. But it's a bit risky, because if Ramfire gets bursted down or casts in a bad spot or something and it does nothing, then you kind of just straight up lose. So it's a bit of an all-in gamble, but maybe that's what Guess feels he needs to do.
Oof, decent damage from Ramfy. Fiery doing pretty good output. There's so much running around the board now.
Only 5 fire though. I wanted to see an 8 there, but maybe we'll get an 8 next turn.
I don't know if we're going to get 8, but we can hope. An Indomitable Augment on that Grocko would be pretty insane though.
Yeah, one thing with the fire bulwarks, your Grokkos and your Lynxes with their AoE stuns, they do a lot of damage when so like already those units that have variants of bulwarks for different affinities, the fire ones always do the most damage anyway. And then on top of that, when you add in the fire synergy and you start adding a big multiplier to their damage, they can hit really hard. And in the last patch we had, month or so ago, the AoE on the bulwark lynxes was increased for their stun, and the damage was increased. So sometimes those things can hit 5 or 6 units for a very, very large number. They can actually hit really hard. So it'll be interesting to see if you can get if Guess can get a big bulwark lynx cast right in the middle of this board.
Sage did not manage to
do a ton of damage.
bond.
Okay, there's the bulwark lynx, and it's right in front of the berserkers.
Sage ran out of time.
One of these big casts off. Let's watch this damage output.
He ran out of time and could
melting
not
so
bond.
fast. Ooh, there it is. Big stun. Look at that damage. And the other thing I'd like to point out, look at that fire synergy number on the right side of the screen. 8 fire. We did it, folks.
Is there?
Yeah, there's 8 fire, and guess won the round.
You go 9
I know
fire.
things. I know things, man. It's like you go to 8 fire, you can't lose. It's too much fire. Does he go to 9? Does he push it even further?
I don't think he has 9.
9's a big number. Probably more likely is dropping down to 7
And grabbing Inferno.
converting this ranger to some kind of phantom. But who knows? Maybe we see 9. I mean, that would be crazy. Maybe 9 is the play.
That could be the play. I don't even think there are 9 fire Illuvials.
Well, I mean, the ranger's fire. That's you only need 8.
He doesn't have Fiery Ox, but that would overlap with Fiery.
Yeah, who are we missing? We can get a Doka in there, maybe.
Oh yeah, yeah.
I don't remember all the Illuvials that were in Gus's team. But yeah, Doka could fit in there. You could put a fire, a Tipo in there. Probably not a great fire unit to play. He adds in the Ram Fight, who is also a fire unit but doesn't add an additional stack because Ramfy is already fire. Luckily for him, from 8 to 9 doesn't actually change the damage numbers. So he didn't go for Phantom or Inferno, just stuck with pure fire. And unfortunately, unless this Ram Fight gets a huge cast, just missed it. Died mid-flight, didn't quite get the full cast off. That would have been big.
An interesting strategy. That guys are dragging away the Rampy.
He didn't go for a Phantom Bond there, because he could make this Ram Fight Phantom and make the Ranger Phantom and then still maintain 7 fire. But he left the Ranger with just a base pistol, bonded Fire Rogue. It's a bit strange to me.
I think it's actually just bonded. Oh yeah, the base pistol. Right.
Yeah, just the base weapon, nothing equipped there. So it's only the bond. I wonder what the thought process there was for not trying to get some kind of Phantom Bond going to really scale up this Ram Fight. I don't imagine the 2 rogue synergy matters much here. Okay, he went down to 7 fire, Inferno Phantom now. Yeah,
but that positioning is so good. Look at this thing.
Double charge capacitor on Ramfire. Try to get it to cast quickly. Oh, this is gonna be big. This is gonna be huge. Oh, big bird.
Oh, misses Riplance.
Riplance did get out of the way. Yeah. But I think it's dying anyway. This is too much damage.
Big cast from Ramfight too.
This Riplance is so tanky though.
He's gaining the Phantom from both Ramfight and Ramfire. Well, they're both benefiting from it.
This Riplance is a beast.
Oh!
Finally goes down.
Crap.
Big
Even
hit.
with all the resistances, that's Scion Links. Damn.
Yeah, Scion Lynx and the Ranger both casted on it. I'm not sure if the Ranger has a big gun or a small one. But yeah, the Lynx definitely did some big damage. Damage scaling from 7 fire and 3 Scion. So 2 different multiplicative factors there on that cast. Big hit.
Gonna add those Techno Leeches. Gonna make it a lot harder for Guess.
Really trying to stall out that energy gain, so that makes it hard to cast. Techno Leechers and Biogenic Suppressors. Really doesn't want that Ramfire casting. I wonder if Guess has any synergetic fields to give even more starting energy to his Ramfire to just get it to cast as quickly as possible and blow everything up. Oh, there it is. There's one. Only 1 synergetic field, though. I would have loved to see 3 there.
Looks like he upgraded the Gauntlet, though. Gauntlet's going to cast straight off the bat. Oh, okay, big damage on the Cook Raph.
And Techno Leechered by this Apon. This Ramfire is having a bad time, but...
Goes up.
What goes up must come down. Big damage. Okay, the Riplance is tanking again. It's Riplance versus the world, and he might actually win it this time. I don't think there's enough damage here to kill this thing.
The gauntlet,
This
though.
Riplance is walking around soloing the whole...
Oh, it's not enough. Inferno is slowly chunking it. Gauntlet's not going to cast again.
Gauntlet might... Gauntlet, please! Oh my god, this Riplance. Overtime! That was really close.
I think the fire has hit max velocity, though. I don't know what he does now.
All I can see is if he has more synergetic fields to get hit all of his pterodactyls to cast faster. Because the Riplance is scaling over time with that nano sequencer. It's getting stronger and stronger the longer the fight goes. So Guess really needs to burst him down here. If he wants a chance. Otherwise, it looks like this Riplance is going infinite, and Sage's side is continuing to scale. Looks like Sage trying to do a little switcheroo on the positioning here, aiming to surround the Ramfire and actually kill it before it even gets to cast. If he succeeds in that goal, Guess is very, very dead. So let's see if Guess does anything interesting here to combat this.
Is he predicting the Ramfire to go onto the other side? Surely not.
No, he wants the Ramfire to jump into his Berserkers, so they just kill it.
Even then, why put the Kukuraf with it?
To help kill it. Get everything around it. Stun it.
That thing's casting straight off.
Oh, big damage! Oh,
and the Inferno too.
It backfired. He put all his units into the Ramfire cast and didn't kill it. But you know what happened there? Guess added 2 more synergetic fields like I wanted. So he got the really quick cast.
Damn!
That was huge. That was what Guess needed to do there. Because if he didn't get that super quick cast, I think his Ramfire dies. Massive play. Well done. All right, we're 1-1 in the series now. Forgive me for lacking some knowledge here. Is this a best of 3, best of 5? What
best
are we
of
looking
5.
At? Best of 5. Okay, so we're 2 games in, potentially 3 more to go.
Yeah, potentially.
I like the switch up there. You know, getting out of just this straight up like toxic Berserker Mystic stuff and actually pulling a switcheroo, bringing in a fire deck. Love to see it. That's got to put Sage a little bit on his heels now, you know, reeling back a little bit after getting crushed by the massive damage output of the fire team. So now he's got to be thinking like, uh-oh, do I run the same thing or do I need to switch it up? So it'd be interesting to see what they pull out of the next round. Now the mind games begin.
Here we go.
And we're into it. And Guess switches back to the Mud Berserker Toxic Bulwark Mystic. And I believe Sage queued up Bloom Arcanite, if I'm not mistaken. And we see an Arcanite imprint. And yet he's not bidding on it. What is going on? And Guess 3 bids Arcanite to block it. And Sage pulls out 2 augments for free, baiting Guess into bidding on Arcanite. What a Chad.
What a Chad. Oh my god.
Imagine we had an extra legendary augment slot and more tokens, and there were even more mind games around the legendary augment bidding. How cool would that be?
Oh, is that coming in the next patch or the patch after?
It is not confirmed whether it's coming at all, but it's something I would potentially like to see. add a little bit more variance game to game, so it's a little less flowcharty, consistent every single game. Just mix things up a little bit, keep players on their toes. I think it would be healthy for the game in its current state. But yeah, that's not coming next patch. What is coming next patch with legendary augments is the synergy augments will be tailored now to align with the synergies the players have in their teams.
Yep.
So you're never just going to get a random synergy that no one has access to. That should create a much higher demand for those synergy augments. I've played a lot of games on it, and personally, I find it much more enjoyable. The legendary augment system feels way more engaging when a higher percentage of the options that show up are actually meaningful. But I would still like to see, like I said, even more augments there. But yeah, no guarantees if that's going to happen or not.
Yeah, well, even more chips would be interesting. You get five chips and maybe the same max as 3 on a card or something. That could be fascinating.
Yeah, you could add more chips, you could add more slots. You can just create more combinations of bids. Like right now it's pretty restricted, right? You have 3-1 bids, 2-1-1, and 2-2, and that's about it. No one ever bids 1-1-1-1.
The other thing you could do is you could put legendary augments into buckets where let's say they scale in effectiveness linearly with mastery points. For example, you've got Lights Chosen, I think, is 50. And then you've got Meteor and Wave are also 50, right? And whenever the legendary augment is chosen as a 50 mastery point round, all of them are 50 mastery points. And so you've really got to pick what's going to benefit you and or benefit your opponent, rather than this is just the best thing on the board.
Powered and costed augments. That could be a thing. Yeah, I haven't really considered that.
Yeah, because otherwise it's like, it's more so which one's the best augment on the board rather than which one's the best augment that I need to do, because they're all kind of equal. We don't really get that at the moment.
Yeah, I mean, if you get a 20 cost augment that has really good value for only costing 20, and then you have one that costs 40 or 50 and is stronger, but it's also more expensive to play, like there's trade-offs to both of those. So like there's no guarantee that just the more expensive one is actually a better pick. It really depends on the situation. We see Arcanite here, Furiox on turn 2, sitting in a pretty safe spot, kind of blasting. Does he have enough damage to actually kill here? Looks like he does. Solid turn 2, getting in 3 fire, 3 water, and 5 bulwark. That's a lot of traits for turn 2. And the Furiox staying really safe here and just being able to output damage is really good. Considering Guess has a pretty powerful turn 2 here. 3 toxic, 3 bulwark. That's a good win for Sage to pick up.
Yeah, dragging them away from the staff was his best move here so far.
Yeah, that was big, pulling back. So staff gets no value. Don't know if it would have mattered in that one, because the Furiox was pretty safe anyway, but yeah, those kind of strategies of like trying to, if your opposing board wants to be clumped and near something, and you can like force them to move away. We've seen this long ago with empath clumps. It can matter a lot.
I kind of hate how everyone's playing specifically a certain way for that feature, but it is what it is.
Yeah, I mean, features are features, right? You gotta use what you have. Here's something we don't see too often. Most people tend to flowchart out the same units in roughly the same spots for the first 3 or 4 rounds, and only then start really equipping augments. We see Sage here on round 3 double augmenting up this Furiox, really just trying to say, I am going to blast you, and this unit is going to kill your whole team. And not really developing anything else further, so... the rest of his board is pretty underdeveloped, and he's really banking on this Furiox doing work.
Well, I argue 5 Bulwark is just really good, and you can sometimes leverage that enough. Like, even though he's got all like 30 cost units at the front of his board, it took a very long time for Guest to cut through it with like a few major DPS in the game.
But yeah, Sage went down there though. I don't know if that was the right move. Perpetual Entropy, honestly, on Furiox, like for a legendary, it's decent. It definitely gives him more damage output. but it's not crazy, right?
What's it do again?
It gives him extra energy regen and casting, basically makes him cast his Omega more, and his Omega does give him extra attack speed and damage, but you can kind of accomplish the same thing with just a hyperkinetic stimulator, just giving it attack speed. Because like you're still just attacking faster and you're casting your Omega more. So playing this particular legendary augment on Furiox actually is not going to increase his damage output by that much. Something like a Visionary Vanguard, which gives attack speed and attack damage, or for instance what's the max HP pure damage one called? I'm drawing a blank. Void Cleaver Catalyst. That one can also get a ton of damage on a Furiox. This Perpetual Entropy, sorry to say, Sage, kind of a weak choice on the Furiox there. Not a great investment on round 3, but we'll see how it goes. Maybe he can get enough scaling on other units to make it work out.
Bloom is coming out this round, though.
We got Bloom, and we got a Grocko sitting right behind the Furiox here. I assume he's expecting some kind of rogue, maybe the Predator Monkey coming in, trying to threaten his Furiox.
There it is.
So he's giving a little bit of protection. Try to draw aggro with the Grocko. Unfortunately, the Grocko's stuck in the corner. And the
Phosphorus is
the
full
Terror
blocked.
Bird is actually taking the Mud aggro here, decreasing its attack speed right from the get-go. This Grocko's doing work, though. He's preparing for overtime. He knows that he just needs to survive. And as long as he's alive when the timer starts ticking at the end, that's going to help Sage win overtime. So Grocko really putting on the MVP performance here. You know, knowing when it's appropriate to start fighting.
It's the art of war.
Really, really well done by the Grocko. I mean, you can see here Sage is easily winning. Grocko just putting in the work here, so that was a superior performance there.
The Grocko carry, the MVP. I'll be back in a sec.
All right, nothing crazy going on this round. Both players pretty much have their entire board out there. There's no other units in their team, so it's not like they're going to be upgrading units or anything. Likely just going to see a bunch of augments being equipped this turn. Next turn we might start seeing some repositioning. But for now, it's probably better for both players just to keep increasing power on their board. So, oh, Guest makes a bold play and adds in the Ramfire. I was wrong. Completely changing things up. We've got Indomitable and Vitality Veil on this Ramfire. But I think it might have gotten stunned or something during the cast because it didn't look like it did any damage. That was kind of fun. Nice 180 cost unit you got there.
180 cost unit.
This Ranger needs a huge bomb here, but I don't think it's going to be enough. Yeah, it's not. That's not good. Blue Markonite's looking pretty strong.
Oh, yeah.
As they have been for very long. Always interesting to see, players trying to come up with all these new strats. But, in the end, Blue Markonite is in pretty much every single finals, often winning these tournaments. So maybe that's like hinting at something. I don't know.
Yeah.
Okay, we've got double support vamp in that corner Grocko, vamping up the two Arcanite carries here, giving them some extra survivability. It's great. He's even got a neogenic recombobulator, or recombinator, I think it's called, giving his whole team just a bit of extra HP on that little Grocko. Just a nice little team-wide buff there. It's a nice little touch. I don't see a lot of people playing that augment. It's pretty good value though.
I love that augment. I've played it a little bit. I tried inserting it into into Behemoth decks. Stack max health on the
Yeah,
Jotun.
get him to do more damage.
Yeah.
Yeah, for sure. I do the same thing.
So I expect it to come out a lot more in the upcoming patch. I know a lot of people are excited to try Jotun again and Frost.
Oh yeah, Jotun got some major buffs. We'll see if it's enough to make him playable, or maybe too much. Who knows?
I know the missing health percentage got upped a whole lot for the heal on Jotun. Is it noticeable?
Yeah. It's not as big as people might think because it is missing health. So
Yeah.
if you chomp a unit that's at half HP, you're only getting 12% back. So it's not like this super giant, massive like full heal. But the unit does actually heal now. Before it was at 6% or something. It basically didn't heal at all. So now it actually has a little bit of increased survivability there.
Yeah, just don't think it's enough. I thought make it 100% of damage dealt.
Yeah, I didn't really commentate on that last round, but same thing. Same thing happened. Bird didn't die. Bird killed everything. GG. Go next. At least I think that's what happened. I'll be honest, I wasn't paying a lot of attention. Hopefully I didn't just miscall that round. I'll have to watch it back on replay to make sure I'm not crazy here. Alright, guess playing the Earth plus Enchanter Tsunami variant of that Toxic Berserker deck. We got a Void Energy Reservoir. Inhibition Field, a Templar Imprint. Everybody playing Templar.
Everybody.
Yeah. Blazonite best Illuvial.
I think Wildfire's going to make a return. Got a slight buff in the upcoming patch.
Yeah, mild buff to Wildfire. Mild improvement to Templar. It now buffs itself as well as allies instead of just allies. To compensate a little bit there, the numbers on Templar were actually reduced slightly, but a lot of things were reduced. So realistically, it's not like a big. It's like it's actually a nerf to Templar.
And the attack speed stuff changed a little bit on Blazonite as well.
Yeah, basically just returning Blazonite to its previous power level. It took a nerf in the previous patch, probably undeserved. So yeah, 5 seconds of attack speed buff and debuff instead of just 3.5. So a bit more reliable on its Omega. Ooh, interesting. Sage going with the Boar Toxic start, but with a glove instead of a staff, which he had been playing previously, and Guess also not playing the staff, but instead going with a shield. They're both experimenting here quite a bit, it would seem.
So it looks like it's a mirror this time.
Yeah, they're both running the Earth variant, no mud. With Tsunami Enchanter, so very, very mirrored looking. Let's see if they place Rip Lances on opposite sides of the board or on the same side. If they're on opposite sides, they tend to just kind of walk around the side and mirror each other's moves. If they go on the same side, then sometimes one side will actually target the other, and then you get some huge imbalances. But you can see here the Rip Lances, they just walk around opposite sides of the clump in the middle and kind of do a little dance and circle around and never really fight each other till the end of the round, so it's a little bit less exciting.
Yeah.
But Guess
monkey.
managed to get in a Monkier for a Berserker as well.
Oh yeah.
And Sage only adding the Rip Lance here, so a bit of an imbalance there in terms of synergies. Guess got a little bit more synergy power there. Actually traded out the 3 Bulwark, said, I don't care about Bulwark, I want to get my 2 Berserkers in. And it looked like that Berserker advantage actually gave him the dub on that round.
Oh, for sure. It's too bad he couldn't use the information. Since they played on opposite sides, delaying the Monkier play, you couldn't really do anything since you kind of have to play it on the right now. But if it was the other way around and they played on the same side, you could almost drop the Monkier on the left. And maybe, or you'd have a better strategy at trying to defeat that DPS earlier since you haven't played yours yet.
Yeah. If you have that second action, you have a little bit of information. Maybe you can manipulate the pathing a little bit to get some better targeting. Now, your opponent always has the option to move stuff later, but, you know, that does have a small cost to it. So if you can get any little tiny advantages you can get, can potentially matter a lot in these mirror matches where both players are effectively playing exactly the same stuff.
Well, one went with Enchanter earlier, and one went with Mystic. Oh, I haven't got Mystic on the board yet, but they went with Earth.
Yeah, we'll see if this early Enchanter really works out. It feels like when we're seeing Enchanter being played on turn 3, sometimes even turn 4, it doesn't make a huge splash in these particular builds, right? Maybe there's other Enchanter builds where Enchanter comes in and really makes a big splash. I feel like in these setups, Enchanter is just kind of secondary to what the overall game plan of the team is, and you don't really see it popping off till turn 5 or so. These early turn Enchanters never seem to do very much, but maybe that's just my opinion on it. I don't know. Yeah, also Sage put this A-pawn in the far back right corner, possibly to try to be a target to absorb some big blasts by an enemy ranger with a gun. Guess's ranger did not have a gun that round though, so that A-pawn was just sitting there stunning nothing. So possibly a pretty weak position for that specific round. But maybe, you know, he's sort of planning for the future and you know, sees a lot of value in that corner spot going forward, making the assumption that Guess is going to eventually swap into a water gun. So I want to keep an eye on that A-pawn and see if it successfully draws aggro or just sits there in the corner doing nothing.
What do you think he's going to try and draw with it? Oh, the gun.
Yeah.
Well, when we see Geyser
so
draw
looks like Geyser is going to take the first round of bullets, maybe even the Grocco and the cow getting hit first by some AoE. And yeah, with this position here, to be honest, this A-pawn is never going to take a shot from the Ranger. And once again, it's just kind of sitting there in the corner doing nothing. So yeah, positional edge is going to have to go to Guess in this game. He's kind of crushing it these last few rounds. Sage struggling here.
He knows the formula in the mirror a lot better. It's so obvious, but yeah.
Yeah, this was a positional diff for sure here. It's really on Sage now to make an adjustment because he's going to be at super low HP here, if not dead already. Yeah, he's in very much one-shot range now, so he's got to make some good guesses because if you play out that round again, he's never winning that. So he's got to do something here.
He does have the energy inhibition field. Quite good against Enchanter. It's just his front line is not nearly as good. That Lynx is too big.
Because you wanna reduce that casting efficiency, but it's an aura effect. The unit holding it has to be alive. So if you just slap it on some random unit and that unit dies, you lose a lot of that value. So it's a bit of a gamble. It could have really huge effect, but it could also be like almost nothing if the unit just dies super early. So it would be great to be able to make use of it, but I think Sage is making the right call in just playing something more reliable that doesn't depend on a unit living for a long time. With the biogenetic suppressors, the effect is a lot lower. It's a lot lower number, but it's more consistent in terms of hindering their energy capabilities.
Surprised he didn't chuck it on Geyser though.
So if we look at the... I want to point out this Apon again. This thing is chilling in the corner, not drawing a single lick of aggro, not stunning anything. Once again, very, very weak Apon positioning. Hyper Kukarov, though. Hyper is no joke.
Oh no. Is Hyper your favorite part of Illuvium?
Something worked out there. Oh, I love Hyper. I wish there was more tactical gameplay around Hyper, to be honest, because it feels like a system that you should be able to take more advantage of to try to actually counter your opponent. Instead of just saying, these are my 8 units, these are your 8 units, let's see who wins. Be like, hey, you played that, I'm going to play this and beat you because I reacted to what you did. That's kind of where I want the game to be, but it's, it's a bit difficult to actually manifest that dream. But yeah, I love seeing units go hyper, especially if it's set up in a way that's intentional, right? Like I made this decision, which allowed my unit to go hyper, which allowed me to win the round. Like that's the dream. Now, hyper shouldn't be the only determining factor in winning a round, but in my opinion, it should be part of it. Now here, Kukarov is air, and the opponent's playing a bunch of earth units. Maybe even a water unit in there somewhere. Guess his ranger is pretty close to the front line. That's probably even close enough to give Kukarov hyper. So it just goes hyper. But yeah, like there's some considerations there, like, hey, maybe my water unit is too close to the front and it's allowing my opponent's air unit to go hyper really quickly. This is a bad thing. Maybe I should move my water unit a little further away. I say speaking from the perspective of guess here.
Ooh, he's still going to get value out of that Grocco as the monkey runs all the way around, and the other Grocco taking the rip lands with the invulnerable augment as well. Oof. He lost too many units before his Kukarov cast. Looks like Sage is going to go down.
Still has a ranger blasting. Like this isn't 100% over yet, but I think it's just shooting the enemy geyser, so it's probably not going to get the value it needs here. Yeah, that geyser just soaks up the energy damage. Very high energy resistant geyser. Yes, definitely not enough. So Sage does go down. Are we at 2-2 now? I feel like we're 2-2. Final round. Let's go. Big question now, all the chips on the table. Which teams do they select for the last round? We don't want to influence their decisions at all, but just something to think about. Do they keep bringing out these toxic teams to just mirror match each other? Do they go for something else? This is the final game. Everything is on the line.
Okay, I found what's wrong with instant replays, but at the same time, I actually don't know how to fix it. So that's where we stand. Berserker and Sharp Start and Thorns coming up. This is going to be interesting.
Wow. Some strong augments there. Sage doesn't have any Berserkers in his team here, but he's a little concerned about the potential of guest grabbing it. Retribution's Call, Big Thorns, also very powerful with that pure damage AoE Thorns. Sharp Start, also significant damage increase, especially against these Bulwark heavy teams that run a lot of resistances. Getting 80% Pierce is such a huge damage increase. So Sage valuing the Thorns, Guest valuing the Sharp Start. So we actually get two powerful augments. I would say Thorns probably more impactful in the early game. When there's not a lot of damage, you can really like get a ton of value out of those Thorns. Late game with lots of stuff on the board, probably the Sharp Start being stronger for outputting more damage. So we'll have to see like if the early game augment gets enough value or if the Sharp Start proves to be more effective later. Especially against this 5 Bulwark setup that Sage runs. Lots of resistances. If Guest can manage to get a good target with Sharp Start to really take advantage of that Pierce, it's going to be able to do a lot of damage.
Sharp Start
does rely on that unit surviving.
Sharp Start is so good. It's like the best augment in the game besides Light's Chosen.
So we talked about Hyper. Guess leading out with 4 Earth units against 3 Water units. The Water units do actually get quite a bit of Hyper against Earth, so you see lots of yellow bars on Sage's side, and it's looking like those little Water Bulwarks are having a good time. Still pretty close though. Simply because of overtime and that clone from the Gorilla. The clone from Gorilla actually counts as a unit for the purposes of overtime damage. So it actually made it super, super close when realistically the Water units were actually quite far ahead in that fight. Maybe someday we'll change the overload mechanic.
I don't mind it. I like it being a quirky feature of Gorilla. At the same time, I'm not convinced Gorilla should be able to make infinite clones. Maybe Gorilla can make a maximum of 3 clones or something. It's a little bit less weird. If it makes its 4th one, it deletes the oldest one that exists.
Alright, Sage going with this turn 2 line of getting the 3 Fire, 5 Bulwark, and a Furiox Kerrigan. Did a lot of damage and worked well for him the previous time he did this, but that was also against a different setup. Guess here going super heavy into Earth, which is going to like having the 3 Fire units on the other side, but they're not going to go Hyper because there is still the 3 Water units as well. So these Water Bulwarks going to be super tanky, super quick with all that Hyper. But also 5 Earth is a lot of grit and resolve, so
oh yeah, I mean, it doesn't matter if you're unkillable. Doesn't matter if you're unkillable if you can't do any damage.
Yeah, like how do you damage these units? 5 Earth and 3 Bulwark giving resistances too. That is so much damage mitigation. This Furiox with no augments, just the fire bonus basically, is trying its hardest. Is it enough to get through? This is really close. This Toxic Cow is kind of ticking down the enemy board. And we get to an overtime situation where Gus just barely loses out. Super close though. Guess is super tanky, but we need to see some damage output coming from him. He has a couple rogues, but he really needs some like a more consistent, solid damage source to go with this like uber levels of tank. And he adds in the 2 berserkers, and he has toxic now, so yeah, a lot more reliable damage now. So we'll see how this scales with the tankiness of the 5 earth and the bulwarks. He should be able to chunk through Sage's front line much easier now. Way more damage than he had before, while still maintaining, you know, most of the survivability. But pure damage added onto the Furiox. Good choice. When you've got all this grit and resolve and resistances on the enemy team, regular energy damage is going to struggle to really output much at all. So cooking this pure damage really amplifies the Furiox damage by quite a lot. So good attempt, but wasn't enough.
Overload mechanic is bad. I don't mind the overload mechanic. I think it should probably kick in around 50 seconds, but I think it's okay. Shud's like 3 minutes behind. A lot longer than the delay.
So it's like it's a feature of YouTube. I'm pretty sure YouTube streams, when you have them open, you just gradually lag behind if you don't constantly refresh the stream.
Yeah, I'm surprised he just hasn't refreshed and jumped forward. I told him before.
He probably did once and then fell behind again. That's what I would imagine.
Yeah, maybe.
Yeah, I think Twitch streams tend to stay like up to speed much better.
Yep.
I don't know why YouTube streams do that. But yeah, with Overload, just on that topic briefly, I can express my personal thoughts, and I'm hoping we can move in this direction eventually. I'd much rather see the battle just play out like it would naturally. For the sake of time, the simplest method is just to fast forward the playback, because the whole battle is already calculated on the server before it's played back. All it is just a video recording basically playing back on your screen. So if we could just speed up time and just fast forward the fight every 10 seconds or so, like past some boundary, right? Like my example is like maybe 30 or 40 seconds into the fight, you speed it up to a 2x playback, and then you do that for 10 seconds, and then maybe if it's still going, you speed up to a 3x playback. And you just let the fight play out naturally and see who actually wins.
Yeah, I mean, that's what they do in
TFT. I'm not a huge fan of the current
TFT.
overload system, because it tends to kind of randomize the end based on weird factors, not in a way you would expect. So I'm hoping at some point we can adjust the overload system a little bit.
Yeah, even in TFT, I think they just speed it up, right?
Wow, these
It's like 10x
Earth
speed.
Berserker units are just steamrolling Sage here. Way too much tankiness. 7 Earth. Sage's units are just not doing any damage. We see Hyper getting on both of Guess's carries here. Both Berserkers are going Hyper. We have a sharp start on the Monkir, piercing through those resistances. Whew. Sage is having a rough one here. If we look at just the team selection, the choices they brought in going into this match, effectively a blind draw, you got to think Guess had this prepared as like a counter to the Arcanine deck, because Sage is going to have to pull something out of his hat here. That last round was rough. If he takes another round like that, he could just go to 0 here in 1 round.
Oh, so he's using the Ranger to get the 7 Earth as well as the Toxic. It's crazy.
Yeah, he's saying, like, my Ranger doesn't really matter as a unit. I just want to get the synergy out of it. And hitting that 7 Earth threshold, it gives so much grit and resolve to your whole team. It just makes everything so tanky. And he's just saying, like, hey, I've got these 2 Berserker units going Hyper. My units are just tankier than yours. I'm just going to chew through you 1 unit at a time, and it is going to take you years to kill any of my board. Ooh, Monkir actually in a spot where he's taking a bit more aggro now, but he is punching. Look at this sharp start, just tear through Sage's board. That is a Bloombird dying to a 40 cost unit there. Mostly thanks to Sharp Start. But this Furiox is blasting uncontested. Does he have enough damage? I think he does.
Did not get the most out of that Indomitable Augment.
Yeah. Okay, so Sage's positional swap there. He got his units to more safety and was able to keep the Furiox alive to keep blasting with that pure damage. That was
He does have the Thorns Augment. Gonna have a really big impact here.
Yeah, the biggest difference there is that when he was on the right side, since Guest didn't swap, his units were attacking into this Earth Bulwark Lynx, which is super, super tanky and has augments. And the Cow on the opposite side of the board actually does quite a bit of damage, but has a lot less defense. And so by switching sides and Guest not predicting that swap, his sort of DPS tank and the Cow just got melted right from the beginning. And his super tank, the Lynx, was doing nothing on the other side of the board. So that was really a positional advantage to Sage there. We'll have to see if Guess adapts and moves around a bit, because he really doesn't want to sacrifice that Cow so early. He'd much rather have like his Grocko or his Lynx be tanking here. Personally, if I was to set up something like this, you know, I'd have Grocko and Lynx in the front line, and I'd have Bull back a little bit, not in a spot directly in the front line where he's just going to take a bunch of aggro. Because that's effectively a DPS unit at this point. It's not a tank. So putting it in the front line like this is questionable at best. And meanwhile, his Earthlynx is on the other side, just fighting a Cow, doing absolutely nothing. When that is an uber tank unit. He's really not using his units to their full potential here. A little disappointed to see that.
Oh, the shield for the Atlas is going to come up after the Indomitable.
And look, you got that Earthlynx on the far side, just chilling, fighting a Cow, doing absolutely nothing. Really, really wish Guest would have done some repositioning here. This is very...
I think he takes him out. Oh, leave him a 45 health.
All right, Guess, please stop suiciding your Cow. That is a DPS unit. Let's pull that thing back. Let's make it so that either your Grocko or your Lynx takes aggro, and then you're chilling. Let's see if you can make the necessary adaptations, or the Sage can come back in what I would call a very unfavorable matchup. And let's see what happens. He left his Cow right in front of the enemy carries. Guess that is a DPS unit. Why are you sacrificing it? And his Earthlynx is still chilling on the other side.
Oh, he hasn't moved aggro.
It. But he did make a little switcheroo. He went into Tsunami Enchanter. He's like, I need to change my synergies. So instead of saying I need to fix my positioning, he's like, I'm just gonna play different units. And we'll see how that plays out. Spherox is blasting, but he's getting overwhelmed. Oh, 25 HP to 45. All right, I think it's safe to say we have exactly one more round. It's gonna be really hard for someone to lose a round here and not die. So I would say this is the final round.
It is impossible at this point for someone to not die.
There's a couple 25 cost units around there in the board. If they had a 25 cost unit with no augments on it, and that was the only unit
No,
alive,
there's damage on top of
and
the units.
and guess loses, he would take 25 plus 10 flat round damage, and actually only take 35 damage. So
It's not 10 flat round damage, is it?
theoretically, it's possible.
Is it always 10 flat?
It is 10 flat.
I swear I've seen do 100 damage with a Grocco before. No augments.
So
round
70
one.
flat damage for the first 4 rounds and 10 flat damage for every round after.
Ah, okay. It changes. I did not know that.
Yeah, I'm guessing most people didn't know that, but anyone watching the stream gets to learn.
I'm super late for the thing I had to go to.